Chapter 1 of the Scalp Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Latham. The Scalp Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reed. Chapter 1. The Wild West. Unroll the world's map and look upon the great northern continent of America. Away to the Wild West, away to the setting sun, away beyond many a far meridian, let your eyes wander. Rest them where the golden rivers rise among the peaks that carry the eternal snow. Rest them there. You are looking upon a land whose features are unfurrowed by human hands, still bearing the marks of the almighty mold, as upon the morning of creation. A region whose every object wears the impress of God's image. His ambient spirit lives in the silent grandeur of its mountains, and speaks in the roar of its mighty rivers. A region redolent of romance, rich in the reality of adventure. Follow me with the eye of your mind, through scenes of wild beauty, of savage sublimity. I stand in an open plain. I turn my face to the north, to the south, to the east, and to the west, and on all sides behold the blue circle of heavens girdling around me. Nor rock nor tree breaks the ring of the horizon. What covers the broad expanse between? Wood? Water? Grass? No, flowers. As far as my eye can range, it rests only on flowers. On beautiful flowers. I am looking as on a tinted map, an enameled picture brilliant with every hue of the prism. Yonder is golden yellow, where the helianthus turns her dial-like face to the sun. Yonder, scarlet, where the malva erects its red banner. Here is a parterre of the purple monarda. There, the euphorbia sheds its silver leaf. Yonder, the orange predominates in the showy flowers of the asclepia, and beyond, the eye roams over the pink blossoms of the cleome. The breeze stirs them. Millions of corollas are waving their gaudy standards. The tall stalks of the helianthus bend and rise in long undulations like billows on a golden sea. They are at rest again. The air is filled with odors sweet as the perfumes of Araby or Ind. Myriads of insects flap their gay wings, flowers of themselves. The bee-birds skirr around, glancing like stray sunbeams, or, poised on whirring wings, drink from the nectared cups. And the wild bee, with laden limbs, clings among the honeyed pistils, or leaves for his far hive with a song of joy. Who planted these flowers? Who hath woven them into these pictured parterres? Nature. It is her richest mantle, richer in its hues than the scarves of Kashmir. This is the weed prairie. It is misnamed. It is the Garden of God. The scene has changed. I am in a plain as before, with the unbroken horizon circling around me. What do I behold? Flowers? No, there is not a flower in sight, but one vast expanse of living verdure. From north to south, from east to west, stretches the prairie meadow, green as an emerald, and smooth as the surface of a sleeping lake. The wind is upon its bosom, sweeping the silken blades. They are in motion, and the verdure is dappled with lighter and darker shades, as the shadows of summer clouds flitting across the sun. The eye wanders without resistance. Perchance it encounters the dark hirsute forms of the buffalo, or traces the tiny outlines of antelope. Perchance it follows, in pleased wonder, the far wild gallop of a snow-white steed. This is the grass prairie, the boundless pasture of bison. The scene changes. The earth is no longer level, but treeless and verdant as ever. Its surface exhibits a succession of parallel undulations, here and there swelling into smooth, round hills. It is covered with the soft turf of brilliant greenness. These undulations remind one of the ocean after a mighty storm, when the crisped foam has died upon the waves and the big swells come bowling in. They look as though they had once been such waves, that by an omnipotent mandate had been transformed to earth and suddenly stood still. This is the rolling prairie. Again, the scene changes. I'm among greenswards and bright flowers, but the view is broken by groves and clumps of copsewood. The frondage is varied. Its tints are vivid, its outlines soft and graceful. As I move forward, new landscapes open up continuously. Views park-like and picturesque. Gangs of buffalo, herds of antelope, and droves of wild horses model the far vistas. Turkeys run into the coppice, and pheasants whir up from the path. Where are the owners of these lands, of these flocks and fowls? Where are the houses, the palaces, that should appertain to these lordly parks? I look forward, expecting to see the turrets of tall mansions spring up over the groves, but no. For hundreds of miles around, no chimney sends forth its smoke, although with a cultivated aspect, this region is only trodden by the moccasined foot of the hunter and his enemy, the Red Indian. These are the mottes, the islands of the prairie sea. I am in the deep forest. It is night, and the log fire throws out its vermilion glare, painting the objects that surround our bivouac. Huge trunks stand thickly around us, and massive limbs, gray and giant-like, stretch out and over. I notice the bark. It is cracked and clings in broad scales, crisping outward. Long snake-like parasites creep from tree to tree, coiling the trunks as though they were serpents and would crush them. There are no leaves overhead. They have ripened and fallen, but the white Spanish moss festooned along the branches hangs weeping down like the drapery of a deathbed. Prostrate trunks, yards in diameter and half decayed, lie around the ground. Their ends exhibit vast cavities where the porcupine and possum have taken shelter from the cold. My comrades, wrapped in their blankets and stretched upon the dead leaves, have gone to sleep. They lie with their feet to the fire and their heads resting in the hollow of their saddles. The horses, standing around a tree and tied to its lower branches, seem also to sleep. I am awake and listening. The wind is high up, whistling among the twigs and causing the long white streamers to oscillate. It utters a wild and melancholy music. There are a few other sounds, for it is winter, and the tree frog and cicada are silent. I hear the crackling knots in the fire, the rustling of dry leaves swirled up by a stray gust, the cahooah of the white owl, the bark of a raccoon, and, at intervals, the dismal howling of wolves. These are the nocturnal voices of the winter forest. They are savage sounds, yet there is a chord in my bosom that vibrates with their influence, and my spirit is tinged with romance as I lie and listen. The forest in autumn, still bearing its full frondage. The leaves resemble flowers, so bright are their hues. They are red and yellow and golden and brown. The woods are warm and glorious now, and the birds flutter among the laden branches. The eye wanders delighted down long vistas and over sunlit glades. It is caught by the flashing of gaudy plumage, the golden green of the paraquet, the blue of the jay, and the orange wing of the oriole. The redbird flutters low down in the coppice of green pawpaws, or amidst the amber leaflets of the beechen thicket. Hundreds of tiny wings flit through the openings, twinkling in the sun like the glancing of gems. The air is filled with music, sweet sounds of love. The bark of the squirrel, the cooing of mated doves, the rat-tat of the pecker, and the constant and measured chirp of the cicada, all ringing together. High up on the topmost twig, the mockingbird pours forth its mimic note, as though he would shame all the other songsters into silence. I am in a country of brown, barren earth and broken outlines. There are rocks and clefts and patches of sterile soil. Strange vegetable forms grow in the clefts and hang over the rocks. Others are spheroidal in shape, resting upon the surface of the parched earth. Others rise vertically to a great height, like carved and fluted columns. Some throw out branches, crooked, shaggy branches with hirsute oval leaves. Yet there is a homogeneousness about all these vegetable forms, in their color, in their fruit and flowers, that proclaims them of one family. They are cacti. It is a forest of Mexican nopal. Another singular plant is here. It throws out long, thorny leaves that curve downward. It is the agave, the far-famed mezcal plant of Mexico. Here and there, mingling with the cacti, are trees of acacia and mesquite, the denizens of the desert land. No bright object relieves the eye. No bird pours its melody into the ear. The lonely owl flaps away into the impassable thicket. The rattlesnake glides under its scanty shade, and the coyote skulks through its silent glades. I have climbed mountain after mountain, and still I behold peaks soaring far above, crowned with the snow that never melts. I stand upon beetling cliffs and look into the chasms that yawn beneath, sleeping in the silence of desolation. Great fragments have fallen into them, and lie piled up upon one another. Others hang threateningly over, as if waiting for some concussion of the atmosphere to hurl them from their balance. Dark precipices frown me into fear, and my head reels with a dizzy faintness. I hold by the pine tree shaft, or the angle of the firmer rock. Above and below and around me are mountains piled on mountains in chaotic confusion. Some are bald and bleak. Others exhibit traces of vegetation in the dark needles of the pine and cedar, whose stunted forms half grow, half hang from the cliffs. Here, a cone-shaped peak soars up till it is lost in snow and clouds. There, a ridge elevates its sharp outline against the sky, while along its side lie huge boulders of granite, as though they had been hurled from the hands of Titan giants. A fearful monster, the grizzly bear, drags his body along the high ridges. The carcajou squats upon the projecting rock, waiting the elk that must pass to the water below. And the bighorn bounds from crag to crag in search of his shy mate. Along the pine branch the bald buzzard whets his filthy beak, and the war eagle, soaring over all, cuts sharply against the blue field of the heavens. These are the Rocky Mountains, the American Andes, the colossal vertebras of the continent. Such are the aspects of the Wild West. Such is the scenery of our drama. Let us raise the curtain and bring on the characters. End Chapter 1. Recording by Dale Latham.
Chapter 2 of The Scalp Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Scalp Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 2. The Prairie Merchants. New Orleans, April 3rd, 18. Dear Saint Vrain, our young friend, Monsieur Henry Haller, goes to St. Louis in search of the picturesque. See that he be put through a regular course of sprouts. Yours, Louis Walton. Charles Saint Vrain, Esquire, Planters Hotel, St. Louis. With this laconic epistle in my waistcoat pocket, I debarked at St. Louis on the 10th of April, and drove to the Planters. After getting my baggage stowed and my horse, a favourite I had brought with me, stabled, I put on a clean shirt, and, descending to the office, inquired for Monsieur Saint Vrain. He was not there. He had gone up the Missouri River several days before. This was a disappointment, as I had brought no other introduction to St. Louis; but I endeavoured to wait with patience the return of Monsieur Saint Vrain. He was expected back in less than a week. Day after day I mounted my horse, I rode up to the mounds, and out upon the prairies. I lounged about the hotel, and smoked my cigar in its fine piazza. I drank sherry cobblers in the saloon, and read the journals in the reading room. With these and such like occupations I killed time for 3 whole days. There was a party of gentlemen stopping at the hotel, who seemed to know each other well. I might call them a clique; but that is not a good word, and does not express what I mean. They appeared rather a band of friendly, jovial fellows. They strolled together through the streets, and sat side by side at the table d'hote, where they usually remained long after the regular diners had retired. I noticed that they drank the most expensive wines, and smoked the finest cigars the house afforded. My attention was attracted to these men. I was struck with their peculiar bearing, their erect, Indian like carriage in the streets, combined with a boyish gaiety, so characteristic of the Western American. They dressed nearly alike, in fine black cloth, white linen, satin waistcoats, and diamond pins. They wore the whisker full, but smoothly trimmed, and several of them sported moustaches. Their hair fell curling over their shoulders, and most of them wore their collars turned down, displaying healthy looking, sun tanned throats. I was struck with the resemblance in their physiognomy. Their faces did not resemble each other, but there was an unmistakable similarity in the expression of the eye, no doubt the mark that had been made by like occupations and experience. Were they sportsmen? No, the sportsman's hands are whiter. There is more jewellery on his fingers. His waistcoat is of a gayer pattern, and altogether his dress will be more gaudy and superelegant. Moreover, the sportsman lacks that air of free and easy confidence. He dares not assume it. He may live in the hotel, but he must be quiet and unobtrusive. The sportsman is a bird of prey; hence, like all birds of prey, his habits are silent and solitary. They are not of his profession. "Who are these gentlemen?" I inquired from a person who sat by me, indicating to him the men of whom I have spoken. "The prairie men." "The prairie men?" "Yes, the Santa Fe traders." "Traders!" I echoed, in some surprise, not being able to connect such elegance with any ideas of trade or the prairies. "Yes," continued my informant, "that large, fine looking man in the middle is Bent, Bill Bent, as he is called. The gentleman on his right is young Sublette. The other, standing on his left, is one of the Choteaus, and that is the sober Jerry Folger. These, then, are the celebrated prairie merchants?" "Precisely so." I sat eyeing them with increased curiosity. I observed that they were looking at me, and that I was the subject of their conversation. Presently one of them, a dashing like young fellow, parted from the group and walked up to me. "Were you inquiring for Monsieur Saint Vrain?" he asked. "I was." "Charles?" "Yes, that is the name." "I am—" I pulled out my note of introduction, and handed it to the gentleman, who glanced over its contents. "My dear friend," said he, grasping me cordially, "very sorry I have not been here. I came down the river this morning. How stupid of Walton not to superscribe to Bill Bent! How long have you been up?" "3 days. I arrived on the 10th." "You are lost. Come, let me make you acquainted. Here, Bent, Bill, Jerry." And the next moment I had shaken hands with one and all of the traders, of which fraternity I found that my new friend, Saint Vrain, was a member. "First gong that?" asked one, as the loud scream of a gong came through the gallery. "Yes," replied Bent, consulting his watch. "Just time to liquor. Come along." Bent moved towards the saloon, and we all followed. Nemine desentiente. The spring season was setting in, and the young mint had sprouted, a botanical fact with which my new acquaintances appeared to be familiar, as one and all of them ordered a mint julep. This beverage, in the mixing and drinking, occupied our time until the second scream of the gong summoned us to dinner. "Sit with us, Mr Haller," said Bent. "I am sorry we didn't know you sooner. You have been lonely." And so saying, he led the way into the dining room, followed by his companions and myself. I need not describe a dinner at the Planters', with its venison steaks, its buffalo tongues, its prairie chickens, and its delicious frog fixings from the Illinois bottom. No, I would not describe the dinner, and what followed I am afraid I could not. We sat until we had the table to ourselves. Then the cloth was removed, and we commenced smoking regalias and drinking Madeira at $12 a bottle. This was ordered in by someone, not in single bottles, but by the half dozen. I remembered thus far well enough, and that, whenever I took up a wine card or a pencil, these articles were snatched out of my fingers. I remember listening to stories of wild adventures among the Pawnees and the Comanches and the Blackfeet, until I was filled with interest, and became enthusiastic about prairie life. Then someone asked me, would I not like to join them in a trip? Upon this I made a speech, and proposed to accompany my new acquaintances on their next expedition. And then Saint Vrain said I was just the man for their life, and this pleased me highly. Then someone sang a Spanish song with a guitar, I think, and someone else danced an Indian war dance, and then we all rose to our feet and chorused the Star-Spangled Banner. And I remember nothing else after this until next morning, when I remember well that I awoke with a splitting headache. I had hardly time to reflect on my previous night's folly, when the door opened, and Saint Vrain, with half a dozen of my table companions, rushed into the room. They were followed by a waiter, who carried several large glasses topped with ice, and filled with a pale amber-coloured liquid. "A sherry cobbler, Mr. Haller," cried one. "Best thing in the world for you. Drain it, my boy. It'll cool you into a squirrel's jump." I drank off the refreshing beverage as desired. "Now, my dear friend," said Saint Vrain, "you feel 100% better. But tell me, were you in earnest when you spoke of going with us across the plains? We start in a week. I shall be sorry to part with you so soon." "But I was in earnest. I am going with you, if you will only show me how I am to set about it." "Nothing easier. Buy yourself a horse." "I have got one." "Then a few coarse articles of dress, a rifle, a pair of pistols, a—" "Stop, stop! I have all these things. That is not what I would be at, but this. You, gentlemen, carry goods to Santa Fe. You double or treble your money on them. Now, I have $10,000 in a bank here. What should hinder me to combine profit with pleasure, and invest it as you do?" "Nothing, nothing. A good idea," answered several. "Well, then, if any of you will have the goodness to go with me, and show me what sort of merchandise I am to lay in for the Santa Fe market, I will pay his wine bill at dinner; and that's no small commission, I think." The prairie men laughed loudly, declaring they would all go a shopping with me, and after breakfast we started in a body, arm in arm. Before dinner I had invested nearly all my disposable funds in printed calicoes, long knives, and looking glasses, leaving just money enough to purchase mule wagons and hire teamsters at Independence, our point of departure for the plains. A few days after, with my new companions, I was steaming up the Missouri, on our way to the trackless prairies of the far west. Chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of the Scalp Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Latham. The Scalp Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reed. Chapter 3. The Prairie Fever. After a week spent in Independence buying mules and wagons, we took the route over the plains. There were 100 wagons in the caravan, and nearly twice that number of teamsters in attendance. 2 of the capacious vehicles contained all my plunder, and to manage them, I hired a couple of lathy, long-haired Missourians. I'd also engaged a Canadian voyager named Gode as a sort of attendant or compagnon. Where are these glossy gentlemen of the Planters' Hotel? One would suppose they had been left behind, as here are none but men in hunting shirts and slouch hats. Yes, but under these hats we recognize their faces, and in these rude shirts we have the same jovial fellows as ever. The silky black and the diamonds have disappeared, for now the traders flourish under the prairie costume. I will endeavor to give an idea of the appearance of my companions by describing my own. for I am tricked out very much like themselves. I wear a hunting shirt of dressed deerskin. It is a garment more after the style of the ancient tunic than anything I can think of. It is of a light yellow color, beautifully stitched and embroidered, and the cape, for it has a short cape, is fringed by tags cut out of the leather itself. The skirt is also bordered by a similar fringe and hangs full and low. A pair of savers of scarlet cloth cover my limbs to the thigh, and under these are strong jean pantaloons, heavy boots, and big brass spurs. A colored cotton shirt, a blue necktie, and a broad-brimmed Guayaquil hat complete the articles of my everyday dress. Behind me, on the cantle of my saddle, may be observed a bright red object folded into a cylindrical form. That is my mackinaw, a great favorite, for it makes my bed by night and my greatcoat on other occasions. There is a small slit in the middle of it, through which I thrust my head in cold or rainy weather, and I am thus covered to the ankles. As I have said, my compagnons de voyage are similarly attired. There may be a difference of color in the blanket or the leggings, or the shirt may be of other materials, but that I have described may be taken as a character dress. We are all somewhat similarly armed and equipped. For my part, I may say that I am armed to the teeth. In my holsters I carry a pair of Colts, large-size revolvers, 6 shots each. In my belt is another pair of the small size, with 5 shots each. In addition, I have a light rifle, making in all 23 shots, which I have learned to deliver in as many seconds of time. Failing with all of these, I carry in my belt a long, shining blade known as a bowie knife. This last is my hunting knife, my dining knife, and in short, my knife of all work. For accoutrements, I have a pouch and a flask, both slung under the right arm. I also have a large gourd canteen and a haversack for my rations. So have all my companions. But we are differently mounted. Some ride saddle mules, others bestride mustangs, while a few have brought their favorite American horses. I am of this number. I ride a dark brown stallion, with black legs and muzzle like the withered fern. He is half Arab, and of perfect proportions. He is called Moro, a Spanish name given him by the Louisiana planter from whom I bought him, but why, I do not know. I have retained the name, and he answers to it readily. He is strong, fleet, and beautiful. Many of my friends fancy him on the route and offer large prices for him, but these do not tempt me, for my Moro serves me well. Every day I grow more and more attached to him. My dog Alp, a St. Bernard that I bought from a Swiss émigré in St. Louis, hardly comes in for the tithe of my affections. I find on referring to my notebook that for weeks we've traveled over the prairies without any incident of unusual interest. To me, the scenery was interest enough, and I do not remember a more striking picture than to see the long caravan of wagons, the prairie ships, deployed over the plain, or crawling slowly up some gentle slope, their white tilts contrasting beautifully with the deep green of the earth. At night, too, the camp, with its corralled wagons and horses picketed around, was equally a picture. The scenery was altogether new to me, and imbued me with impressions of peculiar character. The streams were fringed with tall groves of cottonwood trees, whose column-like stems supported a thick frondage of silvery leaves. These groves, meeting at different points, walled in the view, so dividing the prairies from one another that we seemed to travel through vast fields fenced by colossal hedges. We crossed many rivers, fording some and floating our wagons over others that were deeper and wider. Occasionally we saw deer and antelope, and our hunter shot a few of these, but we had not yet reached the range of the buffalo. Once we stopped a day to recruit in a wooded bottom where the grass was plentiful and the water pure. Now and then, too, we were halted to mend a broken tongue or an axle, or help a stalled wagon from its miry bed. I had very little trouble with my particular division of the caravan, My Missourians turned out to be a pair of staunch hands who could assist one another without making a desperate affair of every slight accident. The grass had sprung up in our mules and oxen. Instead of thinning down, every day grew fatter upon it. Morrow, therefore, came in for better share of the maize that I had brought in my wagons, and which kept my favorite in fine traveling condition. As we approached the Arkansas, we saw mounted Indians disappearing over the swells. They were Pawnees, and for several days clouds of these dusky warriors hung upon the skirts of the caravan. But they knew our strength and kept a wary distance from our long rifles. To me, every day brought something new, either in the incidents of the voyage or the features of the landscape. Gode, who has been by turns a voyager, a hunter, a trapper, and a coureur de bois, in our private dialogues has given me an insight into many an item of prairie craft, thus enabling me to cut quite a respectable figure among my new comrades. Saint Vrain, too, whose frank, generous manner had already won my confidence, spared no pains to make the trip agreeable to me. What, with gallops by day and the wilder tales by the night watch fires, I became intoxicated with the romance of my new life. I had caught the prairie fever. So my companions told me, laughing. I did not understand them then. I knew what they meant afterwards. The prairie fever, yes. I was just then in the process of being inoculated by that strange disease. It grew upon me apace. The dreams of home began to die within me, and with these the illusory dreams of many a young and foolish ambition. My strength increased both physically and intellectually. I experienced a buoyancy of spirits and a vigor of body I had never known before. I felt a pleasure in action. My blood seemed to rush warmer and swifter through my veins, and I fancied that my eyes reached to a more distant vision. I could look boldly upon the sun without quivering in my glance. Had I imbibed a portion of the divine essence that lives and moves and has its being in those vast solitudes? Who can answer this? End Chapter 3. Recording by Dale Latham.
Chapter 4 of The Scalp Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Scalp Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 4. A Ride Upon a Buffalo Bull. We had been out about 2 weeks when we struck the Arkansas Bend, about 6 miles below the Plum Buttes. Here our wagons corralled and camped. So far we had seen but little of the buffalo, only a stray bull, or at most 2 or 3 together, and these shy. It was now the running season, but none of the great droves, love-maddened, had crossed us. "Yonder!" cried Saint Vrain. "Fresh hump for supper." We looked northwest, as indicated by our friend. Along the escarpment of a low table, 5 dark objects broke the line of the horizon. A glance was enough. They were buffaloes. As Saint Vrain spoke, we were about slipping off our saddles. Back went the girth buckles with a sneck. Down came the stirrups. Up we went, and off in the twinkling of a goat's eye. Half a score or so started, some like myself for the sport, while others, old hunters, had the meat in their eye. We had made but a short day's march. Our horses were still fresh, and in 3 times as many minutes the 3 miles that lay between us and the game were reduced to 1. Here, however, we were winded. Some of the party, like myself, green upon the prairies, disregarding advice, had ridden straight ahead, and the bulls snuffed us on the wind. When within a mile, one of them threw up his shaggy front, snorted, struck the ground with his hoof, rolled over, rose up again, and dashed off at full speed, followed by his 4 companions. It remained to us now either to abandon the chase or put our horses to their mettle and catch up. The latter course was adopted, and we galloped forward. All at once we found ourselves riding up to what appeared to be a clay wall, 6 feet high. It was a stair between two tables, and ran right and left as far as the eye could reach, without the semblance of a gap. This was an obstacle that caused us to rein up and reflect. Some wheeled their horses, and commenced riding back, while half a dozen of us, better mounted, among whom were Saint Vrain and my voyager Gode, not wishing to give up the chase so easily, put to the spur, and cleared the Scalp. From this point it caused us a 5 miles gallop, and our horses a white sweat, to come up with the hindmost, a young cow, which fell, bored by a bullet from every rifle in the party. As the others had gained some distance ahead, and we had meat enough for all, we reined up, and, dismounting, set about removing the hair. This operation was a short one under the skilful knives of the hunters. We had now leisure to look back, and calculate the distance we had ridden from camp. 8 miles, every inch!" cried one. "We're close to the trail," said Saint Vrain, pointing to some old wagon tracks that marked the route of the Santa Fe traders. "Well?" "If we ride into camp, we shall have to ride back in the morning. It will be 16 extra miles for our cattle." "True." "Let us stay here, then. Here's water and grass. There's buffalo meat, and yonder's a wagon load of chips. We have our blankets, and what more do we want? I say, camp where we are." "And I." In a minute the girth buckles flew open, our saddles were lifted off, and our panting horses were cropping the curly benches of the prairie grass, within the circles of their cabriestos. A crystal rivulet, the arroyo of the Spaniards, stole away southward to the Arkansas. On the bank of this rivulet, and under one of its bluffs, we chose a spot for our bivouac. The bois de vache was collected, a fire was kindled, and hump steaks, spitted on sticks, were soon sputtering in the blaze. Luckily, Saint Vrain and I had our flasks along, and as each of them contained a pint of pure cognac, we managed to make a tolerable supper. The old hunters had their pipes and tobacco, my friend and I our cigars, and we sat round the ashes till a late hour, smoking and listening to wild tales of mountain adventure. At length the watch was told off, the lariats were shortened, the picket pins driven home, and my comrades, rolling themselves up in their blankets, rested their heads in the hollow of their saddles, and went to sleep. There was a man named Hibbets in our party, who, from his habits of somnolency, had earned the sobriquet of Sleepyhead. For this reason the first watch had been assigned to him, being the least dangerous, as Indians seldom made their attacks until the hour of soundest sleep, that before daybreak. Hibbets had climbed to his post, the top of the bluff, where he could command a view of the surrounding prairie. Before night had set in, I had noticed a very beautiful spot on the bank of the arroyo, about 200 yards from where my comrades lay. A sudden fancy came into my head to sleep there, and taking up my rifle, robe, and blanket, at the same time calling to Sleepyhead to awake me in case of alarm, I proceeded thither. The ground, shelving gradually down to the arroyo, was covered with soft buffalo grass, thick and dry, as good a bed as was ever pressed by sleepy mortal. On this I spread my robe, and folding my blanket around me, lay down, cigar in mouth, to smoke myself asleep. It was a lovely moonlight, so clear that I could easily distinguish the colours of the prairie flowers, the silver euphorbias, the golden sunflowers, and the scarlet malvas that fringed the banks of the arroyo at my feet. There was an enchanting stillness in the air, broken only by an occasional whine from the prairie wolf, the distant snoring of my companions, and the crop crop of our horses, shortening the crisp grass. I lay a good while awake, until my cigar burnt up to my lips. We smoke them close on the prairies. Then, spitting out the stump, I turned over on my side, and was soon in the land of dreams. I could not have been asleep many minutes when I felt sensible of a strange noise, like distant thunder, or the roaring of a waterfall. The ground seemed to tremble beneath me. "We are going to have a dash of a thunder shower," thought I, still half dreaming, half sensible to impressions from without; and I drew the folds of my blanket closer around me, and again slept. I was awakened by a noise like thunder, indeed like the trampling of 1,000 hoofs, and the lowing of 1,000 oxen. The earth echoed and trembled. I could hear the shouts of my comrades, the voices of Saint Vrain and Gode, the latter calling out, "Sacre, monsieur! Prenez garde des buffles!" I saw that they had drawn the horses and were hurrying them under the bluff. I sprang to my feet, flinging aside my blanket. A fearful spectacle was before me. Away to the west, as far as the eye could reach, the prairie seemed in motion. Black waves rolled over its undulating outlines, as though some burning mountain were pouring down its lava upon the plains. 1,000 bright spots flashed and flitted along the moving surface like jets of fire. The ground shook. Men shouted. Horses reared upon their ropes, neighing wildly. My dog barked and bowled, running around me. For a moment I thought I was dreaming. But no, the scene was too real to be mistaken for a vision. I saw the border of a black wave within 10 paces of me, and still approaching. Then, and not till then, did I recognize the shaggy crests and glaring eyeballs of the buffalo. "Oh, God! I am in their track! I shall be trampled to death!" It was too late to attempt an escape by running. I seized my rifle and fired at the foremost of the band. The effect of my shot was not perceptible. The water of the arroyo was dashed in my face. A huge bull, ahead of the rest, furious and snorting, plunged through the stream and up the slope. I was lifted and tossed high into the air. I was thrown rearwards and fell upon a moving mass. I did not feel hurt or stunned. I felt myself carried onward upon the backs of several animals that in the dense drove ran closely together. These, frightened at their strange burden, bellowed loudly, and dashed on to the front. A sudden thought struck me, and, fixing on that which was most under me, I dropped my legs astride of him, embracing his hump, and clutching the long woolly hair that grew upon his neck. The animal routed with extreme terror, and plunging forward, soon headed the band. This was exactly what I wanted, and on we went over the prairie, the bull running at top speed, believing, no doubt, that he had a panther or a catamount between his shoulders. I had no desire to disabuse him of this belief, and, lest he should deem me altogether harmless and come to a halt, I slipped out my bowie, which happened to be handy, and pricked him up whenever he showed symptoms of lagging. At every fresh touch of the spur he roared out, and ran forward at a redoubled pace. My danger was still extreme. The drove was coming on behind with the front of nearly a mile. I could not have cleared it had the bull stopped and left me on the prairie. Notwithstanding the peril I was in, I could not resist laughing at my ludicrous situation. I felt as one does when looking at a good comedy. We struck through a village of prairie dogs. Here I fancied the animal was about to turn and run back. This brought my mirth to a sudden pause. But the buffalo usually runs in a bee line, and fortunately mine made no exception to the law. On he went, sinking to the knees, kicking the dust from the conical hills, snorting and bellowing with rage and terror. The plum buttes were directly in the line of our course. I had seen this from the start, and knew that if I could reach them I would be safe. They were nearly 3 miles from the bluff where we had bivouacked, but in my ride I fancied them 10. A small one rose over the prairie, several hundred yards nearer than the main heights. Towards this I pricked the foaming bull in a last stretch, and he brought me cleverly within 100 yards of its base. It was now time to take leave of my dusky companion. I could have slaughtered him as I leaned over his back. My knife rested upon the most vulnerable part of his huge body. No, I could not have slain that buffalo for the Kohinoor. Untwisting my fingers from his thick fleece, I slipped down over his tail, and without as much as saying "good night," ran with all my speed towards the knoll. I climbed up, and sitting down upon a loose boulder of rock, looked over the prairie. The moon was still shining brightly. My late companion had halted not far from where I had left him, and stood glaring back with an air of extreme bewilderment. There was something so comical in the sight that I yelled with laughter as I sat securely on my perch. I looked to the southwest. As far as the eye could see, the prairie was black and moving. The living wave came rolling onward and toward me, but I could now observe it in safety. The myriads of glancing eyes, sparkling like phosphoric gleams, no longer flashed terror. The drove was still half a mile distant. I thought I saw quick gleams, and heard the report of firearms away over its left border, but I could not be certain. I had begun to think of the fate of my comrades, and this gave me hopes that they were safe. The buffaloes approached the butte on which I was seated, and, perceiving the obstacle, suddenly forked into 2 great belts, and swept right and left around it. What struck me at this moment as curious was, that my particular bull, instead of waiting till his comrades had come up, and falling in amongst the foremost, suddenly tossed up his head, and galloped off as if a pack of wolves had been after him. He ran towards the outside of the band. When he had reached a point that placed him fairly beyond the flank, I could see him closing in, and moving on with the rest. This strange tactic of my late companion puzzled me at the time, but I afterwards learned that it was a sound strategy on his part. Had he remained where I had parted with him, the foremost bulls coming up would have mistaken him for an individual of some other tribe, and would certainly have gored him to death. I sat upon the rock for nearly 2 hours, silently watching the sable stream as it poured past. I was on an island in the midst of a black and glittering sea. At one time I fancied I was moving, that the butte was sailing onward, and the buffaloes were standing still. My head swam with dizziness, and I leaped to my feet to drive away the strange illusion. The torrent rolled onward, and at length the hindmost went straggling past. I descended from the knoll, and commenced groping my way over the black trodden earth. What was lately a green sward now presented the aspect of ground freshly ploughed, and trampled by droves of oxen. A number of white animals, resembling a flock of sheep, passed near me. They were wolves hanging upon the skirts of the herd. I pushed on, keeping to the southward. At length I heard voices, and in the clear moonlight could see several horsemen galloping in circles over the plain. I shouted "Hallo!" A voice answered mine, and one of the horsemen came galloping up. It was Saint Vrain. "Why, bless me, Haller!" cried he, reining up, and bending up from his saddle to get a better view of me. "Is it you, or your ghost? As I sit here, it's the man himself, and alive!" "Never in better condition," I replied. "But where did you come from? The clouds, the sky, where?" And his questions were echoed by the others, who at this moment were shaking me by the hand, as if they had not seen me for a twelvemonth. Gode seemed to be the most perplexed man of the party. "Mon Dieu! Run over! Tramp by 1,000,000 buffles! Et n'est pas mort! Cré matin!" "We were hunting for your body, or rather the fragments of it," said Saint Vrain. "We had searched every foot of the prairie for a mile round, and had almost come to the conclusion that the fierce brutes had eaten you up." "Eat monsieur up? No! 3,000,000 buffles no him eat. Mon Dieu! Ha! sleephead!" This exclamation of the Canadian was addressed to Hibbets, who had failed to warn my comrades of where I lay, and thus placed me in such a dangerous predicament. "We saw you tossed in the air," continued Saint Vrain, "and fall right into the thick of them. Then, of course, we gave you up. But how, in heaven's name, have you got clear?" I related my adventure to my wondering comrades. "Pardieu!" cried Gode. "Un garçon très bizarre! Une adventure très merveilleuse!" From that hour I was looked upon as a captain on the prairies. My comrades had made a good work of it, as a dozen dark objects that lay upon the plain testified. They had found my rifle and blankets, the latter trodden into the earth. Saint Vrain had still a few drops in his flask, and after swallowing these, and again placing the guard, we returned to our prairie couches, and slept out the night. Chapter 5
of the Scalp Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Latham. The Scalp Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 5. In a Bad Fix. A few days afterwards another adventure befell me, and I began to think that I was destined to become a hero among the mountain men. A small party of traders, myself among the number, had pushed forward ahead of the caravan. Our object was to arrive at Santa Fe a day or two before the wagons, in order to have everything arranged with the governor for their entrance into that capital. We took the route by the Cimarron. Our road, for 100 miles or so, lay through a barren desert without game and almost without water. The buffalo had already disappeared, and deer were equally scarce. We had to content ourselves with the dried meat which we had brought from the settlements. We were in the deserts of the Artemisia. Now and then we could see a stray antelope bounding away before us, but keeping far out of range. They, too, seemed to be unusually shy. On the third day, after leaving the caravan, as we were riding near the Cimarron, I thought I observed a pronghead disappearing behind a swell in the prairie. My companions were skeptical, and none of them would go with me, so, wheeling out of the trail, I started alone. One of the men, for Gode was behind, kept charge of my dog, as I did not choose to take him with me, lest he might alarm the antelopes. My horse was fresh and willing, and whether successful or not, I knew that I could easily overtake the party by camping time. I struck directly towards the spot where I had seen the object. It appeared to be only half a mile or so from the trail. It proved more distant, a common illusion in the crystal atmosphere of these upland regions. A curiously formed ridge, a couteau de prairies on a small scale, traversed the plain from east to west. A thicket of cactus covered part of its summit. Towards this thicket I directed myself. I dismounted at the bottom of the slope, and leading my horse silently among the cacti plants, tied him to one of their branches. I then crept cautiously through the thorny leaves towards the point where I had fancied I had seen the game. To my joy, not one antelope, but a brace of those beautiful animals were quietly grazing beyond. But alas, too far off from the range of my rifle. They were fully 300 yards distant, upon a smooth grassy slope. There was not even a sage bush to cover me, should I attempt to approach them. What was to be done? I lay for several minutes thinking over the different tricks known in huntercraft for taking the antelope. Should I imitate their call? Should I hoist my handkerchief and try to lure them up? I saw that they were too shy, for at short intervals they threw up their graceful heads and looked inquiringly around them. I remembered the red blanket on my saddle. I could display this upon the cactus bushes. Perhaps it would attract them. I had no alternative, and was turning to go back for the blanket when all at once my eye rested upon a clay-colored line running across the prairie beyond where the animals were feeding. It was a break in the surface of the plain, a buffalo road, or a channel of an arroyo. In either case, the very cover I wanted, for the animals were not 100 yards from it and were getting still nearer to it as they fed. Creeping back out of the thicket, I ran along the side of the slope towards the point where I had noticed that the ridge was depressed to the prairie level. Here, to my surprise, I found myself on the banks of a broad arroyo, whose water, clear and shallow, ran slowly over a bed of sand and gypsum. The banks were low, not over 3 feet above the surface of the water, except where the ridge impinged upon the stream. Here there was a high bluff, and hurrying round its base, I entered the channel and commenced wading upward. As I had anticipated, I soon came to a bend where the stream, after running parallel to the ridge, swept round and canyoned through it. At this place I stopped and looked cautiously over the bank. The antelopes had approached within less than a rifle range of the arroyo, but they were yet far above my position. They were still quietly feeding and unconscious of danger. I again bent down and waded on. It was a difficult task proceeding in this way. The bed of the creek was soft and yielding, and I was compelled to tread slowly and silently lest I should alarm the game. But I was cheered in my exertions by the prospect of fresh venison for my supper. After a weary drag of several hundred yards, I came opposite to a small clump of wormwood bushes growing out of the bank. I may be high enough, thought I. These will serve for cover. I raised my body gradually until I could see through the leaves. I was in the right spot. I brought my rifle to level, sighted for the heart of the buck, and fired. The animal leaped from the ground and fell back, lifeless. I was about to rush forward and secure my prize when I observed the doe, instead of running off as I had expected, go up to her fallen partner and press her tapering nose to his body. She was not more than 20 yards from me, and I could plainly see that her look was one of inquiry and bewilderment. All at once she seemed to comprehend the fatal truth, and throwing back her head commenced uttering the most piteous cries, at the same time running in circles around the body. I stood wavering between two minds. My first impulse had been to reload and kill the doe, but her plaintive voice entered my heart, disarming me of all hostile intentions. Had I dreamt of witnessing this painful spectacle, I should not have left the trail. But the mischief was now done. I have worse than killed her, thought I. It will be better to dispatch her at once. Actuated by these principles of a common, but to her fatal, humanity, I rested the butt of my rifle and reloaded. With a faltering hand, I again leveled the piece and fired. My nerves were steady enough to do the work. When the smoke floated aside, I could see the little creature bleeding upon the grass, her head resting against the body of her murdered mate. I shouldered my rifle and was about to move forward when, to my astonishment, I found that I was caught by the feet. I was held firmly, as if my legs had been screwed in a vise. I made an effort to extricate myself, another more violent and equally unsuccessful, and with a third I lost my balance and fell back upon the water. Half suffocated, I regained my upright position, but only to find that I was held as fast as ever. Again I struggled to free my limbs. I could neither move them backward nor forward, to the right nor to the left, and I became sensible that I was gradually going down. Then the fearful truth flashed upon me. I was sinking in a quicksand. A feeling of horror came over me. I renewed my efforts with the energy of desperation. I leaned to one side, then to the other, almost wrenching my knees from their sockets. My feet remained fast as ever. I could not move them an inch. The soft, clinging sand already overtopped my horse-skin boots, wedging them around my ankles so that I was unable to draw them off, and I could feel that I was still sinking, slowly but surely, as though some subterranean monster were leisurely dragging me down. This very thought caused me a fresh thrill of horror, and I called aloud for help. To whom? There was no one within miles of me, no living thing. Yes, the neigh of my horse answered me from the hill, mocking my despair. I bent forward as well as my constrained position would permit, and with frenzied fingers commenced tearing up the sand. I could barely reach the surface, and the little hollow I was able to make filled up almost as soon as it had been formed. A thought occurred to me. My rifle might support me placed horizontally. I looked around for it. It was not to be seen. It had sunk beneath the sand. Could I throw my body flat and prevent myself from sinking deeper? No. The water was 2 feet in depth. I should drown at once. This last hope left me as soon as formed. I could think of no plan to save myself. I could make no further effort. A strange stupor seized upon me. My very thoughts became paralyzed. I knew that I was going mad. For a moment I was mad. After an interval, my senses returned. I made an effort to rouse my mind from its paralysis in order that I might meet death, which I now believed to be certain, as a man should. I stood erect. My eyes had sunk to the prairie level and rested upon the still bleeding victims of my cruelty. My heart smote me at the sight. Was I suffering a retribution of God? With humble and penitent thoughts, I turned my face to heaven, almost dreading that some sign of omnipotent anger would scowl upon me from above. But no, the sun was shining as brightly as ever, and the blue canopy of the world was without a cloud. I gazed upward and prayed with an earnestness known only to the hearts of men in positions of peril like mine. As I continued to look up, an object attracted my attention. Against the sky, I distinguished the outlines of a large bird. I knew it to be the obscene bird of the plains, the buzzard vulture. Whence had it come? Who knows? Far beyond the reach of human eye, it had seen or scented the slaughtered antelopes, and on broad, silent wing was now descending to the feast of death. Presently, another, and another, and many others mottled the blue field of the heavens, curving and wheeling silently earthward. Then the foremost swooped down upon the bank, and after gazing around for a moment, flapped off towards its prey. In a few seconds the prairie was black with filthy birds, which clambered over the dead antelopes, and beat their wings against each other while they tore out the eyes of the quarry with their fetid beaks. And now came gaunt wolves, sneaking and hungry, stealing out of the cactus thicket and loping, coward-like, over the green swells of the prairie. These, after a battle, drove away their vultures and tore up the prey, all while growling and snapping vengefully at each other. Thank heaven, I shall at least be saved from this. I was soon relieved from the sight. My eyes had sunk below the level of the bank. I had looked my last on the fair green earth. I could now see only the clayey walls that contained the river and the water that ran unheeding by me. Once more I fixed my gaze upon the sky, and with a prayerful heart endeavored to resign myself to my fate. In spite of my efforts to be calm, the memories of earthly pleasures and friends and home came over me, causing me at intervals to break into wild paroxysms and make fresh, though fruitless, struggles. Again I was attracted by the neighing of my horse. A thought entered my mind, filling me with fresh hopes. Perhaps my horse. I lost not a moment. I raised my voice to its highest pitch and called the animal by name. I knew that he would come at my call. I had tied him but slightly. The cactus limb would snap off. I called again, repeating the words that were well known to him. I listened with a bounding heart. For a moment there was silence. Then I heard the quick sound of his hooves, as though the animal were rearing and struggling to free himself. Then I could distinguish the stroke of his heels in a measured and regular gallop. Nearer came the sounds, nearer and clearer, until the gallant brute appeared upon the bank above me. There he halted, and, flinging back his tossed mane, uttered a shrill neigh. He was bewildered and looked to every side, snorting loudly. I knew that, having once seen me, he would not stop until he pressed his nose against my cheek, for this was his usual custom. Holding out my hands, I again uttered the magic words. Now glancing downward, he perceived me and, stretching himself, sprang out into the channel. The next moment, I held him by the bridle. There was no time to be lost. I was still going down, and my armpits were fast nearing the surface of the quicksand. I caught the lariat and, passing it under the saddle girths, fastened it in a tight, firm knot. I then looped the trailing end, making it secure around my body. I had left enough of the rope between the bit ring and the girths to enable me to check and guide the animal in case the drag upon my body should be too painful. All this while the dumb brute seemed to comprehend what I was about. He knew, too, the nature of the ground on which he stood, for during the operation he kept lifting his feet alternately to prevent himself from sinking. My arrangements were at length completed, and with the feeling of terrible anxiety I gave my horse the signal to move forward. Instead of going off with a start, the intelligent animal stepped away slowly, as though he understood my situation. The lariat tightened. I felt my body moving, and the next moment experienced a wild delight, a feeling I cannot describe, as I found myself dragged out of the sand. I sprang to my feet with a shout of joy. I rushed up to my steed, and throwing my arms around his neck, kissed him. He answered my embrace with a low whimper, and that told me I was understood. I looked for my rifle, Fortunately, it had not sunk deeply, and I soon found it. My boots were behind me, but I stayed not to look for them, being smitten with the wholesome dread of the place where I had left them. It was sundown before I reached camp, where I was met by the inquiries of my wondering companions. "Did you come across the goats? Where's your boots? Whether have you been hunting or fishing?" I answered all of these questions by relating my adventures, and that night I was again the hero of the campfire. End Chapter 5. Recording by Dale Latham.
Chapter 6 of The Scalp Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Scalp Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 6. Santa Fe. After a week's climbing through the Rocky Mountains, we descended into the valley of the Del Norte, and arrived at the capital of New Mexico, the far-famed Santa Fe. Next day the caravan itself came in, for we had lost time on the southern route, and the wagons, travelling by the Raton Pass, had made a good journey of it. We had no difficulty about their entrance into the country, with the proviso that we paid $500 of alcavala tax upon each wagon. This was a greater extortion than usual, but the traders were compelled to accept the impost. Santa Fe is the entrepot of the province, and the chief seat of its trade. On reaching it we halted, camping without the walls. Saint Vrain, several other proprietaires, and myself, took up our quarters at the fonda, where we endeavoured, by means of the sparkling vintage of El Paso, to make ourselves oblivious of the hardships we had endured in the passage of the plains. The night of our arrival was given to feasting and making merry. Next morning I was awakened by the voice of my man Gode, who appeared to be in high spirits, singing a snatch of a Canadian boat song. "Ah, monsieur!" cried he, seeing me awake, "to-night, aujourd'hui, une grande fonction, un bal vat les Mexicains, he call fandango. Très bien, monsieur, you will sure have grand plaisir to see un fandango Mexicain." "Not I, Gode. My countrymen are not so fond of dancing as yours." "C'est vrai, monsieur, but von fandango is très curieux. You shall see ver many sort of de pas, bolero, et valse with de cuna, and ver many more pas, all mixed up in von puchero. Allons, monsieur, you will see very many pretty girl, à l'œil très noir, and ver short, ver short. Vat you call 'em in American?" "I do not know what you allude to." "C'est là! Seize, monsieur," holding out the skirt of his hunting shirt. "Pardieu! Now I have him. Petticoats, ver short petticoats. Ah, you shall see vat you shall see en un fandango Mexican. Las niñas de Durango conmigo balanjas al cielo saltandas en el fandango, en el fandango. Ah, here comes Monsieur Saint Vrain. Écoutez, he never go to fandango. Sacré, how monsieur dance, like un montre de ballet. Mas he be de sangre, blood Francais. Écoutez, al cielo saltandas en el fandango, en el fandang. Ha, Gode, monsieur, trot over to the cantina and beg, borrow, buy, or steal a bottle of the best Paso." "Sall I steal 'em, Monsieur Saint Vrain?" inquired Gode, with a knowing grin. "No, you old Canadian thief. Pay for it. There's the money. Best Paso, do you hear? Cool and sparkling. Now, voya! Bonjour, my bold rider of buffalo bulls. I still abed, I see. My head aches as if it would split. Ha, ha, ha! So does mine. But Gode's gone for medicine. Hair of the dog, good for the bite. Come, jump up. Wait till I get a dose of your medicine. True, you will feel better then. I say, city life doesn't agree with us, eh? You call this a city, do you? Ay, so it is styled in these parts. La Ciudad de Santa Fe, the famous city of Santa Fe, the capital of Nuevo Mexico, the metropolis of all prairiedom, the paradise of traders, trappers, and thieves. And this is the progress of 300 years? Why, these people have hardly passed the first stages of civilization. Rather say they are passing the last stages of it. Here, on this fair oasis, you will find painting, poetry, dancing, theatres, and music, faith and fireworks, with all the little amorous arts that characterize a nation's decline. You will meet with numerous Don Quixotes, soi disant knights errant, Romeos without the heart, and ruffians without the courage. You will meet with many things before you encounter either virtue or honesty. Hola, muchacho! ¿Qué es, señor? Hay café? Si, señor. Bring us a couple of tazas, then. Dos tazas, do you hear? And quick! Aprisa, aprisa! Si, señor. Ah, here comes la voyageur canadienne. So, old Nor'west, you've brought the wine? Vin délicieux, Monsieur Saint Vrain, equal to the vintage Francais. He is right, Haller. Zap, zap, delicious, you may say. Good, Gode. Zap, zap, come drink. It will make you feel as strong as a buffalo. See, it seethes like a soda spring, like fontaine qui bouille, eh, Gode? Oui, monsieur, ver like fontaine qui bouille. Oui. Drink, man, drink. Don't fear it. It's the pure juice. Smell the flavour. Taste the bouquet. What wine the Yankees will one day squeeze out of these New Mexican grapes. Why, do you think the Yankees have an eye to this quarter? Think? I know it. And why not? What use are these mannikins in creation? Only to cumber the earth. Well, mozo, you have brought the coffee? Ya, está, señor. Here, try some of this. It will help to set you on your feet. They can make coffee, and no mistake. It takes a Spaniard to do that. What is this fandango Gode has been telling me about? Ah, true. We are to have a famous one to-night. You'll go, of course? Out of curiosity. Very well. You will have your curiosity gratified. The blustering old grampus of a governor is to honour the ball with his presence, and it is said his pretty señora. That I don't believe. Why not? He's too much afraid lest one of these wild Americanos might whip her off on the cantle of his saddle. Such things have been done in this very valley. By Saint Mary, she is good looking, continued Saint Vrain, in a half soliloquy, and I knew a man, the cursed old tyrant. Only think of it. Of what? The way he has bled us. $500 a wagon, and 100 of them at that. In all, $50,000. But he will pocket all this? Will not the government? Government? No, every cent of it. He is the government here, and with the help of this instalment he will rule these miserable wretches with an iron rod. And yet they hate him, do they not? Him and his, and they have reason. It is strange they do not rebel. They have at times, but what can they do? Like all true tyrants, he has divided them, and makes them spend their heart's hatred on one another. But he seems not to have a very large army, no bodyguard. Bodyguard! cried Saint Vrain, interrupting me. Look out! There's his bodyguard. Indios bravos, les Navajos! claimed Gode. At the same instant, I looked forth into the street. Half a dozen tall savages, wrapped in striped serapes, were passing. Their wild, hungry looks and slow, proud walk at once distinguished them from Indios manzos, the water-drawing, wood-hewing pueblos. "Are they Navajoes?" I asked. "Oui, monsieur, oui," replied Gode, apparently with some excitement. "Navajoes!" "There's no mistaking them," added Saint Vrain. "But the Navajoes are the notorious enemies of the New Mexicans. How come they to be here? Prisoners?" Do they look like prisoners? They certainly showed no signs of captivity in either look or gesture. They strode proudly up the street, occasionally glancing at the passers with an air of savage and lordly contempt. Why, then, are they here? Their country lies far to the west. That is one of the secrets of Nuevo Mexico, about which I will enlighten you some other time. They are now protected by a treaty of peace, which is only binding upon them as long as it may suit their convenience to recognize it. At present they are as free here as you or I, indeed more so, when it comes to that. I wouldn't wonder if we were to meet them at the fandango to-night. I have heard that the Navajoes are cannibals. It is true. Look at them this minute. See how they gloat upon that chubby little fellow, who seems instinctively to fear them. Lucky for the urchin it's broad daylight, or he might get chucked under one of those striped blankets. Are you in earnest, Saint Vrain?" "By my word, I am not jesting. If I mistake not, Gode's experience will confirm what I have said. Eh, voyageur?" "C'est vrai, monsieur. I was prisonnier in la nation, not Nava, but l'Apache. Moque de same. Pour tres mondes. I have les sauvages sin manger. Eat one, deux, tres enfants rôtis, like hump rib of de buffalo. C'est vrai, messieurs, c'est vrai." "It is quite true. Both Apaches and Navajoes carry off children from the valley here, in their grand forays; and it is said by those who should know, that most of them are used in that way. Whether as a sacrifice to the fiery god Quetzalcoatl, or whether from a fondness for human flesh, no one has yet been able to determine. In fact, with all of their propinquity to this place, there is little known about them. Few who have visited their towns have Gode's luck to get away again. No man of these parts ever ventures across the western Sierras. And how came you, Monsieur Gode, to save your scalp?" "Pourquoi, monsieur, je n'ai pas. I not have scalp lock. That de trapper Yankee call har. Mon scalp lock is fabrique of von Barbier de Saint Louis. Voilà, monsieur." So saying, the Canadian lifted his cap, and along with it what I had, up to this time, looked upon as a beautiful curling head of hair, but which now proved to be only a wig. "Now, messieurs," cried he, in good humour, "how les sauvages my scalp take? Indian no have cash hold. Sacre!" Saint Vrain and I were unable to restrain our laughter at the altered and comical appearance of the Canadian. "Come, Gode, the least you can do after that is to take a drink. Here, help yourself." "Tres oblige, Monsieur Saint Vrain. Je vous remercie." And the ever thirsty voyageur quaffed off the nectar of El Paso like so much fresh milk. "Come, Haller, we must to the waggons. Business first, then pleasure, such as we may find here among these brick stacks. But we'll have some fun in Chihuahua." "And you think we shall go there?" "Certainly. They do not want the fourth part of our stuff here. We must carry it on to the head market, to the camp. Allons!" Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Scalp Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Scalp Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 7. The Fandango. In the evening I sat in my room waiting for Saint Vrain. His voice reached me from without. "Las niñas de Durango, conmigo bailando al cielo." "Ha! Are you ready, my bold rider?" "Not quite. Sit down a minute and wait." "Hurry, then. The dancing's begun. I have just come that way." "What! That your ball dress? Ha, ha, ha!" screamed Saint Vrain, seeing me unpack a blue coat and a pair of dark pantaloons, in a tolerable state of preservation. "Why, yes," replied I, looking up. "What fault do you find? But is that your ball dress?" No change had taken place in the ordinary raiment of my friend. The fringed hunting shirt and leggings, the belt, the bowie, and the pistols, were all before me. "Yes, my dandy, this is my ball dress. It ain't anything shorter; and if you'll take my advice, you'll wear what you have got on your back. How will your long-tailed blue look, with a broad belt and bowie strapped around the skirts?" "Ha, ha, ha!" "But why take either belt or bowie? You are surely not going into a ballroom with your pistols in that fashion." "And how else should I carry them? In my hands?" "Leave them here." "Ha, ha! That would be a green trick. No, no. Once bit, twice shy. You don't catch this coon going into any fandango in Santa Fe without his 6-shooters. Come, keep on that shirt. Let your leggings sweat where they are, and buckle this about you. That's the costume du bal in these parts. If you assure me that my dress will be comme il faut, I'm agreed. It won't be with the long-tailed blue, I promise you." The long-tailed blue was restored forthwith to its nook in my portmanteau. Saint Vrain was right. On arriving at the room, a large sala in the neighbourhood of the plaza, we found it filled with hunters, trappers, traders, and teamsters, all swaggering about in their usual mountain rig. Mixed among them were some 2 or 3 score of the natives, with an equal number of senoritas, all of whom, by their style of dress, I recognise as poblanas, or persons of the lower class, the only class, in fact, to be met with in Santa Fe. As we entered, most of the men had thrown aside their serapes for the dance, and appeared in all the finery of embroidered velvet, stamped leather, and shining castle tops. The women looked not less picturesque in their bright naguas, snowing chemisettes, and small satin slippers. Some of them flounced it in polka jackets; for even to that remote the famous dance had found its way. Have you heard of the electric telegraph? No, senor. Can you tell me what a railroad is? Quien sabe? La polka? Ah, senor, la polka, la polka. Cosa buenita, tan graciosa, vaya!" The ballroom was a long oblong sala with a banquet running all around it. Upon this the dancers seated themselves, drew out their husk cigarettes, chatted and smoked during the intervals of the dance. In one corner half a dozen sons of Orpheus twanged away upon harp, guitar, and bandolin, occasionally helping out the music with a shrill half Indian chant. In another angle of the apartment, puros and Taos whiskey were dealt out to the thirsty mountaineers, who made the sala ring with their wild ejaculations. There were scenes like the following: "Hyar, my little muchacha! Vamos, vamos to dance! Mucho bueno, will ye?" This is from a great rough fellow of 6 feet and over, addressed to a trim little poblana. "Mucho bueno, Senor Americano," replies the lady. "Hooray for you! Come along! Let's liquor fust. You're the gal for my beaver. What'll you drink? Aguardent or vino?" "Copetito de vino, senor." "A small glass of wine, sir." "Hyar, yer darned greaser! Set out ver vino in a squall's jump. Now, my little 'un, here's luck, and a good husband." "Gracias, Senor Americano." "What, you understand that? You intende? Do yer?" "Si, senor." "Hurrah, then! Look here, little 'un, kin yer go the bar dance?" "No entiende." "Yer don't understan' it? Here it is, this-a-way." And the clumsy hunter began to show off before his partner, in an imitation of the grizzly bear. "Hallo, Bill!" cries a comrade. "Yer'll be trapped if you don't look sharp." "I'm dog-gone, Jim, if I don't feel queery about here," replies the hunter, spreading his great paw over the region of the heart. "Don't be skeert, man. It's a nice gal, anyways." "Hooray for old Missouri!" shouts a teamster. "Come, boys, let's show these yer greasers a Virginny breakdown. Clar the kitchen, old folks, young folks. Go it hoe and toe, old Virginny nebber tire. Viva la gobernador! Viva Armijo! Viva, viva!" An arrival at this moment caused a sensation in the room. A stout, fat, priest-like man entered, accompanied by several others. It was the governor and his suite, with a number of well-dressed citizens, who were no doubt the elite of New Mexican society. Some of the newcomers were militaires. dressed in gaudy and foolish-looking uniforms that were soon seen spinning round the room in the mazes of the waltz. "Where is the Senora Armijo?" I whispered to Saint Vrain. "I told you as much. She won't be out. Stay here. I am going for a short while. Help yourself to a partner, and see some fun. I will be back presently. Au revoir." Without any further explanation, Saint Vrain squeezed himself through the crowd and disappeared. I had been seated on the banquette since entering the sala, Saint Vrain beside me, in a retired corner of the room. A man of peculiar appearance occupied the seat next to Saint Vrain, but further into the shadow of a piece of furniture. I had noticed this man as we entered, and noticed, too, that Saint Vrain spoke to him; but I was not introduced, and the interposition of my friend prevented me from making any further observation of him until the latter had retired. We were now side by side, and I commenced a sort of angular reconnaissance of a face and figure that had somewhat strangely arrested my attention. He was not an American, that was evident from his dress; and yet the face was not Mexican. Its outlines were too bold for a Spanish face, though the complexion, from tan and exposure, was brown and swarth. His face was clean shaven except his chin, which carried a pointed, darkish beard. The eye, if I saw it aright under the shadow of a slouched brim, was blue and mild; the hair brown and wavy, with here and there a strand of silver. These were not Spanish characteristics, much less Hispano American, and I should have at once placed my neighbour elsewhere, but that his dress puzzled me. It was purely a Mexican costume, and consisted of a purple manga and dark velvet embroidery around the vent and along the borders. As this garment covered the greater part of his person, I could only see that underneath was a pair of green velveteen calzoneros, with yellow buttons, and snow white calzoncillos puffing out along the seams. The bottoms of the calzoneros were trimmed with stamped black leather, and under these were yellow boots, with a heavy steel spur upon the heel of each. The broad peaked strap that confined the spur, passing over the foot, gave to it that peculiar contour that we observe in the pictures of armed knights of the olden time. He wore a black, broad trimmed sombrero, girdled by a thick band of gold bullion. A pair of tags of the same material stuck out from the sides, the fashion of the country. The man kept his sombrero slouched towards the light, as I thought or suspected, for the concealment of his face; and yet it was not an ill-favoured one; on the contrary, it was open and pleasing. No doubt had been handsome before time, and whatever caused its melancholy expression had lined and clouded it. It was this expression that had struck me on first seeing the man. Whilst I was making these observations, eyeing him crosswise all the while, I discovered that he was eyeing me in a similar manner, and with an interest apparently equal to my own. This caused us to face round to each other, when the stranger drew from under his manga a small beaded cigarero, and gracefully holding it out to me, said: "Quiere a fumar, caballero?" "Would you smoke, sir?" "Thank you, yes," I replied in Spanish, at the same time taking a cigar from the case. We had hardly lit our cigarettes when the man again turned to me with the unexpected question: "Will you sell your horse?" "No." "Not for a good price?" "Not for any price. I would give $500 for him." "I would not part with him for twice the amount." "I will give twice the amount." "I have become attached to him. Money is no object." "I am sorry to hear it. I have travelled 200 miles to buy that horse." I looked at my new acquaintance with astonishment, involuntarily repeating his last words. "You must have followed us from the Arkansas, then." "No, I came from the Rio Abajo." "The Rio Abajo? You mean from down the Del Norte?" "Yes." "Then, my dear sir, it is a mistake. You think you are talking to somebody else, and bidding for some other horse." "Oh, no, he is yours. A black stallion with red nose and long full tail, half bred Arabian. There is a small mark over the left eye." This was certainly the description of Moro, and I began to feel a sort of superstitious awe in regard to my mysterious neighbour. "True," replied I, "that is all correct; but I bought that stallion many months ago from a Louisiana planter. If you have just arrived from 200 miles down the Rio Grande, how, may I ask, could you have known anything about me or my horse?" "Dispensamade, caballero. I did not mean that. I came from below to meet the caravan, for the purpose of buying an American horse. Yours is the only one in the caballada I would buy, and, it seems, the only one that is not for sale." "I am sorry for that, but I have tested the qualities of this animal. We have become friends. No common motive would induce me to part with him." "Ah, senor, it is not a common motive that makes me so eager to purchase him. If you knew that, perhaps " He hesitated a moment, but no, no, no; and after muttering some half coherent words, among which I could recognise the "Buenos noches, caballero," the stranger rose up with the same mysterious air that had all along characterised him, and left me. I could hear the tinkling of the small bells upon the rowels of his spurs, as he slowly warped himself through the gay crowd and disappeared into the night. The vacated seat was soon occupied by a dusky manola, whose bright nagua, embroidered chemisette, brown ankles, and small blue slippers drew my attention. This was all I could see of her, except the occasional flash of a very black eye through the loophole of the rebozo tapado. By degrees the rebozo became more generous, the loophole expanded, and the outlines of a very pretty and very malicious little face were displayed before me. The end of the scarf was adroitly removed from the left shoulder, and a nude plump arm, ending in a bunch of small jewelled fingers, hung carelessly down. I am tolerably bashful, but at the sight of this tempting partner I could hold in no longer, and bending towards her, I said in my best Spanish, "Do me the favour, miss, to waltz with me." The wicked little manola first held down her head and blushed; then, raising the long fringes of her eyes, looked up again, and, with a voice as sweet as that of a canary bird, replied, "Con gusto, senor." "With pleasure, sir." "Nos vamos!" cried I, elated with my triumph; and pairing off with my brilliant partner, we were soon whirling about in the mazy. We returned to our seats again, and after refreshing with a glass of Albuquerque, a sponge cake, and a husk cigarette, again took the floor. This pleasurable programme we repeated some half dozen times, only varying the dance from waltz to polka, for my manola danced the polka as if she had been a born Bohemian. On one of my fingers was a $50 diamond, which my partner seemed to think was muy bonito. As her igneous eyes softened my heart, and the champagne was producing a similar effect upon my head, I began to speculate on the propriety of transferring the diamond from the smallest of my fingers to the largest of hers, which it would, no doubt, have fitted exactly. All at once I became conscious of being under the surveillance of a large and very fierce looking lepero, a regular pelado, who followed us with his eyes, and sometimes in persona, to every part of the room. The expression of his swarth face was a mixture of jealousy and vengeance, which my partner noticed, but, as I thought, took no pains to soften down. "Who is he?" I whispered, as the man swung past us in his checkered serape. "Está mi marido, senor." "It is my husband, sir," was the cool reply. I pushed the ring close up to the root of my finger, shutting my hand upon it tight as a vice. "Vamos a tomar otra copita." "Let us take another glass of wine," said I, resolving to bid my pretty poblana, as soon as possible, a good night. The Taos whisky had by this time produced its effect upon the dancers. The trappers and teamsters had become noisy and riotous. The leperos, who now filled half the room, stimulated by wine, jealousy, old hatreds, and the dance, began to look more savage and sulky. The fringed hunting shirts and brown homespun frocks found favour with the dark-eyed majas of Mexico, partly out of a respect for, and a fear of, courage, which is often at the bottom of a love like theirs. Although the trading caravans supplied almost all of the commerce of Santa Fe, and it was clearly the interest of its inhabitants to be on good terms with the traders, the two races, Anglo-American and Hispano-Indian, hated each other thoroughly; and that hate was now displaying itself on one side in bullying contempt, and on the other in muttered carajos and fierce looks of vengeance. I was still chatting with my lively partner. We were seated on the banquette where I had introduced myself. On looking casually up, a bright object met my eyes. It appeared to be a naked knife in the hands of su marido, who was just then lowering over us like a shadow of an evil spirit. I was favoured with only a slight glimpse of this dangerous meteor, and had made up my mind to wear steel, when some one plucked me by the sleeve, and turning, I beheld my quondam acquaintance of the purple magna. "Dispensadme, senor," said he, nodding graciously. "I have just learned that the caravan is going on to Chihuahua. True, there is no market here for our goods. You go on, then, of course?" "Certainly, I must." "Will you return this way, senor?" "It is very likely. I have no other intention at present." "Perhaps then you might be willing to part with your horse. You will find many as good in the great valley of the Mississippi." "Neither is likely." "But, senor, should you be inclined to do so, will you promise me the refusal of him?" "Oh, that I will promise you, with all my heart." Our conversation was here interrupted by a huge, gaunt, half drunken Missourian, who, tramping rudely upon the stranger's toes, vociferated: "Ye up, old greaser! Gimme a char!" "Y por qué?" (And why?) demanded the Mexican, drawing in his feet, and looking up with astonished indignation. "I'm tired jumpin'. I want a seat. That's it, old hoss." There was something so bullying and brutal in the conduct of this man, that I felt called upon to interfere. "Come," said I, addressing him, "you have no right to deprive this gentleman of his seat, much less in such a fashion." "Eh, mister? Who asked you to open your head? Ye up, I say!" And at the word he seized the Mexican by the corner of his manga, as if to drag him from his seat. Before I had time to reply to this rude speech and gesture, the stranger leaped to his feet, and with a well planted blow felled the bully upon the floor. This seemed to act as a signal for bringing several other quarrels to a climax. There was a rush through all parts of the sala, drunken shouts mingled with yells of vengeance, knives glanced from their sheaths, women screamed, pistols flashed and cracked, filling the room with smoke and dust. The lights went out. Fierce struggles could be heard in the darkness. The fall of heavy bodies amidst groans and curses, and for 5 minutes these were the only sounds. Having no cause to be particularly angry with anybody, I stood where I had risen, without using either knife or pistol, my frightened maja all the while holding me by the hand. A painful sensation near my left shoulder caused me suddenly to drop my partner; and with that unaccountable weakness consequent upon the reception of a wound, I felt myself staggering towards the banquette. Here I dropped into a sitting posture, and remained until the struggle was over, conscious all the while that a stream of blood was oozing down my neck, and saturating my undergarments. I sat thus until the struggle had ended. A light was brought, and I could distinguish a number of men in hunting shirts, moving to and fro with violent gesticulations. Some of them were advocating the justice of the "spree," as they termed it; while others, the more respectable of the traders, were denouncing it. The leperos with the women had all disappeared, and I could perceive that the Americanos had carried the day. Several dark objects lay on the floor. They were bodies of men dead or dying. One was an American, the Missourian who had been the immediate cause of the fracas. The others were pelodos. I could see nothing of my late acquaintance. My fandanguera, too, con su marido, had disappeared; and on glancing at my left hand, I came to the conclusion that so also had my diamond ring. "Saint Vrain! Saint Vrain!" I called, seeing the figure of my friend enter at the door. "Where are you, H., old boy? How is it with you? All right, eh?" "Not quite, I fear." "Good heavens! What's this? Why, you've been stabbed in the hump ribs. Not bad, I hope. Off with your shirt, and let's see. First, let us go to my room. Come then, my dear boy, lean on me. So." The fandango was over. Chapter 8 of the Scalp Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Scalp Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 8. Seguin, the Scalp Hunter. I have had the pleasure of being wounded in the field of battle. I say pleasure. Under certain circumstances, wounds are luxuries. How different were the feelings I experienced while smarting under wounds that came by the steel of the assassin! My earliest anxiety was about the depth of my wound. Was it mortal? This is generally the first question a man puts to himself after discovering that he has been shot or stabbed. A wounded man cannot always answer it either. One's life blood may be spurting from an artery at each palpitation, while the actual pain felt is not worth the pricking of a pin. On reaching the fonda, I sank exhausted on my bed. Saint Vrain split my hunting shirt from cape to skirt, and commenced examining my wound. I could not see my friend's face as he stood behind me, and I waited with impatience. "Is it deep?" I asked. "Not deep as a draw well, nor wide as a waggon track," was the reply. "You're quite safe, old fellow, thank God, and not the man who handled that knife, for the fellow plainly intended to do for you. It is the cut of a Spanish knife, and a devilish gash it is. Haller, it was a close shave. 1 inch more and the spine, my boy. But you're safe, I say. Here, Gode, that sponge." "Sacre!" muttered Gode, with true Gallic aspirate, as he handed the wet rag. I felt the cold application. Then a bunch of soft raw cotton, the best dressing it could have, was laid over the wound, and fastened by strips. The most skilful surgeon could have done no more. "Close as a clamp," added Saint Vrain, as he fastened the last pin, and placed me in the easiest position. "But what started the row? And how came you to cut such a figure in it? I was out, thank God." "Did you observe a strange looking man?" "What, with the purple manga?" "Yes." "He sat beside us?" "Yes." "Ha! No wonder you say a strange looking man. Stranger than he looks, too. I saw him, I know him, and perhaps not another in the room could say that. Ay, there was another," continued Saint Vrain, with a peculiar smile. "But what could have brought him there is that which puzzles me. Armijo could not have seen him. But go on." I related to Saint Vrain the whole of my conversation with the stranger, and the incidents that led to the breaking up of the fandango. "It is odd, very odd. What could he want with your horse? 200 miles, and offers $1,000? Capitaine!" Gode had called me captain ever since the ride upon the buffalo. "If monsieur come 200 mile, and vous pay $1,000, he moro like ver much. Un grand passion pour le cheval. Pourquoi? Ve he no like him ver sheep? Ve he no steal him?" I started at the suggestion, and looked towards Saint Vrain. "Vif permission of le capitaine, I vil le cheval cache," continued the Canadian, moving towards the door. "You need not trouble yourself, old Nor' West. As far as that gentleman is concerned, he'll not steal your horse, though that's no reason why you should not fulfil your intention, and cache the animal. There are thieves enough in Santa Fe to steal the horses of a whole regiment. You had better fasten him by the door here." Gode passed to the door and disappeared. "Who is he?" I asked. "This man about whom there seems to be so much that is mysterious?" "Ah, if you knew! I will tell you some queer passages by and by, but not to night. You have no need of excitement. That is the famous Seguin, the Scalp hunter." "The Scalp hunter?" "Ay, you have heard of him, no doubt. At least you would, had you been much among the mountains." "I have. The ruffian, the wholesale butcher of innocent—" A dark waif danced against the wall. It was the shadow of a man. I looked up. Seguin was before me. Saint Vrain, on seeing him enter, had turned away, and stood looking out of the window. I was on the point of changing my trade into the apostrophic form, and at the same time ordering the man out of my sight, when something in his look influenced me to remain silent. I could not tell whether he had heard or understood to whom my abusive epithets had been applied, but there was nothing in his manner that betrayed his having done so. I observed only the same look that had at first attracted me, the same expression of deep melancholy. Could this be the hardened and heartless villain I had heard of, the author of so many atrocities? "Sir," said he, seeing that I remained silent, "I deeply regret what has happened to you. I was the involuntary cause of your mishap. Is your wound a severe one?" "It is not," I replied, with a dryness of manner that seemed somewhat to disconcert him. "I am glad of that," he continued after a pause. "I came to thank you for your generous interference. I leave Santa Fe in 10 minutes. I must bid you farewell." He held forth his hand. I muttered the word "farewell," but without offering to exchange the salutation. The stories of cruel atrocity connected with the name of this man came into my mind at the moment, and I felt a loathing for him. His arm remained in its outstretched position, while a strange expression began to steal over his countenance as he saw that I hesitated. "I cannot take your hand," I said at length. "And why?" he asked, in a mild tone. "Why? It is red! red! Away, sir, away!" He fixed his eyes upon me with a sorrowful look. There was not a spark of anger in them. He drew his hand within the folds of his manga, and uttering a deep sigh, turned and walked slowly out of the room. Saint Vrain, who had wheeled around at the close of this scene, strode toward the door, and stood looking after him. I could see the Mexican, from where I lay, as he crossed the quadrangular patio. He had shrugged himself closely in his manga, and was moving off in an attitude that betokened the deepest dejection. In a moment he was out of sight, having passed through the saguan and into the street. "There is something truly mysterious about that man. Tell me, Saint Vrain." "Hush! Look yonder!" interrupted my friend, pointing through the open door. I looked out into the moonlight. 3 human forms were moving along the wall, towards the entrance of the patio. Their height, their peculiar attitudes, and the stealthy silence of their steps, convinced me they were Indians. The next moment they were lost under the dark shadows of the saguan. "Who are they?" I inquired. "Worse enemies to poor Seguin than you would be, if you knew him better. I pity him if these hungry hawks overtake him in the dark. But no, he's worth warning, and a hand to help him, if need be. He shall have it. Keep cool, Harry. I will be back in a jiffy." So saying, Saint Vrain left me; and the moment after I could see his light form passing hastily out of the gate. I lay reflecting on the strangeness of the incidents that seemed to be occurring around me. I was not without some painful reflections. I had wounded the feelings of one who had not injured me, and for whom my friend evidently entertained a high respect. A shod hoof sounded upon the stones outside. It was Gode with my horse; and the next moment I heard him hammering the picket pin into the pavement. Shortly after, Saint Vrain himself returned. "Well," I inquired, "what happened you?" "Nothing much. That's a weasel that never sleeps." He had mounted his horse before they came up with him, and was very soon out of their reach. "But may they not follow him on horseback?" "That is not likely. He has comrades not far from here. I warrant you, Armijo, and it was he sent those villains on his track, has no force that dare follow him when he gets upon the wild hills. No fear for him once he has cleared the houses." "But, my dear Saint Vrain, tell me what you know of this singular man. I am wound up to a pitch of curiosity." "Not to night, Harry, not to night. I do not wish to cause you further excitement. Besides, I have reason to leave you now. To morrow, then. Good night, good night." And so saying, my mercurial friend left me to Gode, and to a night of restlessness. CHAPTER 9 of The Scalp Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Scalp Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 9. Left Behind. On the 3rd day after the fandango, it was announced that the caravan will move onward to Chihuahua. The day arrives, and I am unable to travel with it. My surgeon, a wretched leech of a Mexican, assures me that it will be certain death to attempt the journey. For want of any opposing evidence, I am constrained to believe him. I have no alternative but to adopt the joyless resolve to remain in Santa Fe until the return of the traders. Chafing on a feverish bed, I take leave of my late companions. We part with many regrets, but above all I am pained at bidding adieu to Saint Vrain. whose light-hearted companionship has been my solace through 3 days of suffering. He has proved my friend, and has undertaken to take charge of my wagons and dispose of my goods in the market of Chihuahua. "Do not fret, man," says he, taking leave. "Kill time with the champagne of El Paso. We will be back in a squirrel's jump, and trust me, I will bring you a mule load of Mexican shiners. God bless you. Good bye." I can sit up in my bed and, from the open window, see the white tilts of the wagons as the train rolls over a neighbouring hill. I hear the cracking whips and the deep-toned "wo ha" of the teamsters. I see the traders mount and gallop after, and I turn upon my couch with a feeling of loneliness and desertion. For days I lay tossing and fretting, despite the consolatory influence of the champagne, and the rude but kindly attentions of my voyageur valet. I rise at length, dress myself, and sit in my ventana. I have a good view of the plaza and the adjacent streets, with their rows of brown adobe houses, and dusty ways between. I gaze, hour after hour, on what is passing without. The scene is not without novelty as well as variety. Swarthy, ill-favoured faces appear behind the folds of dingy rebozos. Fierce glances lower under the slouch of broad sombreros. Poplanas with short skirts and slippered feet pass my window, and groups of tame Indians, pueblos, crowd in from the neighbouring rancherias, belabouring their donkeys as they go. These bring baskets of fruits and vegetables. They squat down upon the dusty plaza, behind piles of prickly pears or pyramids of tomatoes and chili. The women, light-hearted hucksters, laugh and sing and chatter continuously. The tortillera, kneeling by her metate, bruises the boiled maize, claps it into thin flakes, flings it on the heated stone, and then cries, "Tortillas! Tortillas calientes!" The cocinera stirs the peppery stew of chili colorado, lifts the red liquid in her wooden ladle, and invites her customers by the expressions, "Chili bueno, excelente, carbon, carbon," cries the charcoal burner. "Agua, agua limpia," shouts the aguador. "Pan fino, pan bianco," screams the baker, and other cries from the vendors of atole, huevos, and leche are uttered in shrill discordant voices. Such are the voices of a Mexican plaza. They are at first interesting. They become monotonous, then disagreeable, until at length I am tortured, and listen to them with a feverish excitement. After a few days I am able to walk, and go out with my faithful Gode. We stroll through the town. It reminds me of an extensive brickfield before the kilns have been set on fire. We encounter the same brown adobes everywhere, the same villainous looking leperos lounging at the corners, the same bare-legged, slippered wenches, the same strings of belaboured donkeys, the same shrill and detestable cries. We pass by a ruinous looking house in a remote quarter. Our ears are saluted by voices from within. We hear shouts of "Mueran los Yankees!" "Abajo los Americanos!" No doubt the pelado to whom I was indebted for my wound is among the ruffians who crowd into the windows; but I know the lawlessness of the place too well to apply for justice. We hear the same shouts in another street, again in the plaza; and Gode and I re-enter the fonda with a conviction that our appearance in public might be attended with danger. We resolve, therefore, to keep within doors. In all my life I never suffered ennui as when cooped up in this semi-barbarous town, and almost confined within the walls of its filthy fonda. I felt it the more that I had so lately enjoyed the company of such free jovial spirits, and I could fancy them in their bivouacs on the banks of the Del Norte, carousing, laughing, or listening to some wild mountain story. Gode shared my feelings, and became as desponding as myself. The light humour of the voyageur disappeared. The song of the Canadian boatman was heard no longer, but in its place the "Sacre" and English exclamations were spluttered plentifully, and hurled at everything Mexican. I resolved at length to put an end to our sufferings. "This life will never do, Gode," said I, addressing my companion. Ah, monsieur, Navarre, Navarre, it will do. Ah, Verdole, it is like von assemblee of les Quakers. I am determined to endure it no longer. But what can monsieur do? How, capitaine?" "By leaving this accursed place, and that to morrow." "But is monsieur forth? Strongs beaucoup? Strongs to ride?" "I will risk it, Gode. If I break down, there are other towns on the river where we can halt. Anywhere better than here." "C'est vrai, capitaine. Beautiful village down the river. Albuquerque. Tome, ver many village. Mon Dieu, all better. Santa Fe is one camp of teef. Ver good for us go, monsieur, ver good." "Good or not, Gode, I am going. So make your preparations to night, for I will leave in the morning before sunrise." "It will be von grand plaisir to makes ready." And the Canadian ran from the room, snapping his fingers with delight. I had made up my mind to leave Santa Fe at any rate. Should my strength, yet but half restored, hold out, I would follow, and if possible overtake the caravan. I knew it would make but short journeys over the deep sand roads of the Del Norte. Should I not succeed in coming up with it, I would halt in Albuquerque or El Paso, either of which would offer me a residence at least as agreeable as the one I was leaving. My surgeon endeavoured to dissuade me from setting out. He represented that I was in a most critical condition, my wound being far from cicatrised. He set forth in most eloquent terms the dangers of fever, of gangrene, of hemorrhage. He saw I was obstinate, and concluded his monitions by presenting his bill. It amounted to the modest sum of $100. It was an extortion. What could I do? I stormed and protested. The Mexican threatened me with "governor's justice." Gode swore in French, Spanish, English, and Indian. It was all to no purpose. I saw that the bill would have to be paid, and I paid it, though with indifferent grace. The leech disappeared, and the landlord came next. He, like the former, made earnest entreaty to prevent me from setting forth. He offered a variety of reasons to detain me. "Do not go! For your life, senor, do not!" "And why, good Jose?" I inquired. "Oh, senor, los Indios bravos, los Navajoes, carrambo!" "But I am not going into the Indian country. I travel down the river, through the towns of New Mexico." "Ah, senor, the towns! No hay seguridad." "No, no; there is safety nowhere from the Navajo. Hay novedades. News this very day. Polvidera, pobre Polvidera. It was attacked on Sunday last. On Sunday, senor, when they were all en la misa. Pues, senor, the robbers surrounded the church, and oh, carrambo! they dragged out the poor people, men, women, and children. Pues, senor, they kill the men and the women. Dios de mi alma!" "Well, and the women?" "Oh, senor, they are all gone. They were carried to the mountains by the savages. Pobres mugeres!" "It is a sad story, truly. But the Indians, I understand, only make these forays at long intervals. I am not likely to meet with them now." "At all events, Jose, I have made up my mind to run the risk." "But, senor," continued Jose, lowering his voice to a confidential tone, "there are other ladrones besides the Indians, white ones, muchos, muchísimos. Ay, indeed, mi amo, white robbers, blancos, blancos y muy feos. Caray!" And Jose closed his fingers as if clutching some imaginary object. This appeal to my fears was in vain. I answered it by pointing to my revolvers and rifle, and to the well filled belt of my henchman Gode. When the Mexican Boniface saw that I was determined to rob him of all the guests he had in his house, he retired sullenly, and shortly after returned with his bill. Like that of the medico, it was out of all proportion. But I could not help myself, and paid it. By grey dawn I was in my saddle, and, followed by Gode and a couple of heavily packed mules, I rode out of the ill-favoured town, and took the road for the Rio Abajo. CHAPTER 9. Chapter 10 of The Scalp Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Johns, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Scalp Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 10. The Del Norte. For days we journey down the Del Norte. We pass through numerous villages, many of them types of Santa Fe. We cross the sequoias and irrigating canals, and pass along fields of bright green maize plants. We see vineyards and grand haciendas. These appear richer and more prosperous as we approach the southern part of the province, the Rio Abajo. In the distance, both east and west, we descry dark mountains rolled up against the sky. These are the twin ranges of the Rocky Mountains. Long spurs trend toward the river, and in places appear to close up the valley. They add to the expression of many a beautiful landscape that opens before us as we move onward. We see picturesque costumes in the villages and along the highways, men dressed in the checkered serape or the striped blankets of the Navajos, conical sombreros with broad brims, calzoneros of velveteen with their rows of shining castle-tops and fastened at the waist by the jaunty sash. We see mangas and tilmas and men wearing the sandal, as in eastern lands. On the women we observe the graceful rebozo, the short nagua, and the embroidered chemisette. We see rude implements of husbandry, the creaking carreta with its block wheels, the primitive plough of the forking tree branch, scarcely scoring the soil, the horn-yoked oxen, the goad, the clumsy hoe in the hands of the peon serf. These are all objects that are new and curious to our eyes, and that indicate the lowest order of agricultural knowledge. Along the roads we meet numerous atajos in charge of their arrieros. We observe the mules, small, smooth, light-limbed, and vicious. We glance at the heavy alparejas and bright-worsted apichamores. We notice the tight, wiry mustangs ridden by the arrieros, the high-peaked saddles and hair bridles, the swarth faces and pointed beards of the riders, the huge spurs that tinkle at every step, the exclamations "Hola! Mula! Malrea! Vea!" We notice all these, and they tell us we are journeying in the land of the Hispano-American. Under other circumstances these objects would have interested me. At that time they appeared to me like the pictures of a panorama, or the changing scenes of a continuous dream. As such have they left their impressions on my memory. I was under the incipient delirium of fever. It was as yet only incipient; nevertheless, it distorted the images around me, and rendered their impressions unnatural and wearisome. My wound began to pain me afresh, and the hot sun, and the dust, and the thirst, with the miserable accommodations of New Mexican posadas, vexed me to an excess of endurance. On the 5th day after leaving Santa Fe, we entered the wretched little pueblo of Parida. It was my intention to have remained there all night, but it proved a ruffian sort of place, with meagre chances of comfort, and I moved on to Socorro. This is the last inhabited spot in New Mexico, as you approach the terrible desert, the Jornada del Muerte. Gode had never made the journey, and at Parida I had obtained one thing that we stood in need of, a guide. He had volunteered, and as I learnt that it would be no easy task to procure one at Socorro, I was fain to take him along. He was a coarse, shaggy-looking customer, and I did not at all like his appearance; but I found, on reaching Socorro, that what I had heard was correct. No guide could be hired on any terms, so great was their dread of the Jornada and its occasional denizens, the Apaches. Socorro was alive with Indian rumours, novedades. The Indians had fallen upon an atajo near the crossing of Fra Cristobal, and murdered the arrieros to a man. The village was full of consternation at the news. The people dreaded an attack, and thought me mad, when I made known my intention of crossing the Jornada. I began to fear they would frighten my guide from his engagement, but the fellow stood out staunchly, still expressing his willingness to accompany us. Without the prospect of meeting the Apache savages, I was but ill prepared for the Jornada. The pain of my wound had increased, and I was fatigued and burning with fever. But the caravan had passed through Socorro only 3 days before, and I was in hopes of overtaking my old companions before they could leave El Paso. This determined me to proceed in the morning, and I made arrangements for an early start. Gode and I were awake before dawn. My attendant went out to summon the guide and saddle our animals. I remained in the house, making preparations for a cup of coffee before starting. I was assisted by the landlord of the posada, who had risen, and was stalking about in his serape. While thus engaged, I was startled by the voice of Gode calling from without: "Von matre! The rascal have him run vay!" "What do you mean? Who has run away?" "Oh, monsieur, la Mexicaine, with von mule, has rob, and run vay. Allons, monsieur, allons!" I followed the Canadian to the stable with a feeling of anxiety. My horse but no, thank heaven, he was there. Of the mules, the macho was gone. It was the one which the guide had ridden from Parida. "Perhaps he is not yet off," I suggested. "He may still be in the town." We sent and went in all directions to find him, but to no purpose. We were relieved at length from all doubts by the arrival of some early market men, who had met such a man as our guide far up the river, and riding a mule at full gallop. What should we do? Follow him to Parida? No, that would be a journey for nothing. I knew that he would not be fool enough to go that way. Even if he did, it would have been a fool's errand to seek for justice there. So I determined on leaving it over until the return of the traders would enable me to find the thief, and demand his punishment from the authorities. My regrets at the loss of my macho were not unmixed with a sort of gratitude to the fellow when I laid my hand upon the nose of my whimpering charger. What hindered him from taking the horse instead of the mule? It is a question I have never been able to answer to this day. I can only account for the fellow's preference for the mule on the score of downright honesty, or the most perverse stupidity. I made overtures for another guide. I applied to the bonifice of Socorro, but without success. He knew no mozo who would undertake the journey. Los Apaches! Los Apaches! I appealed to the peons and loiterers of the place. Los Apaches! Wherever I went, I was answered with Los Apaches, and a shake of the forefinger in front of the nose, a negative sign all over Mexico. It is plain, Gode, we can get no guide. We must try this Jornada without one. What do you say, voyageur?" "I am agree, mon maitre. Allons!" And, followed by my faithful companion, with our remaining pack mule, I took the road that leads to the desert. That night we slept among the ruins of Valverde, and the next morning, after an early start, embarked upon the journey of death. Chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Scalp Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Scalp Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 11. The Journey of Death. In 2 hours we reached the crossing at Fra Cristobal. Here the road parts from the river, and strikes into the waterless desert. We plunge through the shallow ford, coming out on the eastern bank. We fill our wajes with care, and give our animals as much as they will drink. After a short halt to refresh ourselves, we ride onward. We have not travelled far before we recognise the appropriate name of this terrible journey. Scattered along the path we see the bones of many animals. There are human bones too. That white spheroidal mass, with its grinning rows and serrated sutures, that is a human skull. It lies beside the skeleton of a horse. Horse and rider have fallen together. The wolves have stripped them at the same time. They have dropped down on their thirsty track, and perished in despair, although water, had they known it, was within reach of another effort. We see the skeleton of a mule, with the alpareja still buckled around it, and an old blanket flapped and tossed by many a whistling wind. Other objects that have been brought here by human aid strike the eye as we proceed. A bruised canteen, the fragments of a glass bottle, an old hat, a piece of saddle cloth, a stirrup red with rust, a broken strap, with many like symbols, are strewn along our path, speaking a melancholy language. We are still only on the border of the desert. We are fresh. How when we have travelled over and neared the opposite side? Shall we leave such souvenirs? We are filled with painful forebodings as we look across the arid waste that stretches indefinitely before us. We do not dread the Apache. Nature herself is the enemy we fear. Taking the wagon tracks for our guide, we creep on. We grow silent, as if we were dumb. The mountains of Cristobal sink behind us, and we are almost out of sight of land. We can see the ridges of the Sierra Blanca away to the eastward, but before us, to the south, the eye encounters no mark or limit. We push forward without guide or any object to indicate our course. We are soon in the midst of bewilderment. A scene of seeming enchantment springs up around us. Vast towers of sand, borne up by the whirl-blast, rise vertically to the sky. They move to and fro over the plain. They are yellow and luminous. The sun glistens among their floating crystals. They move slowly, but they are approaching us. I behold them with feelings of awe. I have heard of travellers lifted in their whirling vortex, and dashed back again from fearful heights. The pack mule, frightened at the phenomenon, breaks the lasso and scampers away among the ridges. Gode has galloped in pursuit. I am alone. 9 or 10 gigantic columns now appear, stalking over the plain and circling gradually around me. There is something unearthly in the sight. They resemble creatures of a phantom world. They seem endowed with demon life. 2 of them approach each other. There is a short, ghastly struggle that ends in their mutual destruction. The sand is precipitated to the earth, and the dust floats off in dun, shapeless masses. Several have shut me within a space, and are slowly closing upon me. My dog howls and barks. The horse cowers with affright, and shivers between my thighs, uttering terrified expressions. My brain reels. Strange objects appear. The fever is upon me. The laden currents clash in their wild torsion. I am twisted around and torn from my saddle. My eyes, mouth, and ears are filled with dust. Sand, stones, and branches strike me spitefully in the face, and I am flung with violence to the earth. I lay for a moment where I had fallen, half buried and blind. I was neither stunned nor hurt, and I began to grope around me, for as yet I could see nothing. My eyes were full of sand, and pained me exceedingly. Throwing out my arms, I felt for my horse. I called him by name. A low whimper answered me. I staggered towards the spot, and laid my hands upon him. He was down upon his flank. I seized the bridle, and he sprang up, but I could feel that he was shivering like an aspen. I stood by his head for nearly half an hour, rubbing the dust from my eyes, and waiting until the simoom might settle away. At length the atmosphere grew clearer, and I could see the sky, but the sand still drifted along the ridges, and I could not distinguish the surface of the plain. There were no signs of Gode. I mounted and commenced riding over the plain in search of my comrade. I had no idea of what direction he had taken. I made a circuit of a mile or so, still calling his name as I went. I received no reply, and could see no traces upon the ground. I rode for an hour, galloping from ridge to ridge, but still without meeting any signs of my comrade or the mules. I pulled up in despair. I had shouted till I was faint and hoarse. I could search no longer. I was thirsty, and would drink. Oh, God! My hawajahs are broken. The pack mule has carried off the water skin. The crushed calabash still hung upon its thong, but the last drops it had contained were trickling down the flanks of my horse. I knew that I might be 50 miles from water. You cannot understand the fearfulness of this situation. You live in a northern zone, in a land of pools and streams and limpid springs. How unlike the denizen of the desert, the voyageur of the prairie sea! Water is his chief care, his ever-present solicitude. Water the divinity he worships. Without water, even in the midst of plenty of food, he must die. In the wild western desert it is the thirst that kills. No wonder I was filled with despair. I believed myself to be about the middle of the Jornada. I knew that I could never reach the other side without water. The yearning had already begun. My throat and tongue felt shrivelled and parched. I had lost all knowledge of the course I should take. The mountains, hitherto my guide, seemed to trend in every direction. Their numerous spurs puzzled me. I remembered hearing of a spring, the Ojo del Muerto, that was said to lie westward of the trail. Sometimes there was water in the spring. On other occasions travellers had reached it only to find the fountain dried up, and leave their bones upon its banks. So ran the tales in Socorro. I headed my horse westward. I would seek the spring, and should I fail to find it, push on to the river. This was turning out of my course, but I must reach the water and save my life. I sat in my saddle, faint and choking, leaving my animal to go at will. I had lost the energy to guide him. He went many miles westward, for the sun told me the course. I was suddenly aroused from my stupor. A glad sight was before me. A lake shining like a crystal. Was I certain I saw it? Could it be the mirage? No, its outlines were too sharply defined. It had not that filmy, whitish appearance which distinguishes the latter phenomenon. No, it was not the mirage, it was water. I involuntarily pressed the spur against the side of my horse, but he needed not that. He had already eyed the water, and sprang forward, inspirited with new energy. The next moment he was in it up to his flanks. I flung myself from the saddle with a plunge. I was about to lift the water in my concave palms, when the actions of my horse attracted me. Instead of drinking greedily, he stood tossing his head with snorts of disappointment. My dog, too, refused a lap, and ran along the shore whining and howling. I knew what this meant, but with that common obstinacy which refuses all testimony but the evidence of the senses, I lifted some drops in my hand, and applied them to my lips. They were briny and burning. I might have known this before reaching the lake, for I had ridden through a salt incrustation that surrounded it like a belt of snow. But my brain was fevered, my reason had left me. It was of no use remaining where I was. I climbed back into my saddle, and rode along the shore, over fields of snow-white salt. Here and there my horse's hoof rang against bleaching bones of animals, the remains of many a victim. Well was this lake named the Laguna del Muerto, the Lake of Death. Reaching its southern point, I again headed westward, in hopes of striking the river. From this time until a later period, when I found myself in a far different scene, I have no distinct memories. I remember dismounting on a high bank. I must have travelled unconsciously for hours before, for the sun was low down on the horizon as I alighted. It was a very high bank, a precipice, and below me I saw a beautiful river sweeping onward through groves of emerald greenness. I thought there were many birds fluttering in the groves, and their voices rang in delicious melody. There was fragrance on the air, and the scene below me seemed an Elysium. I thought that around where I stood all was bleak and barren and parched with intolerable heat. I was tortured with a slackless thirst that grew fiercer as I gazed on the flowing water. These were real incidents. All this was true. I must drink. I must to the river. It is cool, sweet water. Oh, I must drink. What? A horrid cliff! No, I will not go down there. I can descend more easily here. Who are these forms? Who are you, sir? Ah! it is you, my brave Moro. And you, Alp. Come, come, follow me. Down, down to the river. Ah! again that accursed cliff. Look at the beautiful water. It smiles. It ripples on, on, on. Let us drink. No, not yet. We cannot yet. We must go further. Ah! such a height to leap from. But we must drink, one and all. Come, Gode. Come, Moro, old friend. Alp, come on. We shall reach it. We shall drink. Who is Tantalus? Ha, ha! Not I, not I. Stand back, fiends. Do not push me over. Back, back, I say. Oh! Part of all this was a reality. Part was a dream that bore some resemblance to the horrors of a first intoxication. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of the Scalp Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Scalp Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 12. Zoe. I lay tracing the figures upon the curtains. They were scenes of the olden time: mailed knights, helmed and mounted, dashing at each other with couched lances, or tumbling from their horses, pierced by the spear. Other scenes there were: noble dames sitting on Flemish palfreys, and watching the flight of the merlin hawk. There were pages in waiting, and dogs of curious and extinct breeds held in the leash. Perhaps these never existed except in the dreams of some old-fashioned artist, but my eye followed their strange shapes with a sort of half-idiotic wonder. Metallic rods upheld the curtains, rods that shone brightly and curved upwards, forming a canopy. My eyes ran along these rods, scanning their configuration, and admiring, as a child admires, the regularity of their curves. I was not in my own land. These things were strange to me. Yet, thought I have seen something like them before, but where? Oh, this I know, with its broad stripes and silken texture. It is a Navajo blanket. Where was I last? In New Mexico? Yes, now I remember. The Jornada. But how came I? Can I untwist this? It is close woven. It is wool, fine wool. No, I cannot separate a thread from... My fingers! How white and thin they are! And my nails blue, and long as the talons of a bird. I have a beard. I feel it on my chin. What gave me a beard? I never wear it. I will shave it off. Ha! My moustache! I was wearied, and slept again. Once more my eyes were tracing the figures upon the curtains, the knights and dames, the hounds, hawks, and horses. But my brain had become clearer, and music was flowing into it. I lay silent and listened. The voice was a female's. It was soft and finely modulated. Someone played upon a stringed instrument. I recognized the tones of the Spanish harp, but the song was French, a song of Normandy, and the words were in the language of that romantic land. I wondered at this, for my consciousness of late events was returning, and I knew that I was far from France. The light was streaming over my couch, and turning my face to the front, I saw that the curtains were drawn aside. I was in a large room, oddly but elegantly furnished. Human figures were before me, seated and standing. After looking steadily for a while, my vision became more distinct and reliable, and I saw that there were but 3 persons in the room, a man and 2 females. I remained silent, not certain but that the scene before me was only some new phase of my dream. My eyes wandered from one of the living figures to another, without attracting the attention of any of them. They were all in different attitudes, and occupied differently. Nearest me was a woman of middle age, seated upon a low ottoman. The harp I had heard was before her, and she continued to play. She must have been, I thought, when young, a woman of extreme beauty. She was still beautiful in a certain sense. The noble features were there, though I could perceive that they had been scathed by more than ordinary suffering of the mind. She was a Frenchwoman. An ethnologist could have told that at a glance. Those lines, the characteristics of her highly gifted race, were easily traceable. I thought there was a time when that face had witched many a heart with its smiles. There were no smiles on it now, but a deep yet intellectual expression of melancholy. This I perceived too in her voice, in her song, in every note that vibrated from the strings of the instrument. My eye wandered farther. A man of more than middle age stood by the table, near the centre of the room. His face was turned towards me, and his nationality was as easily determined as that of the lady. The high, florid cheeks, the broad front, the prominent chin, the small green cap with its long peak and conical crown, the blue spectacles, were all characteristics. He was a German. His occupation was also characteristic of his nationality. Before him were strewed over the table, and upon the floor, the objects of his study, plants and shrubs of various species. He was busy with these, classifying and carefully laying them out between the leaves of his portfolio. It was evident that the old man was a botanist. A glance to the right, and the naturalist and his labours were no longer regarded. I was looking upon the loveliest object that ever came before my eyes, and my heart bounded within me, as I strained forward in the intensity of its admiration. Yet it was not a woman that held my gaze captive, but a child, a girl, a maid, standing upon the threshold of womanhood, ready to cross it at the first summons of love. My eyes, delighted, revelled along the graceful curves that outlined the beautiful being before me. I thought I had seen the face somewhere. I had, but a moment before, while looking upon that of the elder lady. They were the same face, using a figure of speech, the type transmitted from mother to daughter; the same high front and facial angle, the same outline of the nose, straight as a ray of light, with the delicate spiral like curve of the nostril which meets you in the Greek medallion. Their hair, too, was alike in colour, golden, though in that of the mother the gold showed an enamel of silver. I will desist and spare details, which to you may be of little interest. In return, do me the favour to believe that the being who impressed me then, and for ever, was beautiful, was lovely. "Ah! It would be ver much kindness if madame and mademoiselle would play la Marseillaise, la grande Marseillaise. What say, mine liebe Fraulein? Zoe, Zoe, take thy bandolin. Yes, doctor, we will play it for you with pleasure. You like the music, so do we. Come, Zoe." The young girl, who up to this time had been watching intently the labours of the naturalist, glided to a remote corner of the room, and taking up an instrument resembling the guitar, returned and seated herself by her mother. The bandolin was soon placed in concert with the harp, and the strings of both vibrated to the thrilling notes of the Marseillaise. There was something exceedingly graceful in the performance. The instrumentation, as I thought, was perfect, and the voices of the players accompanied it in a sweet and spirited harmony. As I gazed upon the girl Zoe, her features animated by the thrilling thoughts of the anthem, her whole countenance radiant with light, she seemed some immortal being, a young goddess of liberty calling her children to arms. The botanist had desisted from his labours, and stood listening with delighted attention. At each return of the thrilling invocation, "Aux armes, citoyens!" the old man snapped his fingers, and beat the floor with his feet, marking the time of the music. He was filled with the same spirit which at that time, all over Europe, was gathering to its crisis. Where am I? French faces, French music, French voices, and the conversation in French? For the botanist addressed the females in that language, though with a strong Rhenish patois, that confirmed my first impressions of his nationality. Where am I? My eye ran around the room in search of an answer. I could recognise the furniture, the cross-legged Campeachy chairs, a rebozo, the palm-leaf petate. Ha! Alp! The dog lay stretched along the mattress near my couch, and sleeping. Alp! Alp! "Oh, mamma, mamma! Écoutez, the stranger calls." The dog sprang to his feet, and throwing his forepaws upon the bed, stretched his nose towards me with a joyous whimpering. I reached out my hand and patted him, at the same time giving utterance to some expressions of endearment. "Oh, mamma, mamma! He knows him, voilà!" The lady rose hastily and approached the bed. The German seized me by the wrist, pushing back the Saint Bernard, which was bounding to spring upward. "Mon Dieu, he is well! His eyes, doctor, how changed!" "Ja, ja, much better, ver much better. Hush! Away, dog! Keep away, mein gut dog!" "Who? Where? Tell me, where am I? Who are you?" "Do not fear, we are friends. You have been ill." "Yes, yes, we are friends. You have been ill, sir. Do not fear us. We will watch you. This is the good doctor. This is mamma. And I am an angel from heaven, beautiful Zoe." The child looked at me with an expression of wonder, and blushed as she said, "Here, mamma, he knows my name." It was the first compliment she had ever received from the lips of love. "It is goot, madame. He is ver much relieved. He ver soon get over now. Keep away, mein gut Alp. Your master he get well. Goot dog, down." "Perhaps, doctor, we should leave him. The noise No, no, if you please, stay with me. The music, will you play again?" "Yes, the music is ver goot for to pain." "Oh, mamma, let us play then." Both mother and daughter took up their instruments, and again commenced playing. I listened to the sweet strains, watching the fair musicians a long while. My eyes at length became heavy, and the realities before me changed into the soft outlines of a dream. My dream was broken by the abrupt cessation of the music. I thought I heard, through my sleep, the opening of a door. When I looked to the spot lately occupied by the musicians, I saw that they were gone. The bandolin had been thrown down upon the ottoman, where it lay, but she was not there. I could not from my position see the whole of the apartment, but I knew that someone had entered at the outer door. I heard expressions of welcome and endearment, a rustling of dresses, the words "Papa." "My little Zoe," the latter uttered in the voice of a man. Then followed some explanations in a lower tone which I could not hear. A few minutes elapsed, and I lay silent and listening. Presently there were footsteps in the hall. A boot with its jingling rowels struck upon the tiled floor. The footsteps entered the room, and approached the bed. I started as I looked up. The Scalp hunter was before me. Chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Scalp Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Scalp Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 13. Seguin. "You are better. You will soon be well again. I am glad to see that you recover." He said this without offering his hand. "I am indebted to you for my life. Is it not so?" It is strange that I felt convinced of this the moment that I set my eyes upon the man. I think such an idea crossed my mind before, after awaking from my long dream. Had I encountered him in my struggles for water, or had I dreamed it? "Oh, yes," answered he with a smile, "but you will remember that I had something to do with your being exposed to the risk of losing it. Will you take this hand? Will you forgive me?" After all, there is something selfish even in gratitude. How strangely had it changed my feelings towards this man! I was begging the hand which, but a few days ago, in the pride of my morality, I had spurned from me as a loathsome thing. But there were other thoughts that influenced me. The man before me was the husband of the lady, was the father of Zoe. His character, his horrid calling, were forgotten, and the next moment our hands were joined in the embrace of friendship. "I have nothing to forgive. I honour the sentiment that induced you to act as you did. This declaration may seem strange to you. From what you know of me, you acted rightly. But there may be a time, sir, when you will know me better, when the deeds which you abhor may seem not only pardonable, but justifiable. Enough of that at present. The object of my being now at your bedside is to request that what you do know of me be not uttered here." His voice sank to a whisper as he said this, pointing at the same time towards the door of the room. "But how," I asked, wishing to draw his attention from this unpleasant theme, "how came I into this house? It is yours, I perceive. How came I here? Where did you find me?" "In no very safe position," answered he, with a smile. "I can scarcely claim the merit of saving you. Your noble horse you may thank for that." "Ah, my horse! My brave Moro! I have lost him." "Your horse is standing at the maize trough, not 10 paces from where you lie. I think you will find him in a somewhat better condition than when you last saw him. Your mules are without. Your packs are safe. You will find them here," and he pointed to the foot of the bed. "And Gode you would ask for," said he, interrupting me. "Do not be uneasy on his account. He, too, is in safety. He is absent just now, but will soon return." "How can I thank you? This is good news indeed. My brave Moro, and Alp here! But how? You say my horse saved me. He has done so before. How can this be?" "Simply thus. We found you many miles from this place, on a cliff that overlooks the Del Norte. You were hanging over on your lasso, that, by a lucky accident, had become entangled around your body. One end of it was knotted to the bit ring, and the noble animal, thrown back upon his haunches, sustained your weight upon his neck." "Noble Moro! What a terrible situation!" "Ay, you may say that. Had you fallen from it, you would have passed through 1,000 feet of air before striking the rocks below. It was indeed a fearful situation." "I must have staggered over in my search for water." "In your delirium you walked over. You would have done so a second time had we not prevented you. When we drew you up on the cliff, you struggled hard to get back. You saw the water below, but not the precipice. Thirst is a terrible thing, an insanity of itself." "I remember something of all this. I thought it had been a dream." "Do not trouble your brain with such things. The doctor here admonishes me to leave you. I have an object, as I have said. Here a sad expression passed over the countenance of the speaker, else I should not have paid you this visit. I have not many moments to spare. Tonight I must be far hence. In a few days I shall return. Meanwhile compose yourself, and get well. The doctor here will see that you want for nothing. My wife and daughter will nurse you." "Thanks, thanks." "You will do well to remain where you are until your friends return from Chihuahua. They must pass not far from this place, and I will warn you when they are near. You are a student. There are books here in different languages. Amuse yourself. They will give you music. Monsieur, adieu." "Stay, sir, one moment. You seem to have taken a strange fancy to my horse." "Ah, monsieur, it was no fancy. But I will explain that at some other time. Perhaps the necessity no longer exists." "Take him if you will. Another will serve my purpose." "No, monsieur. Do you think I would rob you of what you esteem so highly, and with such just reason, too? No, no. Keep the good Moro. I do not wonder at your attachment to the noble brute." "You say that you have a long journey tonight. Then take him for the time." "That offer I will freely accept, for indeed my own horse is somewhat jaded. I have been 2 days in the saddle. Well, adieu." Seguin pressed my hand and walked away. I heard the chink, chink of his spurs as he crossed the apartment, and the next moment the door closed behind him. I was alone, and lay listening to every sound that reached me from without. In about half an hour after he had left me, I heard the hoof strokes of a horse, and saw the shadow of a horseman passing outside the window. He had departed on his journey, doubtless on the performance of some red duty connected with his fearful avocation. I lay for a while harassed in mind, thinking of this strange man. Then sweet voices interrupted my meditations. Before me appeared lovely faces, and the Scalp hunter was forgotten. Chapter 13. Chapter 14 of the Scalp Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Scalp Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 14. Love. I would compress the story of the 10 days following into as many words. I would not weary you with the details of my love. A love that in the space of a few hours became a passion deep and ardent. I was young at the time, at just such an age as to be impressed by the romantic incidents that surrounded me, and had thrown this beautiful being in my way. At that age, when the heart, unguarded by cold calculations of the future, yields unresistingly to the electrical impressions of love. I say electrical. I believe that at this age the sympathies that spring up between heart and heart are purely of this nature. At a later period of life that power is dissipated and divided. Reason rules it. We become conscious of the capability of transferring our affections, for they have already broken faith, and we lose that sweet confidence that comforted the loves of our youth. We are either imperious or jealous, as the advantages appear in our favour or against us. A gross alloy enters into the love of our middle life, sadly detracting from the divinity of its character. I might call that which I then felt my first real passion. I thought I had loved before, but no, it was only a dream. The dream of the village schoolboy who saw heaven in the bright eyes of his coy classmate. Or perhaps at the family picnic, in some romantic dell, had tasted the rosy cheek of his pretty cousin. I grew strong, and with a rapidity that surprised the skilful man of herbs. Love fed and nourished the fire of life. The will often affects the deed, and, say as you may, volition has its power upon the body. The wish to be well, to live, an object to live for, are often the speediest restoratives. They were mine. I grew stronger, and rose from my couch. A glance at the mirror told me that my colour was returning. Instinct teaches the bird, while wooing his mate, to plume his pinions to their highest gloss, and a similar feeling now rendered me solicitous about my toilet. My portmanteau was ransacked, my razors were drawn forth, the beard disappeared from my chin, and my moustache was trimmed to its wonted dimensions. I confess all this. The world had told me I was not ill looking, and I believed what it said. I am mortal in my vanities. Are not you? There was a guitar in the house. I had learnt in my college days to touch the strings, and its music delighted both Zoe and her mother. I sang to them the songs of my own land, songs of love, and with a throbbing heart watched whether the burning words produced any impression upon her. More than once I have laid aside the instrument with feelings of disappointment. From day to day strange reflections passed through my mind. Could it be that she was too young to understand the import of the word love? Too young to be inspired with a passion? She was but 12 years of age, but then she was the child of a sunny clime, and I had often seen at that age, under the warm sky of Mexico, the wedded bride, the fond mother. Day after day we were together alone. The botanist was busy with his studies, and the silent mother occupied with the duties of her household. Love is not blind. It may be to all the world beside, but to its own object it is as watchful as Argus. I was skilled in the use of the crayon, and I amused my companion by sketches upon scraps of paper and the blank leaves of her music. Many of these were the figures of females, in different attitudes and costumes. In one respect they resembled each other: their faces were alike. The child, without divining the cause, had noticed this peculiarity in the drawings. "Why is it," she asked one day, as we sat together, "these ladies are all in different costumes, of different nations? Are they not? And yet there is a resemblance in their faces. They have all the same features, indeed exactly the same, I think." "It is your face, Zoe. I can sketch no other." She raised her large eyes and bent them upon me with an expression of innocent wonder. Was she blushing? "No." "Is that like me?" "It is, as nearly as I can make it." "And why do you not sketch other faces?" "Why, because Zoe, I fear you would not understand me." "Oh, Enrique, do you think me so bad a scholar? Do I not understand all that you tell me of the far countries where you have been? Surely I may comprehend this as well." "I will tell you then, Zoe." I bent forward with a burning heart and trembling voice. "It is because your face is ever before me. I can paint no other. It is that I love you, Zoe." "Oh, is that the reason? And when you love one, her face is always before you, whether she herself be present or no? It is not so?" "It is so," I replied, with a painful feeling of disappointment. "And is that love, Enrique?" "It is." "Then I must love you; for, wherever I may be, I can see your face, how plainly before me. If I could use this pencil as you do, I am sure I could paint it, though you were not near me. What then? Do you think I love you, Enrique?" No pen could trace my feelings at that moment. We were seated, and the sheet on which were the sketches was held jointly between us. My hand wandered over its surface until the unresisting fingers of my companion were clasped in mine. A wilder emotion followed the electric touch. The paper fell upon the floor, and with a proud but trembling heart I drew the yielding form to mine. Chapter 14. Chapter 15 of the Scalp Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Johns, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Scalp Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 15. Light and Shade. The house we inhabited stood in a quadrangular enclosure that sloped down to the banks of the river, the Del Norte. This enclosure was a garden or shrubbery, guarded on all sides by high, thick walls of adobe. Along the summit of these walls had been planted rows of the cactus that threw out huge thorny limbs, forming an impassable chevaux de frise. There was but one entrance to the house and garden, through a strong wicket gate, which I had noticed was always shut and barred. I had no desire to go abroad. The garden, a large one, hitherto had formed the limit of my walk, and through this I often rambled with Zoe and her mother, but oftener with Zoe alone. There were many objects of interest about the place. It was a ruin, and the house itself bore evidences of better times. It was a large building in the Moro Spanish style, with flat roof, azotea, and notched parapet running along the front. Here and there the little stone turrets of this parapet had fallen off, showing signs of neglect and decay. The walls of the garden impinged upon the river, and there ended, for the bank was steep and vertical, and the deep, still water that ran under it formed a sufficient protection on that side. A thick grove of cottonwoods fringed the bank of the river, and under their shade had been erected a number of seats of japanned mason work, in a style similar to Spanish countries. There were steps cut in the face of the bank, overhung with drooping shrubs, and leading to the water's edge. I had noticed a small skiff moored under the willows, where these steps went down to the water. From this point only could you see beyond the limits of the enclosure. The view was magnificent, and commanded the windings of the Del Norte for a distance of miles. Evening after evening we sought the grove of cottonwoods, and, seated upon one of the benches, together watched the glowing sunset. At this time of the day we were ever alone, I and my little companion. One evening, as usual, we sat under the solemn shadow of the grove. We had brought with us the guitar and bandolin, but after a few notes had been struck the music was forgotten, and the instruments lay upon the grass at our feet. We loved to listen to the music of our own voices. We preferred the utterance of our own thoughts to the sentiments of any song, however sweet. There was music enough around us: the hum of the wild bee as it bade farewell to the closing corolla, the whoop of the grua in the distant sedge, and the soft cooing of the doves as they sat in pairs upon the adjacent branches, like us whispering their mutual loves. Autumn had now painted the woods, and the frondage was of every hue. The shadows of the tall trees dappled the surface of the water as the stream rolled silently on. The sun was far down, and the spire of El Paso gleamed like a golden star under the parting kiss of his beams. Our eyes wandered, and rested upon the glittering vane. "The church!" half soliloquized my companion. "I hardly know what it is like, it is so long since I saw it." "How long?" "Oh, many, many years. I was very young then." "And you have not been beyond these walls since then?" "Oh, yes, papa has taken us down the river in the boat, mamma and myself, often, but not lately." "And have you no wish to go abroad through these gay woods?" "I do not desire it. I am contented here." "And will you always be contented here?" "And why not, Enrique? When you are near me, why should I not be happy?" "But when—" A dark shadow seemed to cross her thoughts. Benighted with love, she had never reflected upon the probability of my leaving her, nor indeed had I. Her cheeks became suddenly pale, and I could see the agony gathering in her eyes as she fixed them upon me. But the words were out. "When I must leave you?" She threw herself on my breast, with a short, sharp scream, as though she had been stung to the heart, and in an impassioned voice cried out, "Oh, my God, my God! Leave me, leave me! Oh, you will not leave me? You who have taught me to love? Oh, Enrique! Why did you tell me that you loved me? Why did you teach me to love?" "Zoe! Enrique, Enrique! Say you will not leave me." "Never, Zoe! I swear it! Never, never!" I fancied at this moment I heard the stroke of an oar, but the wild tumult of my feelings prevented me from rising to look over the bank. I was raising my head when an object appearing above the bank caught my eye. It was a black sombrero with its golden band. I knew the wearer at a glance: Seguin. In a moment he was beside us. "Papa!" exclaimed Zoe, rising up and reaching forward to embrace him. The father put her to one side, at the same time tightly grasping her hand in his. For a moment he remained silent, bending his eyes upon me with an expression I cannot depict. There was in it a mixture of reproach, sorrow, and indignation. I had risen to confront him, but I quailed under that singular glance, and stood abashed and silent. "And this is the way you have thanked me for saving your life? A brave return, good sir. What think you?" I made no reply. "Sir!" continued he, in a voice trembling with emotion, "you have deeply wronged me." "I know it not. I have not wronged you." "What call you this? Trifling with my child?" "Trifling!" I exclaimed, roused to boldness by the accusation. "Ay, trifling. Have you not won her affections?" "I won them fairly." "Pshaw, sir! This is a child, not a woman. Won them fairly! What can she know of love?" "Papa, I do know love. I have felt it for many days. Do not be angry with Enrique, for I love him. Oh, papa, in my heart I love him." He turned to her with a look of astonishment. "Hear this!" he exclaimed. "Oh, heavens! My child, my child!" His voice stung me, for it was full of sorrow. "Listen, sir!" I cried, placing myself directly before him. "I have won the affections of your daughter. I have given mine in return. I am her equal in rank, as she is mine. What crime, then, have I committed? Wherein have I wronged you?" He looked at me for some moments without making any reply. "You would marry her, then?" he said at length, with an evident change in his manner. "Had I permitted our love thus far, without that intention, I should have merited your reproaches. I should have been trifling, as you have said." "Marry me!" exclaimed Zoe, with a look of bewilderment. "Listen, poor child, she knows not the meaning of the word." "Ay, lovely Zoe, I will, else my heart, like yours, shall be wrecked for ever." "Oh, sir!" "Come, sir, enough of this. You have won her from herself. You have yet to win her from me. I will sound the depth of your affection. I will put you to the proof." "Put me to any proof." "We shall see. Come, let us in. Here, Zoe." And taking her by the hand, he led her towards the house. I followed close behind. As we passed through a clump of wild orange trees, the path narrowed, and the father, letting go her hand, walked on ahead. Zoe was between us, and as we reached the middle of the grove, she turned suddenly, and laying her hand upon mine, whispered in a trembling voice, "Enrique, tell me, what is to marry?" "Dearest Zoe, not now. It is too difficult to explain. Another time, Come, Zoe, your hand, child." "Papa, I am coming." Chapter 16 of the Scalp Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Scalp Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 16. An Autobiography. I was alone with my host in the apartment I had hitherto occupied. The females had retired to another part of the house, and I noted that Seguin, on entering, had looked to the door, turning the bolt. What terrible proof was he going to exact of my faith, of my love? Was he about to take my life, or bind me by some fearful oath, this man of cruel deeds? Dark suspicions shot across my mind, and I sat silent, but not without emotions of fear. A bottle of wine was placed between us, and Seguin, pouring out 2 glasses, asked me to drink. This courtesy assured me. But how if the wine be He swallowed his own glass before the thought had fairly shaped itself. I am wronging him, thought I. This man, withal, is incapable of an act of treachery like that. I drank up the wine. It made me feel more composed and tranquil. After a moment's silence, he opened the conversation with the abrupt interrogatory, "What do you know of me?" "Your name and calling, nothing more." "More than is guessed at here," and he pointed significantly to the door. "Who told you this much of me?" "A friend, whom you saw at Santa Fe." "Ah, Saint Vrain, a brave, bold man. I met him once in Chihuahua. Did he tell you no more of me than this?" "No. He promised to enter into particulars concerning you, but the subject was forgotten. The caravan moved on, and we were separated." "You heard, then, that I was Seguin, the Scalp Hunter? That I was employed by the citizens of El Paso to hunt the Apache and Navajo, and that I was paid a stated sum for every Indian scalp I could hang upon their gates? You heard all this?" "I did." "It is true." I remained silent. "Now, sir," he continued after a pause, "would you marry my daughter, the child of a wholesale murderer?" "Your crimes are not hers. She is innocent even of the knowledge of them, as you have said. You may be a demon; she is an angel." There was a sad expression on his countenance as I said this. "Crimes! Demon!" he muttered, half in soliloquy. "Ay, you may well think this. So judges the world. You have heard the stories of the mountain men in all their red exaggeration. You have heard that, during a treaty, I invited a village of the Apaches to a banquet, and poisoned the viands, poisoned the guests, man, woman, and child, and then scalped them. You have heard that I induced to pull upon the drag rope of a cannon 200 savages who know not its use, and then fired the piece, loaded with grape, mowing down the row of the unsuspecting wretches. These and other inhuman acts you have no doubt heard of. It is true, I have heard these stories among the mountain hunters, but I knew not whether to believe them. Monsieur, they are false, all false and unfounded. I am glad to hear you say this. I could not now believe you capable of such barbarities. And yet, if they were true in all their horrid details, they would fall far short of the cruelties that have been dealt out by the savage foe to the inhabitants of this defenceless frontier. If you knew the history of this land for the last 10 years, its massacres and its murders, its tears and its burnings, its spoliations, whole provinces depopulated, villages given to the flames, men butchered on their own hearths, women, beautiful women, carried into captivity by the desert robber. O God, and I too have shared wrongs that will acquit me in your eyes, perhaps in the eyes of heaven." The speaker buried his face in his hands, and leant forward upon the table. He was evidently suffering from some painful recollection. After a moment he resumed: "I would have you listen to a short history of my life." I signified my assent, and after filling and drinking another glass of wine, he proceeded: "I am not a Frenchman, as men suppose. I am a Creole, a native of New Orleans. My parents were refugees from St. Domingo, where, after the Black Revolution, the bulk of their fortune was confiscated by the bloody Christophe. I was educated for a civil engineer, and in this capacity I was brought out to the mines of Mexico, by the owner of one of them, who knew my father. I was young at the time, and I spent several years employed in the mines of Zacatecas and San Luis Potosi. I had saved some money out of my pay, and I began to think of opening upon my own account. Rumours had long been current that rich veins of gold existed upon the Gila and its tributaries. The washings had been seen and gathered in these rivers, and the mother of gold, the milky quartz rock, cropped out everywhere in the desert mountains of this wild region. I started for this country with a select party, and after traversing it for weeks, in the Mimbres Mountains, near the head waters of the Gila, I found the precious ore in its bed. I established a mine, and in 5 years was a rich man. I remembered the companion of my youth, the gentle, the beautiful cousin who had shared my confidence, and inspired me with my first passion. With me it was first and last. It was not, as is often the case under similar circumstances, a transient thing. Through all my wanderings I had remembered and loved her. Had she been as true to me? I determined to assure myself, and leaving my affairs in the hands of my mayoral, I set out for my native city. Adele had been true, and I returned, bringing her with me. I built a house in Valverde, the nearest inhabited district to my mine. Valverde was then a thriving place. It is now a ruin, which you may have seen in your journey down. In this place we lived for years, in the enjoyment of wealth and happiness. I look back upon those days as so many ages of bliss. Our love was mutual and ardent, and we were blessed with 2 children, both girls. The youngest resembled her mother; the other, I have been told, was more like myself. We doted, I fear, too much on these pledges. We were too happy in their possession. At this time a new governor was sent to Santa Fe, a man who, by his wantonness and tyranny, has since then ruined the province. There has been no act too vile, no crime too dark, for this human monster. He offered fare enough at first, and was feasted in the houses of the ricos through the valley. As I was classed among these, I was honoured with his visits, and frequently. He resided principally at Albuquerque, and grand fetes were given at his palace, to which my wife and I were invited as special guests. He, in return, often came to our house in Valverde, under pretence of visiting the different parts of the province. I discovered at length that his visits were solely intended for my wife, to whom he had paid some flattering attentions. I will not dwell on the beauty of Adele at this time. You may imagine that for yourself; and, monsieur, you may assist your imagination by allowing it to dwell on those graces you appear to have discovered in her daughter, for the little Zoe is a type of what her mother was. At the time I speak of, she was still in the bloom of her beauty. The fame of that beauty was on every tongue, and had piqued the vanity of the wanton tyrant. For this reason I became the object of his friendly assiduities. I had divined this, but confiding in the virtue of my wife, I took no notice of his conduct. No overt act of insult as yet claimed my attention. Returning on one occasion from a long absence at the mines, Adele informed me what, through delicacy, she had hitherto concealed, of insults received from his excellency at various times, but particularly in a visit he had paid her during my absence. This was enough for Creole blood. I repaired to Albuquerque, and on the public plaza, in presence of the multitude, I chastised the insulter. I was seized and thrown into a prison, where I lay for several weeks. When I was freed, and sought my home again, it was plundered and desolate. The wild Navajo had been there, my household gods were scattered and broken, and my child, oh God, my little Adele, was carried captive to the mountains." "And your wife, your other child?" I inquired, eager to know the rest. "They had escaped. In the terrible conflict, for my poor peons battled bravely, my wife, with Zoe in her arms, had rushed out and hidden in a cave that was in the garden. I found them in the ranche of a vaquero in the woods, whither they had wandered." "And your daughter Adele, have you heard aught of her since?" "Yes, yes; I will come to that in a moment. My mine, at the same time, was plundered and destroyed. Many of the workmen were slaughtered before they could escape, and the work itself, with my fortune, became a ruin. With some of the miners who had fled, and others of Valverde who, like me, had suffered, I organized a band and followed the savage foe, but our pursuit was vain, and we turned back, many of us broken in health and heart. Oh, monsieur, you cannot know what it is to have thus lost a favourite child. You cannot understand the agony of the bereaved father." The speaker pressed his head between his hands, and remained for a moment silent. His countenance bore the indications of heart-rending sorrow. My story will soon be told, up to the present time. Who knows the end? For years I hung upon the frontiers of the Indian country, hunting for my child. I was aided by a small band, most of them unfortunates like myself, who had lost wife or daughter in a similar manner. But our means became exhausted, and despair wore us out. The sympathies of my companions grew old and cold. One after another gave up. The governor of New Mexico offered us no aid. On the contrary, it was suspected then, it is now known, that the governor himself was in secret league with the Navajo chiefs. He had engaged to leave them unmolested, while they, on their side, promised to plunder only his enemies. On learning this terrible secret, I saw the hand that had dealt me the blow. Stung by the disgrace I had put upon him, as well as by my wife's scorn, the villain was not slow to avenge himself. Since then his life has been twice in my power, but the taking of it would, most probably, have forfeited my own, and I had objects for which to live. I may yet find a reckoning day for him. I have said that my band melted away. Sick at heart, and conscious of danger in New Mexico, I left the province, and crossed the Jornada to El Paso. Here for a while I lived, grieving for my lost child. I was not long inactive. The frequent forays made by the Apaches into Sonora and Chihuahua had rendered the government more energetic in the defence of the frontier. The presidios were repaired and garrisoned with more efficient troops, and a band of rangers organized, whose pay was proportioned to the number of scalps they might send back to the settlements. I was offered the command of this strange guerrilla, and in the hope that I might yet recover my child, I accepted it. I became a scalp hunter. It was a terrible commission, and had revenge alone been my object, it would long since have been gratified. Many a deed of blood have we enacted. Many a scene of retaliatory vengeance have we passed through. I knew that my captive daughter was in the hands of the Navajoes. I had heard so at various times from prisoners whom I had taken. But I was always crippled for want of strength in men and means. Revolution after revolution kept the States in poverty and civil warfare, and our interests were neglected or forgotten. With all my exertions, I could never raise a force sufficient to penetrate that desert country north of the Gila, in which lie the towns of the savage Navajoes." "And you think—" "Patience. I shall soon finish. My band is now stronger than ever. I have received certain information, by one just escaped from a captivity among the Navajoes, that the warriors of both tribes are about to proceed southward. They are mustering all their strength, with the intention of making a grand foray, even as we have heard, to the gates of Durango. It is my design, then, to enter their country while they are absent, and search for my daughter." "And you think she still lives?" "I know it. The same man who brought me this news, and who, poor fellow, has left his scalp and ears behind him, saw her often. She is grown up, and is, he says, a sort of queen among them, possessed of strange powers and privileges. Yes, she still lives, and if it be my fortune to recover her, then will this tragic scene be at an end. I will go far hence." I had listened with deep attention to the strange recital. All the disgust with which my previous knowledge of this man's character had inspired me vanished from my mind, and I felt for him compassion, ay, admiration. He had suffered much. Suffering atones for crime, and in my sight he was justified. Perhaps I was too lenient in my judgment. It was natural I should be so. When the revelation was ended, I was filled with emotions of pleasure. I felt a vivid joy to know that she was not the offspring of the demon I had deemed him. He seemed to divine my thoughts, for there was a smile of satisfaction, I might say triumph, on his countenance, as he leaned across the table to refill the wine. "Monsieur, my story must have wearied you. Drink." There was a moment's silence as we emptied the glasses. "And now, sir, you know the father of your betrothed, at least somewhat better than before. Are you still in the mind to marry her?" "Oh, sir, she is now, more than ever, to me a sacred object." "But you must win her, as I have said, from me." "Then, sir, tell me how. I am ready for any sacrifice that may be within my power to make." "You must help me to recover her sister." "Willingly." "You must go with me to the desert." "I will." "Enough. We start to morrow." And he rose, and began to pace the room. "At an early hour?" I inquired, half fearing that I was about to be denied an interview with her whom I now more than ever longed to embrace. "By daybreak," he replied, not seeming to heed my anxious manner. "I must look to my horse and arms," said I, rising, and going towards the door, in hopes of meeting her without. "They have been attended to. Gode is there. Come, boy, she is not in the hall. Stay where you are. I will get the arms you want. Adele! Zoe! Oh, doctor, you are returned with your weeds. It is well. We journey to morrow. Adele, some coffee, love, and then let us have some music. Your guest leaves you to morrow." The bright form rushed between us with a scream. "No, no, no, no!" she exclaimed, turning from one to the other with the wild appeal of a passionate heart. "Come, little dove," said the father, taking her by the hands. "Do not be so easily fluttered. It is but for a short time. He will return again." "How long, papa? How long, Enrique?" "But a very short while. It will be longer to me than to you, Zoe." "Oh, no, no! An hour will be a long time. How many hours do you think, Enrique?" "Oh, we shall be gone days, I fear." "Days! Oh, papa! Oh, Enrique! Days!" "Come, little chit, they will soon pass. Go, help your mamma to make the coffee." "Oh, papa! Days! Long days! They will not soon pass when I am alone." "But you will not be alone. Your mamma will be with you." "Ah!" And with a sigh and an air of abstraction, she departed to obey the command of her father. As she passed out at the door, she again sighed audibly. The doctor was a silent and wondering spectator of this last scene; and as her figure vanished into the hall, I could hear him muttering to himself, Oh, ja, poor little Fraulein. I thought as moch. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of the Scalp Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Scalp Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 17. Up the Del Norte. I will not distress you with a parting scene. We were in our saddles before the stars had died out, and riding along the sandy road. At a short distance from the house, the path angled, striking into thick, heavy timber. Here I checked my horse, allowing my companions to pass, and standing in the stirrup, looked back. My eyes wandered along the old grey walls, and sought the azotea. Upon the very edge of the parapet, outlined against the pale light of the aurora, was the object I looked for. I could not distinguish the features, but I easily recognised the oval curvings of the figure, cut like a dark medallion against the sky. She was standing near one of the yucca palm trees that grew up from the azotea. Her hand rested upon its trunk, and she bent forward, straining her gaze into the darkness below. Perhaps she saw the waving of a kerchief. Perhaps she heard her name, and echoed the parting prayer that was sent back to her on the still breath of the morning. If so, her voice was drowned by the tread of my chafing horse, that, wheeling suddenly, bore me off into the sombre shadows of the forest. I rode forward, turning at intervals to catch a glimpse of those lovely outlines, but from no other point was the house visible. It lay buried in the dark, majestic woods. I could only see the long bayonets of the picturesque palmillas, and our road now descending among hills, these too were soon hidden from my view. Dropping the bridle and leaving my horse to go at will, I fell into a train of thoughts at once pleasant and painful. I knew that I had inspired this young creature with a passion deep and ardent as my own, perhaps more vital; for my heart had passed through other affections, while hers had never throbbed with any save the subdued solicitudes of a graceful childhood. She had never known emotion. Love was her first strong feeling, her first passion. Would it not, thus enthroned, reign over all other thoughts in her heart's kingdom? She too so formed for love, so like its mythic goddess. These reflections were pleasant; but the picture darkened as I turned from looking back for the last time, and something whispered me, some demon it was, "You may never see her more." The suggestion, even in this hypothetical form, was enough to fill my mind with dark forebodings, and I began to cast my thoughts upon the future. I was going upon no party of pleasure, from which I might return at a fixed hour. Dangers were before me, the dangers of the desert; and I knew that these were of no ordinary character. In our plans of the previous night, Seguin had not concealed the perils of our expedition. These he had detailed before exacting my final promise to accompany him. Weeks before I would not have regarded them; they would only have lured me on to meet them. Now my feelings were different, for I believed that in my life there was another's. What, then, if the demon had whispered truly? I might never see her more. It was a painful thought; and I rode on, bent in the saddle, under the influence of its bitterness. But I was once more upon the back of my favourite Moro, who seemed to know his rider; and as his elastic body heaved beneath me, my spirit answered his, and began to resume its wonted buoyancy. After a while I took up the reins, and shortened them in my hands, spurred on after my companions. Our road lay up the river, crossing the shallow ford at intervals, and winding through the bottom lands, that were heavily timbered. The path was difficult on account of the thick underwood; and although the trees had once been blazed for a road, there were no signs of late travel upon it, with the exception of a few solitary horse tracks. The country appeared wild and uninhabited. This was evident from the frequency with which deer and antelope swept across our path, or sprang out of the underwood close to the horses' heads. Here and there our path trended away from the river, crossing its numerous loops. Several times we passed large tracts where the heavy timber had been felled, and clearings had existed; but this must have been long ago, for the land that had been furrowed by the plough was now covered with tangled and almost impenetrable thickets. A few broken and decaying logs, or crumbled walls of the adobe, were all that remained to attest where the settlers' rancho had stood. We passed a ruined church with its old turrets dropping by piecemeal. Piles of adobe lay around, covering the ground for acres. A thriving village had stood there. Where was it now? Where were the busy gossips? A wild cat sprang over the briar-laced walls and made off into the forest. An owl flew sluggishly up from the crumbling cupola, and hovered around our heads, uttering its doleful "woo-hoo-ah," that rendered the desolation of the scene more impressive. As we rode through the ruin, a dead stillness surrounded us, broken only by the hooting of the night bird, and the cranch, cranch of our horses' feet upon the fragments of pottery that covered the deserted streets. But where were they who had once made these walls echo with their voices? Who had knelt under the sacred shadow of that once hallowed pile? They were gone, but where, and when, and why? I put these questions to Seguin, and was answered thus briefly: "The Indians." The savage it was, with his red spear and scalping knife, his bow and his battle axe, his brand and his poisoned arrows. "The Navajoes?" I inquired. "Navajo and Apache. But do they come no more to this place?" A feeling of anxiety had suddenly entered my mind. I thought of our proximity to the mansion we had left. I thought of its unguarded walls. I waited with some impatience for an answer. "No more," was the brief reply. "And why?" I inquired. "This is our territory," he answered significantly. "You are now, monsieur, in a country where live strange fellows. You shall see. Woe to the Apache or Navajo who may stray into these woods!" As we rode forward, the country became more open, and we caught a glimpse of high bluffs trending north and south on both sides of the river. These bluffs converged till the river channel appeared to be completely barred up by a mountain. This was only an appearance. On riding farther, we found ourselves entering one of those fearful gaps, canons as they are called, so often met with in the table lands of tropical America. Through this the river foamed between two vast cliffs, 1,000 feet in height, whose profiles, as you approached them, suggested the idea of angry giants, separated by some almighty hand, and thus left frowning at each other. It was with a feeling of awe that one looked up at the face of these stupendous cliffs, and I felt a shuddering sensation as I neared the mighty gate between them. "Do you see that point?" asked Seguin, indicating a rock that jutted out from the highest ledge of the chasm. I signified in the affirmative, for the question was addressed to myself. "That is the leap you were so desirous of taking. We found you dangling against yonder rock." "Good God!" I ejaculated, as my eyes rested upon the dizzy eminence. My brain grew giddy as I sat in my saddle gazing upward, and I was fain to ride onward. "But for your noble horse," continued my companion, "the doctor here would have been stopping about this time to hypothecate upon your bones. Ho, Moro! Beautiful Moro!" "Oh, mein Gott! Ja, ja!" assented the botanist, looking up against the precipice, apparently with a feeling of awe such as I felt myself. Seguin had ridden alongside me, and was patting my horse on the neck, with expressions of admiration. "But why?" I asked, the remembrance of our first interview now occurring to me. "Why were you so eager to possess him?" "A fancy." "Can I not understand it? I think you said then that I could not?" "Oh, yes, quite easily, monsieur. I intended to steal my own daughter, and I wanted, for that purpose, to have the aid of your horse." "But how?" "It was before I had heard the news of this intended expedition of our enemy. As I had no hopes of obtaining her otherwise, it was my design to have entered their country alone, or with a tried comrade, and by stratagem to have carried her off. Their horses are swift, yet far inferior to the Arab, as you may have had an opportunity of seeing. With such an animal as that I would have been comparatively safe, unless hemmed in or surrounded; and even then I might have got off with a few scratches. I intended to have disguised myself, and entered the town as one of their own warriors. I have long been master of their language." "It would have been a perilous enterprise." "True. It was a dernier resort, and only adopted because all other efforts had failed. After years of yearning, deep craving of the heart, I might have perished. It was a rash thought, but I, at that time, entertained it fully. I hope we shall succeed now. I have high hopes. It seems as if some overruling providence were now acting in my favour. This absence of her captors, and besides, my band has been most opportunely strengthened by the arrival of a number of trappers from the eastern plains. The beaver skins have fallen, according to their phraseology, to a plug, and they find red skin pays better. Ah, I hope this will soon be over." And he sighed deeply as he uttered the last words. We were now at the entrance of the gorge, and a shady clump of cottonwoods invited us to rest. "Let us noon here," said Seguin. We dismounted, and ran our animals out on their trail ropes to feed. Then, seating ourselves on the soft grass, we drew forth the viands that had been prepared for our journey. Chapter 17. Chapter 18 of the Scalp Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Scalp Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 18. Geography and Geology. We rested above an hour in the cool shade, while our horses refreshed themselves on the grama that grew luxuriantly around. We conversed about the singular region in which we were travelling, singular in its geography, its geology, its botany, and its history, singular in all respects. I am a traveller, as I might say, by profession. I felt an interest in learning something of the wild countries that stretched for hundreds of miles around us, and I knew there was no man living so capable of being my informant as he with whom I then conversed. My journey down the river had made me but a little acquainted with its features. At that time, as I have already related, there was a fever upon me, and my memory of objects was as though I had encountered them in some distorted dream. My brain was now clear, and the scenes through which we were passing, here soft and south-like, there wild, barren, and picturesque, forcibly impressed my imagination. The knowledge, too, that parts of this region had once been inhabited by the followers of Cortez, as many a ruin testified; that it had been surrendered back to its ancient and savage lords, and the inference that this surrender had been brought about by the enactment of many a tragic scene, induced a train of romantic thought, which yearned for gratification in an acquaintance with the realities that gave rise to it. Seguin was communicative. His spirits were high, his hopes were buoyant. The prospects of again embracing his long-lost child imbued him, as it were, with new life. He had not, he said, felt so happy for many years. "It is true," said he, in answer to a question I had put, "there is little known of this whole region, beyond the boundaries of the Mexican settlements. They who once had the opportunity of recording its geographical features have left the task undone. They were too busy in the search for gold, and their weak descendants, as you see, are too busy in robbing one another to care for aught else. They know nothing of the country beyond their own borders, and these are every day contracting upon them. All they know of it is the fact that thence came their enemies, whom they dread, as children do ghosts or wolves." "We are now," continued Seguin, "near the centre of the continent, in the very heart of the American Sahara." "But," said I, interrupting him, "we cannot be more than a day's ride south of New Mexico. That is not a desert; it is a cultivated country." "New Mexico is an oasis, nothing more. The desert is around it for hundreds of miles; nay, in some directions you may travel 1,000 miles from the Del Norte without seeing one fertile spot. New Mexico is an oasis which owes its existence to the irrigating waters of the Del Norte. It is the only settlement of white men from the frontiers of the Mississippi to the shores of the Pacific in California. You approached it by a desert, did you not?" "Yes. As we ascended from the Mississippi towards the Rocky Mountains, the country became gradually more sterile. For the last 300 miles or so, we could scarcely find grass or water for the sustenance of our animals. But is it thus north and south of the route we travelled? North and south for more than 1,000 miles, from the plains of Texas to the lakes of Canada, along the whole base of the Rocky Mountains, and halfway to the settlements on the Mississippi, it is a treeless, herbless land. To the west of the mountains? 1,500 miles of desert, that is its length, by at least half as many miles of breadth. The country to the west is of a different character. It is more broken in its outlines, more mountainous, and, if possible, more sterile in its aspect. The volcanic fires have been more active there; and though that may have been thousands of years ago, the igneous rocks in many places look as if freshly upheaved. No vegetation, no climatic action has sensibly changed the hues of the lava and scoriae that in some places cover the plains for miles. I say no climatic action, for there is but little of that in this central region." "I do not understand you." "What I mean is, that there is but little atmospheric change. It is but one uniform drought. It is seldom tempestuous or rainy. I know some districts where a drop of rain has not fallen for years." "And can you account for that phenomenon?" "I have my theory. It may not satisfy the learned meteorologist, but I will offer it to you." I listened with attention, for I knew that my companion was a man of science, as of experience and observation, and subjects of the character of those about which we conversed had always possessed great interest for me. He continued: "There can be no rain without vapour in the air. There can be no vapour in the air without water on the earth below to produce it. Here there is no great body of water, nor can there be. The whole region of the desert is upheaved, an elevated table land. We are now nearly 6,000 feet above sea level; hence its springs are few, and by hydraulic law must be fed by its own waters, or those of some region still more elevated, which does not exist on the continent. Could I create vast seas in this region, walled in by the lofty mountains that traverse it, and such seas existed coeval with its formation, could I create those seas without giving them an outlet, not even allowing the smallest rill to drain them, in process of time they would empty themselves into the ocean, and leave everything, as it now is, a desert." "But how? By evaporation?" "On the contrary, the absence of evaporation would be the cause of their drainage. I believe it has been so already." "I cannot understand that." "It is simply thus. This region possesses, as we have said, great elevation; consequently a cool atmosphere, and a much less evaporating power than that which draws up the water of the ocean. Now, there would be an interchange of vapour between the ocean and these elevated seas, by means of winds and currents; for it is only by that means that any water can reach this interior plateau. That interchange would result in favour of the inland seas, by reason of their less evaporation, as well as from other causes. We have not time, or I could demonstrate such a result." "I beg you will admit it, then, and reason it out at your leisure." "I perceive the truth. I perceive it at once." "What follows, then?" "These seas would gradually fill up to overflowing. The first little rivulet that trickled forth from their lipping fulness would be the signal of their destruction. It would cut its channel over the ridge of the lofty mountain, tiny at first, but deepening and widening with each successive shower, until after many years, ages, centuries, cycles perhaps, a great gap such as this," here Seguin pointed to the canon, "and the dry plain behind it, would alone exist to puzzle the geologist." "And you think that the plains lying along the Andes and the Rocky Mountains are the dry beds of seas?" "I doubt it not. Seas formed after the upheaval of the ridges that barred them in, formed by rains from the ocean, at first shallow, then deepening, until they had risen to the level of their mountain barriers, and, as I have described, cut their way back again to the ocean." "But does not one of these seas still exist?" "The Great Salt Lake? It does. It lies northwest of us. Not only one, but a system of lakes, springs, and rivers, both salt and fresh, and these have no outlet to the ocean. They are barred in by highlands and mountains, of themselves forming a complete geographical system. Does not that destroy your theory? No. The basin in which this phenomenon exists is on a lower level than most of the desert plateaux. Its evaporating power is equal to the influx of its own rivers, and consequently neutralizes their effect. That is to say, in its exchange of vapour with the ocean, it gives as much as it receives. This arises not so much from its low elevation, as from the peculiar dip of the mountains that guide the waters into its bosom. Place it in a colder position, ceteris paribus, and in time it would cut the canal for its own drainage. So with the Caspian Sea, the Aral, and the Dead Sea. No, my friend, the existence of the Salt Lake supports my theory. Around its shores lie a fertile country, fertile from the quick returns of its own waters moistening it with rain. It exists only to a limited extent, and cannot influence the whole region of the desert, which lies parched and sterile on account of its great distance from the ocean. But does not the vapour rising from the ocean float over the desert? It does, as I have said, to some extent, else there would be no rain here. Sometimes by extraordinary causes, such as high winds, it is carried into the heart of the continent in large masses. Then we have storms, and fearful ones too. But generally it is only the skirt of a cloud, so to speak, that reaches thus far; and that, combined with the proper evaporation of the region itself, that is, from its own springs and rivers, yields all the rain that falls upon it. Great bodies of vapour, rising from the Pacific and drifting eastward, first impinge upon the coast range, and there deposit their waters; or perhaps they are more highly heated, and soaring above the tops of these mountains travel farther. They will be intercepted 100 miles farther on by the loftier ridges of the Sierra Nevada, and carried back as it were captive to the ocean by the streams of the Sacramento and San Joaquin. It is only the skirt of these clouds, as I have termed it, that, soaring still higher, and escaping the attractive influence of the Nevada, floats on, and falls into the desert region. What then? No sooner has it fallen than it hurries back to the sea by the Gila and Colorado, to rise again and fertilize the slopes of the Nevada; while the fragment of some other cloud drifts its scanty supply over the arid uplands of the interior, to be spent in rain or snow upon the peaks of the Rocky Mountains. Hence the source of the rivers running east and west, and hence the oases, such as the parks that lie among these mountains. Hence the fertile valleys upon the Del Norte, and other streams that thinly meander through this central land. Vapour clouds from the Atlantic undergo a similar detention in crossing the Alleghany range; or, cooling, after having circled a great distance round the globe, descend into the valleys of the Ohio and Mississippi. From all sides of this great continent, as you approach its centre, fertility declines, and only from the want of water. The soil in many places, where there is scarcely a blade of grass to be seen, possesses all the elements of vegetation. So the doctor will tell you. He has analysed it." "Ya, ya, dat ish true," quietly affirmed the doctor. "There are many oases," continued Seguin, "and where water can be used to irrigate the soil, luxuriant vegetation is the consequence. You have observed this, no doubt, in travelling down the river; and such was the case in the old Spanish settlements on the Gila." "But why were these abandoned?" I inquired, never having heard any reason assigned for the desertion of these once flourishing colonies. "Why!" echoed Seguin, with a peculiar energy, "why! Unless some other race than the Iberian take possession of these lands, the Apache, the Navajo, and the Comanche, the conquered of Cortez and his conquerors, will yet drive the descendants of those very conquerors from the soil of Mexico. Look at Sonora and Chihuahua, half depopulated. Look at New Mexico, its citizens living by sufferance, living, as it were, to till the land, and feed the flocks for the support of their own enemies, who levy their blackmail by the year. But come, the sun tells us we must on. Come, mount. We can go through," continued he. There has been no rain lately, and the water is low. Otherwise we should have 15 miles of a ride over the mountain yonder. Keep close to the rocks. Follow me." And with this admonition he entered the canon, followed by myself, Gode, and the doctor. Chapter 19 of the Scalp Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Scalp Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 19. The Scalp Hunters. It was still early in the evening when we reached the camp of the Scalp Hunters. Our arrival was scarcely noticed. A single glance at us, as we rode in amongst the men, was all the recognition we received. No one rose from his seat or ceased his occupation. We were left to unsaddle our horses and dispose of them as best we might. I was wearied with the ride, having been so long unused to the saddle. I threw my blanket on the ground and sat down, resting my back against the stump of a tree. I could have slept, but the strangeness of everything around me excited my imagination, and, with feelings of curiosity, I looked and listened. I should call the pencil to my aid, to give you an idea of the scene, and that would but faintly illustrate it. A wilder and more picturesque coup d'oeil never impressed human vision. It reminded me of pictures I had seen representing the bivouacs of brigands under the dark pines of the Abruzzi. I paint from a recollection that looks back over many years of adventurous life. I can give only the more salient points of the picture. The petit detail is forgotten, although at that time the minutest objects were things new and strange to my eye, and each of them for a while fixed my attention. I afterwards grew familiar with them, and hence they are now in my memory, as a multitude of other things, indistinct from their very distinctness. The camp was in a bend of the Del Norte, in a glade surrounded by tall cottonwoods, whose smooth trunks rose vertically out of a thick underwood of palmettos and Spanish bayonet. A few tattered tents stood in the open ground, and there were skin lodges after the Indian fashion. But most of the hunters had made their shelter with a buffalo robe stretched upon 4 upright poles. There were lairs among the underwood, constructed of branches, and thatched with the palmated leaves of the yucca, or with reeds brought from the adjacent river. There were paths leading out in different directions, marked by openings in the foliage. Through one of these a green meadow was visible. Mules and mustangs, picketed on long trail ropes, were clustered over it. Through the camp were seen the saddles, bridles, and packs, resting upon stumps or hanging from the branches. Guns leaned against the trees, and rusted sabres hung suspended over the tents and lodges. Articles of camp furniture, such as pans, kettles, and axes, littered the ground in every direction. Log fires were burning. Around them sat clusters of men. They were not seeking warmth, for it was not cold. They were roasting ribs of venison, or smoking old-fashioned pipes. Some were scouring their arms and accoutrements. The accents of many languages fell upon my ear. I heard snatches of French, Spanish, English, and Indian. The exclamations were in character with the appearance of those who uttered them. "Hello, Dick!" "Hang it, old hoss! What are ye 'bout?" "Carrambo!" "By the 'tarnal arthquake!" "Vaya, hombre, vaya!" "Carajo!" "By gosh!" "Santissima Maria!" "Sacre!" It seemed as if the different nations had sent representatives to contest the supremacy of their shibboleths. I was struck with 3 groups. A particular language prevailed in each, and there was a homogeneousness about the costumes of the men composing each. That nearest me conversed in the Spanish language. They were Mexicans. I will describe the dress of one, as I remember it. Calzoneros of green velvet. These are cut after the fashion of sailor trousers, short waist, tight round the hips, and wide at the bottoms, where they are strengthened by black leather stamped and stitched ornamentally. The outer seams are split from hip to thigh, slashed with braid, and set with rows of silver castletops. These seams are open, for the evening is warm, and underneath appear the calzoncillos of white muslin. hanging in white folds around the ankles. The boot is of calfskin, tanned but not blackened. It is reddish, rounded at the toe, and carries a spur at least a pound in weight, with a rowel 3 inches in diameter. The spur is curiously fashioned, and fastened to the boot by straps of stamped leather. Little bells, campanulas, hang from the teeth of the rowels, and tinkle at the slightest motion of the foot. Look upward. The calzoneros are not braced, but fastened at the waist by a silken sash or scarf. It is scarlet. It is passed several times round the body, and made fast behind, where the fringed ends hang gracefully over the left hip. There is no waistcoat. A jacket of dark cloth, embroidered and tightly fitting, short behind, a la grecque, leaving the shirt to puff out over the scarf. The shirt itself, with its broad collar and flowered front, exhibits the triumphant skill of some dark eyed poblana. Over all this is the broad brimmed, shadowy sombrero, a heavy hat of black glaze, with its thick band of silver bullion. There are tags of the same metal stuck in the sides, giving it an appearance altogether unique. Over one shoulder is hanging, half folded, the picturesque serape. A belt and pouch, an escopette upon which the hand is resting, a waist belt with a pair of small pistols stuck under it, a long Spanish knife suspended obliquely across the left hip, complete the tout ensemble of him whom I have chosen to describe. It may answer as a characteristic of the dress of many of his companions, those of the group that was nearest me. There was variety in their habiliments, yet the national costume of Mexico was traceable in all. Some wore leather calzoneros, with a spencer or jerkin of the same material, close both at front and behind. Some carried, instead of the pictured serape, the blanket of the Navajoes, with its broad black stripes. Suspended from the shoulders of others hung the beautiful and graceful manga. Some were moccasined, while a few of the inferior men wore the simple guarache, the sandal of the Aztecs. The countenances of these men were swarth and savage looking, their hair long, straight, and black as the wing of a crow, while both beard and moustache grew wildly over their faces. Fierce dark eyes gleamed under the broad brims of their hats. Few of them were men of high stature, yet there was a litheness in their bodies that showed them to be capable of great activity. Their frames were well knit, and inured to fatigues and hardships. They were all, or nearly all, natives of the Mexican border, frontier men, who had often closed in deadly fight with the Indian foe. They were ciboleros, vaqueros, rancheros, monteros, men who in their frequent association with the mountain men, the Gallic and Saxon hunters from the eastern plains, had acquired a degree of daring which by no means belongs to their own race. They were the chivalry of the Mexican frontier. They smoked cigaritas, rolling them between their fingers in husks of maize. They played monte on their spread blankets, staking their tobacco. They cursed and cried "Cajaro" when they lost, and "Thanks to the Santisimo Virgin" when the cards were pulled out in their favour. Their language was a Spanish patois. Their voices were sharp and disagreeable. At a short distance from these was the second group that attracted my attention. The individuals composing this were altogether different from the former. They were different in every essential point, in voice, dress, language, and physiognomy. Theirs was the Anglo-American face at a glance. These were the trappers, the prairie hunters, the mountain men. Let us again choose a type that may answer for a description of all. He stands leaning on his long straight rifle, looking into the fire. He is 6 feet in his moccasins, and of a build that suggests the idea of strength and Saxon ancestry. His arms are like young oaks, and his hand, grasping the muzzle of his gun, is large, fleshless, and muscular. His cheek is broad and firm. It is partially covered by a bushy whisker that meets over the chin and fringes all around the lips. It is neither fair nor dark, but of a dull brown colour, lighter around the mouth, where it has been bleached by the sun, ambir, and water. The eye is grey, or bluish grey, small and slightly crowed at the corner. It is well set, and rarely wanders. It seems to look into you rather than at you. The hair is brown and of a medium length, cut, no doubt, on his last visit to the trading post or the settlements; and the complexion, although dark as that of a mulatto, is only so from tan. It was once fair, a blonde. The countenance is not unprepossessing. It might be styled handsome. Its whole expression is bold, but good humoured and generous. The dress of the individual described is of home manufacture; that is, of his home, the prairie and the wild mountain park, where the material has been bought by a bullet from his rifle. It is the work of his own hands, unless indeed he may be one who has shared his cabin with some Indian, Sioux, Crow, or Cheyenne. It consists of a hunting shirt of dressed deerskin, smoked to the softness of a glove, leggings, reaching to the waist, and moccasins of the same material, the latter soled with the parfleche of the buffalo. The shirt is belted at the waist, but open at the breast and throat, where it falls back into a graceful cape just covering the shoulders. Underneath is seen the undershirt, of finer material, the dressed skin of the antelope, or the fawn of a fallow deer. On his head is a raccoon cap, with the face of the animal looking to the front, while the barred tail hangs like a plume drooping down to his left shoulder. His accoutrements are: a bullet pouch made from the undressed skin of the mountain cat, and a huge crescent shaped horn, upon which he has carved many a strange souvenir. His arms consist of a long knife, a bowie, and a heavy pistol, carefully secured by a holster to the leathern belt around his waist. Add to this a rifle nearly 5 feet long, taking 90 to the pound, and so straight that the line of the barrel scarcely deflects from that of the butt. But little attention has been paid to ornament, in either his dress, arms, or equipments, and yet there is a gracefulness in the hang of his tunic-like shirt, a stylishness about the fringing of the cape and leggings, and a jauntiness in the set of that coonskin cap, that shows the wearer to be not altogether unmindful of his personal appearance. A small pouch or case, neatly embroidered with stained porcupine quills, hangs upon his breast. At intervals he contemplates this with a pleased and complacent look. It is his pipe holder, a love token from some dark-eyed, dark-haired damsel, no doubt, like himself a denizen of the wild wilderness. Such is the tout ensemble of a mountain trapper. There were many around him whom I have described, almost similarly attired and equipped. Some wore slouch hats of greyish felt, and some catskin caps. Some had hunting shirts bleached to a brighter hue, and broidered with gayer colours. Others looked more tattered and patched and smoky. Yet in the costume of all there was enough of character to enable you to class them. There was no possibility of mistaking the regular mountain man. The third group that attracted my attention was at a greater distance from the spot I occupied. I was filled with curiosity, not to say astonishment, on perceiving that they were Indians. Can they be prisoners? thought I. No, they are not bound. There are no signs of captivity either in their look or gestures, and yet they are Indians. Can they belong to the band fighting against? As I sat conjecturing, a hunter passed near me. "Who are these Indians?" I asked, indicating the group. "Delawares, some Shawnees." These, then, were the celebrated Delawares, descendants of that great tribe who, on the Atlantic shores, first gave battle to the pale-faced invader. Theirs had been a wonderful history. War their school, war their worship, war their pastime, war their profession. They are now but a remnant. Their story will soon be ended. I rose up, and approached them with a feeling of interest. Some of them were sitting around the fire, smoking out of curiously carved pipes of the red claystone. Others strode back and forth with that majestic gait for which the forest Indian has been so much celebrated. There was a silence among them that contrasted strangely with the gibbering kept up by their Mexican allies. An occasional question put in a deep toned, sonorous voice, a short but emphatic reply, a guttural grunt, a dignified nod, a gesture with the hand, and thus they conversed, as they filled their pipe bowls with the kinni kinnick, and passed the valued instruments from one to another. I stood gazing upon these stoical sons of the forest, with emotions stronger than curiosity, as one contemplates for the first time an object of which he has heard and read strange accounts. The history of their wars and their wanderings were fresh in my memory. Before me were the actors themselves, or types of them, in all their truthful reality, in all their wild picturesqueness. These were the men who, driven from their homes by the Atlantic border, yielded only to fate, to the destiny of their race. Crossing the Appalachian range, they had fought their way from home to home, down the steep sides of the Alleghany, along the wooded banks of the Ohio, into the heart of the bloody ground. Still the pale face followed on their track, and drove them onward, onward towards the setting sun. Red wars, Punic faith, broken treaties, year after year, thinned their ranks. Still, disdaining to live near their white conquerors, they pushed on, fighting their way through tribes of their own race and colour thrice their numbers. The forks of the Osage became their latest resting place. Here the usurper promised to guarantee them a home, to be theirs to all time. The concession came too late. War and wandering had grown to be part of their natures, and with a scornful pride they disdained the peaceful tillage of the soil. The remnant of their tribe was collected on the Osage, but in one season it had disappeared. The braves and young men wandered away, leaving only the old, the women, and the worthless in their allotted home. Where have they gone? Where are they now? He who would find the Delawares must seek them on the broad prairies, in the mountain parks, in the haunts of the bear and the beaver, the bighorn and the buffalo. There he may find them, in scattered bands, leagued with their ancient enemy, the whites, or alone, trapping, hunting, fighting the Utah or Rapaho, the Crow or Cheyenne, the Navajo and the Apache. I stood gazing upon the group with feelings of profound interest, upon their features and their picturesque habiliments. Though no two of them were dressed exactly alike, there was a similarity about the dress of all. Most of them wore hunting shirts, not made of deerskin like those of the whites, but of calico, printed in bright patterns. This dress, handsomely fashioned and fringed, under the accoutrements of the Indian warrior, presented a striking appearance. But that which chiefly distinguished the costumes of both the Delaware and Shawano from that of their white allies was the head dress. This was, in fact, a turban, formed by binding the head with a scarf or kerchief of a brilliant colour, such as may be seen on the dark Creoles of Hayti. In the group before me no two of these turbans were alike, yet they were all of a similar character. The finest were those made by the checkered kerchiefs of Madras. Plumes surmounted them of coloured feathers from the wing of the war eagle, or the blue plumage of the gruya. For the rest of their costume they wore deerskin leggings and moccasins, nearly similar to those of the trappers. The leggings of some were ornamented by scalp locks along the outer seam, exhibiting a dark history of the wearer's prowess. I noticed that their moccasins were peculiar, differing altogether from those worn by the Indians of the prairies. They were seamed up the fronts, without braiding or ornament, and gathered into a double row of plaits. The arms and equipments of these warrior men were like those of the white hunters. They have long since discarded the bow, and in the management of the rifle most of them can draw a bead and hit plumb centre with any of their mountain associates. In addition to the firelock and knife, I noticed that they still carried the ancient weapon of their race, the fearful tomahawk. I have described three characteristic groups that struck me on glancing over the camp ground. There were individuals belonging to neither, and others partaking of the character of one or all. There were Frenchmen, Canadian voyageurs, strays of the North West Company, wearing white capotes, and chatting, dancing, and singing their boat songs with all the esprit of their race. There were Pueblos, Indios Manzos, clad in their ungraceful tilmas, and rather serving than associating with those around them. There were mulattoes, too, and negroes of a jetty blackness from the plantations of Louisiana, who had exchanged for this free roving life the twisted cowskin of the overseer. There were tattered uniforms showing the deserters who had wandered from some frontier post into this remote region. There were Kanakas from the Sandwich Isles, who had crossed the deserts from California. There were men apparently of every hue and clime and tongue here assembled, drawn together by the accidents of life, by the instinct of adventure, all more or less strange individuals of the strangest band it has ever been my lot to witness, the band of the Scalp hunters. Chapter 20
of the Scalp Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Scalp Hunters, by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 20. Sharpshooting. I had returned to my blanket, and was about to stretch myself upon it, when the whoop of a gruya drew my attention. Looking up, I saw one of these birds flying towards the camp. It was coming through a break in the trees that opened from the river. It flew low, and tempted a shot with its broad wings and slow, lazy flight. A report rang upon the air. One of the Mexicans had fired his escopette, but the bird flew on, plying its wings with more energy, as if to bear itself out of reach. There was a laugh from the trappers, and a voice cried out, "Yer fool! Do you think you could hit a spread blanket with that beetle-shaped blunderbox? Pish!" I turned to see who had delivered this odd speech. Two men were poising their rifles, bringing them to bear upon the bird. One was the young hunter whom I have described. The other was an Indian whom I had not seen before. The cracks were simultaneous, and the crane, dropping its long neck, came whirling down among the trees, where it caught upon a high branch, and remained. From their position neither party knew that the other had fired. A tent was between them, and the two reports had seemed as one. A trapper cried out, "Well done, Garry! Lord help the thing that's afore old Killbar's muzzle when you squints through her hindsights." The Indian just then stepped round the tent. Hearing this side speech, and perceiving the smoke still oozing from the muzzle of the young hunter's gun, he turned to the latter with the interrogation, "Did you fire, sir?" This was said in well accentuated and most un-Indian-like English, which would have drawn my attention to the man had not his singularly imposing appearance riveted me already. "Who is he?" I inquired from one near me. "Don't know. Fresh arrive," was the short answer. "Do you mean that he is a stranger here?" "Just so. He come in thar a while agone. Don't believe anybody knows him. I guess the captain does. I seed them shake hands." I looked at the Indian with increasing interest. He seemed a man of about 30 years of age, and not much under 7 feet in height. He was proportioned like an Apollo, and on this account appeared smaller than he actually was. His features were of the Roman type, and his fine forehead, his aquiline nose, and broad jawbone, gave him the appearance of talent, as well as firmness and energy. He was dressed in a hunting shirt, leggings, and moccasins, but all these differed from anything worn either by the hunters or their Indian allies. The shirt itself was made out of the dressed hide of the red deer, but differently prepared from that used by the trappers. It was bleached almost to the whiteness of a kid glove. The breast, unlike theirs, was close, and beautifully embroidered with stained porcupine quills. The sleeves were similarly ornamented, and the cape and skirts were trimmed with the soft snow-white fur of the ermine. A row of entire skins of that animal hung from the skirt border, forming a fringe both graceful and costly. But the most singular feature about this man was his hair. It fell loosely over his shoulders, and swept the ground as he walked. It could not have been less than 7 feet in length. It was black, glossy, and luxuriant, and reminded me of the tails of those great Flemish horses I had seen in the funeral carriages of London. He wore upon his head the war eagle bonnet, with its full circle of plumes, the finest triumph of savage taste. This magnificent head dress added to the majesty of his appearance. A white buffalo robe hung from his shoulders, with all the graceful draping of a toga. Its silky fur corresponded to the colour of his dress, and contrasted strikingly with his own dark tresses. There were other ornaments about his person. His arms and accoutrements were shining with metallic brightness, and the stock and butt of his rifle were richly inlaid with silver. I have been thus minute in my description, as the first appearance of this man impressed me with a picture that can never be effaced from my memory. He was the beau ideal of a picturesque and romantic savage. And yet there was nothing savage either in his speech or bearing. On the contrary, the interrogation which he had just addressed to the trapper was put in the politest manner. The reply was not so courteous. "Did I fire? Didn't you hear a crack? Didn't you see the thing fall? Look yonder." Garey, as he spoke, pointed up to the bird. "We must have fired simultaneously." As the Indian said this, he appealed to his gun, which was still smoking at the muzzle. "Look hyar, Injun. Whether we fired simultaneously or extraneously or catawampously ain't the flappin' a beaver's tail to me. But I tuck sight on that bird. I hut that bird, and 'twere my bullet brought the thing down." "I think I must have hit it, too," replied the Indian, modestly. "That's like, with that 'ar spangled gimcrack," said Garey, looking disdainfully at the other's gun, and then proudly at his own brown, weather-beaten piece, which he had just wiped, and was about to reload. "Gimcrack or no," answered the Indian, "she sends a bullet straighter and farther than any piece I have hitherto met with. I'll warrant she has sent hers through the body of the crane. Look hyar, mister, for I suppose we must call a gentleman mister who speaks so fine and looks so fine, though he be's an Injin. It's mighty easy to settle who hut that bird. That thing's a 50 or thereabouts. Killbar's a 90. 'Tain't hard to tell which has plugged the varmint." "We'll soon see." And so saying, the hunter stepped off towards the tree on which hung the gruya, high up. "How are you to get it down?" cried one of the men, who had stepped forward to witness the settlement of this curious dispute. There was no reply, for every one saw that Garey was poising his rifle for a shot. The crack followed, and the branch, shivered by his bullet, bent downward under the weight of the gruya. But the bird, caught in a double fork, still stuck fast on the broken limb. A murmur of approbation followed the shot. These were men not accustomed to hurrah loudly at a trivial incident. The Indian now approached, having reloaded his piece. Taking aim, he struck the branch at the shattered point, cutting it clean from the tree. The bird fell to the ground, amidst expressions of applause from the spectators, but chiefly from the Mexican and Indian hunters. It was at once picked up and examined. 2 bullets had passed through its body. Either would have killed it. A shadow of unpleasant feeling was visible on the face of the young trapper. In the presence of so many hunters of every nation, to be thus equalled, beaten in the inn of his favourite weapon, and by an Injin, still worse by one of them gingerbread guns. The mountain men have no faith in an ornamented stock, or a big bore. Spangled rifles, they say, are like spangled razors, made for selling to greenhorns. It was evident, however, that the strange Indian's rifle had been made to shoot as well. It required all the strength of nerve which the trapper possessed to conceal his chagrin. Without saying a word, he commenced wiping out his gun with that stoical calmness peculiar to men of his calling. I observed that he proceeded to load with more than usual care. It was evident that he would not rest satisfied with the trial already made, but would either beat the Injin or be himself whipped into shucks. So he declared in a muttered speech to his comrades. His piece was soon loaded, and, swinging her to the hunter's carry, he turned to the crowd, now collected from all parts of the camp. "There's one kind of shootin'," said he, "that's just as easy as fallin' off a log. Any man can do it as can look straight through hindsights. But then there's another kind that ain't so easy. It needs narve." Here the trapper paused, and looked towards the Indian, who was also reloading. "Look hyar, stranger," continued he, addressing the latter, "have ye got a comrade on the ground as knows your shooting?" The Indian, after a moment's hesitation, answered, "Yes." "Can your comrade depend on your shot?" "Oh, I think so. Why do you wish to know that?" "Why, I'm a-going to show ye a shot we sometimes practise at Bent's Fort, just to tickle the greenhorns. 'Tain't much of a shot, nayther, but it tries the narves a little, I reckon. Hoy! Rube! What do 'ee want?" This was spoken in an energetic and angry-like voice that turned all eyes to the quarter whence it proceeded. At the first glance, there seemed to be no one in that direction. In looking more carefully among the logs and stumps, an individual was discovered seated by one of the fires. It would have been difficult to tell that it was a human body, had not the arms at that moment been in motion. The back was turned toward the crowd, and the head had disappeared, sunk forward over the fire. The object, from where we were standing, looked more like the stump of a cottonwood dressed in dirt-colored buckskin than the body of a human being. On getting nearer, and round to the front of it, it was seen to be a man, though a very curious one, holding a long rib of deer meat in both hands, which he was polishing with a very poor set of teeth. The whole appearance of this individual was odd and striking. His dress, if dress it could be called, was simple as it was savage. It consisted of what might have once been a hunting shirt, but which now looked more like a leathern bag with the bottom ripped open, and the sleeves sewed into the sides. It was of a dirty brown color, wrinkled at the hollow of the arms, patched round the armpits, and greasy all over. It was fairly caked with dirt. There was no attempt at either ornament or fringe. There had been a cape, but this had evidently been drawn upon from time to time for patches and other uses, until scarcely a vestige of it remained. The leggings and moccasins were on a par with the shirt, and seemed to have been manufactured out of the same hide. They, too, were dirt brown, patched, wrinkled, and greasy. They did not meet each other, but left a piece of the ankle bare, and that also was dirt brown, like the buckskin. There was no undershirt, waistcoat, or other garment to be seen, with the exception of a close-fitting cap, which had once been catskin, but the hair was all worn off it, leaving a greasy, leathery-looking surface that corresponded well with the other parts of the dress. Cap, shirt, leggings, and moccasins looked as if they had never been stripped off since the day they were first tried on, and that might have been many a year ago. The shirt was open, displaying the naked breast and throat, and these, as well as the face, hands, and ankles, had been tanned by the sun and smoked by the fire to the hue of rusty copper. The whole man, clothes and all, looked as if he had been smoked on purpose. His face bespoke a man of 60. The features were sharp and somewhat aquiline, and the small eye was dark, quick, and piercing. His hair was black and cut short. His complexion had been naturally brunette, though there was nothing of the Frenchman or Spaniard on his physiognomy. He was more likely of the black Saxon breed. As I looked at this man, for I had walked towards him, prompted by some instinct of curiosity, I began to fancy that there was a strangeness about him, independent of the oddness of his attire. There seemed to be something peculiar about his head, something wanting. What was it? I was not long in conjecture. When fairly in front of him, I saw what was wanting. It was his ears. This discovery impressed me with a feeling akin to awe. There is something awful in a man without ears. It suggests some horrid drama, some terrible scene of cruel vengeance. It suggests the idea of crime committed and punishment inflicted. These thoughts were wandering through my mind, when all at once I remembered a remark which Seguin had made on the previous night. This, then, thought I, is the person of whom he spoke. My mind was satisfied. After making answer as above, the old fellow sat for some time with his head between his knees, chewing, mumbling, and growling, like a lean old wolf, angry at being disturbed in his meal. "Come here, Rube. I want ye a bit," continued Garey, in a tone of half-entreaty. "And so he will want me a bit. This child don't move a peg till he has cleaned his here rib. He don't now." "Doggone it, man, make haste then," and the impatient trapper dropped the butt of his rifle to the ground, and stood waiting in sullen silence. After chewing and mumbling and growling a few minutes longer, old Rube, for that was the name by which the leathery sinner was known, slowly erected his lean carcass, and came walking up to the crowd. "What do we want, Billy?" he inquired, going up to the trapper. "I want you to hold this," answered Garey, offering him a round, white shell, about the size of a watch, a species of which there were many strewed over the ground. "It's a bet, boy ye?" "No, it is not." "Ain't wasting your powder, are ye?" "I've been beat shootin'," replied the trapper in an undertone, "by that ar' Injun." The old man looked over to where the strange Indian was standing erect and majestic, in all the pride of his plumage. There was no appearance of triumph or swagger about him, as he stood leaning on his rifle, in an attitude at once calm and dignified. It was plain, from the way old Rube surveyed him, that he had seen him before, though not in that camp. After passing his eyes over him from head to foot, and there resting them a moment, a low murmur escaped his lips, which ended abruptly in the word "Coco." "A Coco, do you think?" inquired the other, with an apparent interest. "Are 'ee blind, Billy? Don't 'ee see his moccasin?" Yes, you're right. But I was in thar nation 2 years ago. I seed no man such as that." "He wa'n't there." "Where, then?" "Where there's no great show o' redskins. He may shoot well. He did onct on a time. Plumb centre." "You knew him, did ye?" "Oh, yis. Onct. Putty squaw. Handsome gal. Where do 'ee want me to go?" I thought that Garey seemed inclined to carry the conversation further. There was an evident interest in his manner when the other mentioned the squaw. Perhaps he had some tender recollection. But seeing the other preparing to start off, he pointed to an open glade that stretched eastward, and simply answered, "60. "Take care of my claws, d'ye hear? Them Injuns has made 'em scarce. This child can't spare another." The old trapper said this with a flourish of his right hand. I noticed that the little finger had been chopped off. "Never fear, old hoss," was the reply. And at this the smoky carcass moved away with the slow and regular pace that showed he was measuring the yards. When he had stepped the 60th yard, he faced about and stood erect, placing his heels together. He then extended his right arm, raising it until his hand was on a level with his shoulder, and holding the shell in his fingers, flat side to the front, shouted back, "Now, Billy, shoot, and be hanged to yer!" The shell was slightly concave, the concavity turned to the front. The thumb and finger reached half round the circumference, so that a part of the edge was hidden, and the surface turned towards the marksman was not larger than the dial of a common watch. This was a fearful sight. It is one not so common among the mountain men as travellers would have you believe. The feat proves the marksman's skill. First, if successful, by showing the strength and steadiness of his nerves. Secondly, by the confidence which the other reposes in it, thus declared by stronger testimony than any oath. In any case, the feat of holding the mark is at least equal to that of hitting it. There are many hunters willing to risk taking the shot, but few who care to hold the shell. It was a fearful sight, and my nerves tingled as I looked on. Many others felt as I. No one interfered. There were few present who would have dared, even had these two men been making preparations to fire at each other. Both were men of mark among their comrades, trappers of the first class. Garey, drawing a long breath, planted himself firmly, the heel of his left foot opposite to, and some inches in advance of, the hollow of his right. Then jerking up his gun, and throwing the barrel across his left palm, he cried out to his comrade, "Steady, old bone and sinyer! Har's at ye!" The words were scarcely out when the gun was levelled. There was a moment's deathlike silence, all eyes looking to the mark. Then came the crack, and the shell was seen to fly, shivered into 50 fragments. There was a cheer from the crowd. Old Rube stopped to pick up one of the pieces, and after examining it for a moment, shouted in a loud voice, "Plumb centre, by—" The young trapper had, in effect, hit the mark in the very centre, as the blue stain of the bullet testified. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of the Scalp Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Scalp Hunters, by Thomas Mayne Reed. Chapter 21. A Feat à la Tell. All eyes were turned upon the strange Indian. During the scene described, he has stood silent and calmly looking on. His eye now wanders over the ground, apparently in search of an object. A small convolvulus, known as the prairie gourd, is lying at his feet. It is globe-shaped, about the size of an orange, and not unlike one in color. He stoops and takes it up. He seems to examine it with great care, balancing it upon his hand, as though he were calculating its weight. What does he intend to do with this? Will he fling it up, and send his bullet through it in the air? What else? His motions are watched in silence. Nearly all the scalp hunters, 60 or 70, are on the ground. Seguin only, with the doctor and a few men, is engaged some distance off, pitching a tent. Garey stands upon one side, slightly elated with his triumph, but not without feelings of apprehension that he may yet be beaten. Old Rube has gone back to the fire, and is roasting another rib. The gourd seems to satisfy the Indian, for whatever purpose he intends it. A long piece of bone, the thigh joint of the war eagle, hangs suspended over his breast. It is curiously carved, and pierced with holes like a musical instrument. It is one. He places this to his lips, covering the holes with his fingers. He sounds 3 notes, oddly inflected, but loud and sharp. He drops the instrument again, and stands looking eastward into the woods. The eyes of all present are bent in the same direction. The hunters, influenced by a mysterious curiosity, remain silent, or speak only in low mutterings. Like an echo, the 3 notes are answered by a similar signal. It is evident that the Indian has a comrade in the woods, yet not one of the band seems to know aught of him or his comrade. Yes, one does. It is Rube. "Look a hyar, boyees," he cries, squinting over his shoulders. "I'll stake this rib against a griskin a poor bull, that 'ee'll see the puttiest gal as 'ee ever set your eyes on." There is no reply. We are gazing too intently for the expected arrival. A rustling is heard, as of someone parting the bushes, the tread of a light foot, the snapping of twigs. A bright object appears among the leaves. Someone is coming through the underwood. It is a woman. It is an Indian girl, attired in a singular and picturesque costume. She steps out of the bushes, and comes boldly towards the crowd. All eyes are turned upon her with looks of wonder and admiration. We scan her face and figure and her striking attire. She is dressed not unlike the Indian himself, and there is resemblance in other respects. The tunic worn by the girl is of finer materials, of fawn skin. It is richly trimmed, and worked with split quills, stained to a variety of bright colors. It hangs to the middle of the thighs, ending in a fringe work of shells that tinkle as she moves. Her limbs are wrapped in leggings of scarlet cloth, fringed like the tunic, and reaching to the ankles where they meet the flaps of her moccasins. These last are white, embroidered with stained quills, and fitting closely to her small feet. A belt of wampum closes the tunic on her waist, exhibiting the globular developments of a full-grown bosom and the undulating outlines of a womanly person. Her head dress is similar to that worn by her companion, but smaller and lighter, and her hair, like his, hangs loosely down, reaching almost to the ground. Her neck, throat, and part of her bosom are nude, and clustered over with bead strings of various colors. The expression of her countenance is high and noble. Her eye is oblique. The lips meet with a double curve, and the throat is full and rounded. Her complexion is Indian, but a crimson hue, struggling through the brown upon her cheek, gives that pictured expression to her countenance which may be observed in the quadroon of the West Indies. She is a girl, though full grown and boldly developed, a type of health and savage beauty. As she approaches, the men murmur their admiration. There are hearts beating under hunting shirts that rarely deign to dream of the charms of woman. I am struck at this moment with the appearance of the young trapper Garey. His face has fallen. The blood has forsaken his cheeks. His lips are white and compressed, and dark rings have formed round his eyes. They express anger, but there is still another meaning in them. Is it jealousy? Yes. He has stepped behind one of his comrades, as if he did not wish to be seen. One hand is playing involuntarily with the handle of his knife. The other grasps the barrel of his gun, as though he would crush it between his fingers. The girl comes up. The Indian hands her the gourd, muttering some words in an unknown tongue, unknown at least to me. She takes it without making any reply, and walks off towards the spot where Rube had stood, which had been pointed out to her by her companion. She reaches the tree and halts in front of it, facing round as the trapper had done. There was something so dramatic, so theatrical in the whole proceeding, that up to the present time we had all stood waiting for the denouement in silence. Now we knew what it was to be, and the men began to talk. "He's a-goin' to shoot the gourd from the hand of the gal," suggested a hunter. "No great shot after all," added another. And indeed this was the silent opinion of most on the ground. "Wagh! It don't beat Garey if he diz hit it!" exclaimed a third. What was our amazement at seeing the girl fling off her plumed bonnet, place the gourd upon her head, fold her arms over her bosom, and standing fronting us as calm and immobile as if she had been carved upon the tree. There was a murmur in the crowd. The Indian was raising his rifle to take aim, when a man rushed forward to prevent him. It was Garry. "No, you don't! No!" cried he, clutching the levelled rifle. "She's deceived me, that's plain, but I won't see the gal that once loved me, or said she did, in the trap that-a-way. No! Bill Garry ain't a-goin' to stand by and see it." "What is this?" shouted the Indian, in a voice of thunder. "Who dares to interrupt me?" "I dares," replied Garry. "She's yourn now, I suppose. You may take her where you like, and take this, too," continued he, tearing off the embroidered pipe case, and flinging it at the Indian's feet. "But you're not a-goin' to shoot her down whiles I stand by." "By what right do you interrupt me? My sister is not afraid, and—" "Your sister?" "Yes, my sister." "And is yon gal your sister?" eagerly inquired Garry, his manner and the expression of his countenance all at once changing. "She is. I have said she is." "And are you El Sol?" "I am." "I ask your pardon, but—" "I pardon you. Let me proceed." "Oh, sir, do not. No, no, she is your sister, and I know you have the right, but there's no needcessity. I have heerd of your shootin'. I give in. You can beat me. For God's sake, do not risk it. As you care for her, do not." "There is no risk. I will show you." "No, no. If you must, then let me. I will hold it. Oh, let me," stammered the hunter in tones of entreaty. "Hallo, Billee! What's the dratted rumpus?" cried Rube, coming up. "Hang it, man, let's see the shot. I've hearn o' it afore. Don't be skeert, ye fool. He'll do it like a breeze, he will." And as the old trapper said this, he caught his comrade by the arm, and swung him round out of the Indian's way. The girl, during all this, had stood still, seemingly not knowing the cause of the interruption. Garry's back was turned to her, and the distance, with 2 years of separation, doubtless prevented her from recognizing him. Before Garry could turn to interpose himself, the rifle was at the Indian's shoulder and levelled. His finger was on the trigger, and his eyes glanced through the sights. It was too late to interfere. Any attempt at that might bring about the dreaded result. The hunter, as he turned, saw this, and, halting in his tracks, stood straining and silent. It was a moment of terrible suspense to all of us, a moment of intense emotion. The silence was profound. Every breath seemed suspended. Every eye was fixed on the yellow object, not larger, I have said, than an orange. O God! Will the shot never come? It came. The flash, the crack, the stream of fire, the wild hurrah, the forward rush, were all simultaneous things. We saw the shivered globe fly off. The girl was still upon her feet. She was safe. I ran with the rest. The smoke for a moment blinded me. I heard the shrill notes of the Indian whistle. I looked before me. The girl had disappeared. We ran to the spot where she had stood. We heard a rustling in the underwood, a departing footstep. We knew it was she, but guided by an instinct of delicacy and a knowledge that it would be contrary to the wish of her brother, no one followed her. We found the fragments of the calabash strewed over the ground. We found the leaden mark upon them. The bullet itself was buried in the bark of the tree, and one of the hunters commenced digging it out with the point of his bowie. When we turned to go back, we saw that the Indian had walked away, and now stood chatting easily and familiarly with Seguin. As we re-entered the campground, I observed Garry stoop and pick up a shining object. It was the gage d'amour, which he carefully readjusted around his neck in its wonted position. From his look, and the manner in which he handled it, it was plain that he now regarded that souvenir with more reverence than ever. End of chapter 21.
Chapter 22 of The Scalp Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Johns, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Scalp Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 22. A Fate a la Tale. I had fallen into a sort of reverie. My mind was occupied with the incidents I had just witnessed, when a voice, which I recognized as that of old Rube, roused me from my abstraction. "Look ye here, boys! 'Tain't often as old Rube wastes lead, but I'll bet that Injun's shot, or he may cut my ears off." A loud laugh hailed this allusion of the trapper to his ears, which, as we have observed, were were already gone, and so closely had they been trimmed that nothing remained for either knife or shears to accomplish. "How will you do it, Rube?" cried one of the hunters. "Shoot the mark off o' your own head?" "I'll let 'ee see if 'ee wait," replied Rube, stalking up to a tree, and taking from its rest a long, heavy rifle, which he proceeded to wipe out with care. The attention of all was now turned to the manoeuvres of the old trapper. Conjecture was busy as to his designs. What feat could he perform that would eclipse the one just witnessed? No one could guess. "I'll beat it," continued he, muttering, as he loaded his piece, "or 'ee may chop the little finger off old Rube's right paw." Another peal of laughter followed, as all perceived that this was the finger that was wanting. "Yes," continued he, looking at the faces that were around him, "'ee may scalp me if I don't." This last remark elicited fresh roars of laughter, for although the catskin was closely drawn upon his head, all present knew that old Rube was minus his scalp. "But how are you goin' to do it? Tell us that, old hoss." "'Ee see this, do 'ee?" asked the trapper, holding out a small fruit of the cactus pitahaya, which he had just plucked and cleaned of its spikelets. "Ay, ay," cried several voices in reply. "'Ee do 'ee? Wal, 'ee see 'tain't half as big as the Injun's squash. 'Ee see that, do 'ee?" "Oh, sartinly. Any fool can see that." "Wal, suppose I plug it at 60, plump centre." "Wagh!" cried several, with shrugs of disappointment. "Stick it on a pole, and any of us can do that," said the principal speaker. "Here's Barney could knock it off wid his old musket, couldn't you, Barney?" "In truth, and I would try," answered a very small man, leaning upon a musket, and who was dressed in a tattered uniform that had once been sky blue. I had already noticed this individual with some curiosity, partly struck with his peculiar costume, but more particularly on account of the redness of his hair, which was the reddest I had ever seen. It bore the marks of a severe barrack discipline, that is, it had been shaved, and was now growing out of his little round head, short and thick, and coarse in the grain, and the colour of a scraped carrot. There was no possibility of mistaking Barney's nationality. In trapper phrase, any fool could have told that. What had brought such an individual to such a place? I asked this question, and was soon enlightened. He had been a soldier in a frontier post, one of Uncle Sam's sky blues. He had got tired of pork and pipe clay, accompanied with a too liberal allowance of the hide. In a word, Barney was a deserter. What his name was, I know not, but he went under the appellation of O'Cork. Barney O'Cork. A laugh greeted his answer to the hunter's question. "Any of us," continued the speaker, "could plug the persimmon that a way. But that's a mighty heap o' difference when you squints through hindsights at a girl like yon." "You're right, Dick," said another hunter. "It makes a fellow feel queery about the joints." "Holy vistment! An' wasn't she a real beauty?" exclaimed the little Irishman, with an earnestness in his manner that set the trappers roaring again. "Pish!" cried Rube, who had now finished loading. "You're a set of chattering fools, that's what yer are. Who palavered about a post? I've got an old squaw as well's the Injun. She'll hold the thing for this child, she will." "Squaw? You a squaw?" "Yes, hoss. I has a squaw I wouldn't swap for two of his'n. I'll make tracks and fetch the old 'oman. Shet up your heads and wait, will ye?" So saying, the smoky old sinner shouldered his rifle and walked off into the woods. I, in common with others, late comers, who were strangers to Rube, began to think that he had an old woman. There were no females to be seen about the encampment, but perhaps she was hid away in the woods. The trappers, however, who knew him, seemed to understand that the old fellow had some trick in his brain, and that, it appeared, was no new thing for him. We were not kept long in suspense. In a few minutes Rube was seen returning, and by his side the old woman, in the shape of a long, lank, bare ribbed, high boned mustang, that turned out on close inspection to be a mare. This, then, was Rube's squaw, and she was not at all unlike him, excepting the ears. She was long-eared, in common with all her race, the same as that upon which Quixote charged the windmill. The long ears caused her to look mulish, but it was only in appearance. She was a pure mustang when you examined her attentively. She seemed to have been at an earlier period of that dun yellowish color known as claybank, a common color among Mexican horses. But time and scars had somewhat metamorphosed her, and gray hairs predominated all over, particularly about the head and neck. These parts were covered with a dirty grizzle of mixed hues. She was badly wind-broken, and at stated intervals of several minutes each, her back, from the spasmodic action of the lungs, heaved up with a jerk, as though she were trying to kick with her hind legs and couldn't. She was as thin as a rail, and carried her head below the level of her shoulders, but there was something in the twinkle of her solitary eye, for she had but one, that told you she had no intention of giving up for a long time to come. She was evidently game to the backbone. Such was the old woman Rube had promised to fetch, and she was greeted by a loud laugh as he led her up. "Now, look'ee here, boyees," said he, halting in front of the crowd. "'Ee may larf, and gabble, and grin till you're sick in the guts, yer may; but this child's a gwine to take the shine out o' that Injun's shot, he is, or bust a tryin'." Several of the bystanders remarked that this was likely enough, and that they only waited to see in what manner it was to be done. No one who knew him doubted old Rube to be, as in fact he was, one of the very best marksmen in the mountains, fully equal perhaps to the Indian. But it was the style and circumstances which had given such éclat to the shot of the latter. It was not every day that a beautiful girl could be found to stand fire as the squaw had done, and it was not every hunter who would have ventured to fire at a mark so placed. The strength of the feat lay in its newness and peculiarity. The hunters had often fired at the mark held in one another's hands. There were few who would like to carry it on their head. How then was Rube to take the shine out of that Injun's shot? This was the question that each was asking the other, and which was at length put directly to Rube himself. "Shet up your meat traps," answered he, "and I'll show 'ee. In the fust place, then, 'ee all see that this here prickly ain't more'n half the size of the squash." "Yes, sartinly," answered several voices. "That wur one succumstance in his favour, wa'n't it?" "It wur, it wur." "Wal, hyur's another. The Injun, 'ee see, shot his mark off o' the head. Now this child's a gwine to knock his'n off the tail. Could your Injun do that, boys?" "No, no." "Do that beat him, or do it not, then?" "It beats him, it does. Far better. Hooray!" vociferated several voices, amidst yells of laughter. No one dissented, as the hunters, pleased with the joke, were anxious to see it carried through. Rube did not detain them long. Leaving his rifle in the hands of his friend Garey, he led the old mare up towards the spot that had been occupied by the Indian girl. Reaching this, he halted. We all expected to see him turn the animal with her side towards us, thus leaving her body out of range. It soon became evident that this was not the old fellow's intention. It would have spoiled the look of the thing had he done so, and that idea was no doubt running in his mind. Choosing a place where the ground chanced to be slightly hollowed out, he led the mustang forward until her forefeet rested in the hollow. The tail was thus thrown above the body. Having squared her hips to the camp, he whispered something at her head, and going round to the hind quarters, adjusted the pair upon the highest curve of the stump. He then came walking back. Would the mare stand? No fear of that. She had been trained to stand in one place for a longer period than was now required of her. The appearance which the old mare exhibited, nothing visible but her hind legs and buttocks, for the mules had stripped her tail of the hair, had by this time wound the spectators up to the risible point, and most of them were yelling. "Stop your giggle goggle, will yer?" said Rube, clutching his rifle and taking his stand. The laughter was held in, no one wishing to disturb the shot. "Now, old tar guts, don't waste your fodder," muttered the trapper, addressing his gun, which the next moment was raised and levelled. No one doubted but that Rube would hit the object at which he was aiming. It was a shot frequently made by western riflemen. that is, a mark of the same size at 60 yards, and no doubt Rube would have done it, but just at the moment of his pulling trigger the mare's back heaved up in one of its periodic jerks, and the pitahaya fell to the ground. But the ball had sped, and grazing the animal's shoulder, passed through one of her ears! The direction of the bullet was not known until afterwards, but its effect was visible at once, for the mare, stung in her tenderest part, uttered a sort of human-like scream, and wheeling about, came leaping into camp, kicking over everything that happened to lie in her way. The yells and loud laughing of the trappers, the odd ejaculations of the Indians, the vayas and vivas of the Mexicans, the wild oaths of old Rube himself, all formed a medley of sounds that fell strangely upon the ear, and to give an idea of which is beyond the art of my pen. Chapter 23 of the Scalp Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Scalp Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 23. The Program. Shortly after, I was wandering out to the caballada to see after my horse, when the sound of a bugle fell upon my ear. It was the signal for the men to assemble, and I turned back towards the camp. As I entered it, Seguin was standing near his tent, with the bugle still in his hand. The hunters were gathering around him. They were soon all assembled, and stood in groups, waiting for the chief to speak. "Comrades," said Seguin, "tomorrow we break up this camp for an expedition against the enemy. I have brought you together that you may know my plans and lend me your advice." A murmur of applause followed this announcement. The breaking up of a camp is always joyous news to men whose trade is war. It seemed to have a like effect upon this motley group of guerrilleros. The chief continued: "It is not likely that you will have much fighting. Our dangers will be those of the desert, but we will endeavour to provide against them in the best manner possible. I have learned from a reliable source that our enemies are at this very time about starting upon a grand expedition to plunder the towns of Sonora and Chihuahua. It is their intention, if not met by the government troops, to extend their foray to Durango itself. Both tribes have combined in this movement, and it is believed that all the warriors will proceed southward, leaving their country unprotected behind them. It is my intention, then, as soon as I can ascertain that they have gone out, to enter their territory, and pierce to the main town of the Navajoes." "Bravo! Hooray! Bueno! Tres bien! Good as wheat!" and numerous other exclamations hailed this declaration. "Some of you know my object in making this expedition. Others do not. I will declare it to you all. It is, then, to get a grist of scalps. What else?" cried a rough, brutal looking fellow, interrupting the chief. "No, Kirker," replied Seguin, bending his eye upon the man with an expression of anger. "It is not that. We expect to meet only women. On his peril, let no man touch a hair upon the head of an Indian woman. I shall pay for no scalps of women or children." "Where, then, will be your profits?" "We cannot bring them prisoners." "We'll have enough to do to get back ourselves, I reckon, across them deserts." These questions seemed to express the feelings of others of the band, who muttered their assent. "You shall lose nothing. Whatever prisoners you take shall be counted on the ground, and every man shall be paid according to his number. When we return, I will make that good." "Oh, that's fair enough, captain," cried several voices. "Let it be understood, then, no women nor children. The plunder you shall have, it is yours by our laws, but no blood that can be spared. There is enough on our hands already. Do you all bind yourselves to this?" "Yes, yes, si, oui, oui, ya, ya, all, todos, todos," cried a multitude of voices, each man answering in his own language. "Let those who do not agree to it speak." A profound silence followed this proposal. All had bound themselves to the wishes of their leader. "I am glad that you are unanimous. I will now state my purpose fully. It is but just you should know it." "Ay, let us know that," muttered Kirker. if 'tain't to raise har we're goin'." "We go, then, to seek for our friends and relatives, who for years have been captives to our savage enemy. There are many among us who have lost kindred, wives, sisters, and daughters." A murmur of assent, uttered chiefly by men in Mexican costume, testified to the truth of this statement. "I myself," continued Seguin, and his voice slightly trembled as he spoke, "am among that number. Years, long years ago, I was robbed of my child by the Navajoes. I have lately learned that she is still alive, and at their head town, with many other white captives. We go, then, to release and restore them to their friends and homes." A shout of approbation broke from the crowd, mingled with exclamations of "Bravo!" "We'll fetch them back." "Viva la Capitan!" "Viva el Gefe!" When silence was restored, Seguin continued: "You know our purpose. You have approved it. I will now make known to you the plan I had designed for accomplishing it, and listen to your advice." Here the chief paused a moment, while the men remained silent and waiting. "There are 3 passes," continued he at length, "by which we might enter the Indian country from this side. There is first the route of the western Puerco. That would lead us direct to the Navajo towns." "And why not take that way?" asked one of the hunters, a Mexican. "I know the route well, as far as the Pecos towns." "Because we could not pass the Pecos towns without being seen by Navajo spies. There are always some of them there. Nay, more," continued Seguin, with a look that expressed a hidden meaning, "we could not get far up the Del Norte itself before the Navajoes would be warned of our approach. We have enemies nearer home." "Carrai! That is true," said a hunter, speaking in Spanish. "Should they get word of our coming, even though the warriors had gone southward, you can see that we would have a journey for nothing." "True, true!" shouted several voices. "For the same reason we cannot take the pass of Polvidera. Besides, at this season there is but little prospect of game on either of these routes. We are not prepared for an expedition with our present supply. We must pass through a game country before we can enter on the desert." "That is true, captain; but there is as little game to be met if we go by the old mine. What other road, then, can we take?" "There is still another route better than all, I think. We will strike southward, and then west across the Llanos to the old mission. From thence we can go north into the Apache country." "Yes, yes, that is the best way, captain." "We will have a longer journey, but with advantages. We will find the wild cattle or the buffaloes upon the Llanos. Moreover, we will make sure of our time, as we can cache in the Pinon Hills that overlook the Apache war trail, and see our enemies pass out. When they have gone south, we can cross the Gila and keep up the Azul or Prieto. Having accomplished the object of our expedition, we may then return homeward by the nearest route." "Bravo! Viva!" "That's just right, captain." "That's clarely our best plan," were a few among the many forms by which the hunters testified their approval of the programme. There was no dissenting voice. The word Prieto struck like music upon their ears. That was a magic word, the name of the far famed river on whose waters the trapper legends had long placed the El Dorado, the mountain of gold. Many a story of this celebrated region had been told at the hunters' camp fire, all agreeing on one point, that there the gold lay in lumps upon the surface of the ground, and filled the rivers with its shining grains. Often had the trappers talked of an expedition to this unknown land, and small parties were said to have actually entered it, but none of these adventurers had ever been known to return. The hunters saw now, for the first time, the prospect of penetrating this region with safety, and their minds were filled with fancies wild and romantic. Not a few of them had joined Seguin's band in hopes that some day this very expedition might be undertaken, and the Golden Mountain reached. What, then, were the feelings when Seguin declared his purpose of travelling by the Prieto? At the mention of it a buzz of peculiar meaning ran through the crowd, and the men turned to each other with looks of satisfaction. "Tomorrow, then, we shall march," added the chief. "Go now, and make your preparations. We start by daybreak." As Seguin ceased speaking, the hunters departed, each to look after his traps and possibles, a duty soon performed, as these rude rangers were but little encumbered with camp equipage. I sat down upon a log, watching for some time the movements of my wild companions, and listening to their rude and Babel like converse. At length arrived sunset, or night, for they are almost synonymous in these latitudes. Fresh logs were flung upon the fires till they blazed up. The men sat around them, cooking, eating, smoking, talking loudly, and laughing at stories that illustrated their own wild habits. The red light fell upon fierce, dark faces, now fiercer and more swarthy under the glare of the burning cottonwood. By its light the savage expression was strengthened on every countenance. Beards looked darker, and teeth gleamed whiter through them. Eyes appeared more sunken, and their glances more brilliant and fiend-like. Picturesque costumes met the eye: turbans, Spanish hats, plumes, and mottled garments, escopettes, and rifles leaning against the trees, saddles, high-peaked, resting upon logs and stumps, bridles hanging from the branches overhead, strings of jerked meat drooping in festoons in front of the tents, and haunches of venison still smoking and dripping their half-coagulated drops. The vermilion smeared on the foreheads of the Indian warriors gleamed in the night light as though it were blood. It was a picture at once savage and warlike, but with an aspect of ferocity at which the sensitive heart drew back. It was a picture such as may be seen only in a bivouac of guerilleros, of brigands, of man-hunters. Chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of the Scalp Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Scalp Hunters, by Thomas Mayne Reed. Chapter 24. El Sol and La Luna. "Come," said Seguin, touching me on the arm. "Our supper is ready. I see the doctor beckoning us." I was not slow to answer the call, for the cool air of the evening had sharpened my appetite. We approached the tent, in front of which was a fire. Over this the doctor, assisted by Gode and a Pueblo peon, was just giving the finishing touch to a savory supper. Part of it had already been carried inside the tent. We followed it, and took our seats upon saddles, blankets, and packs. "Why, Doctor," said Seguin, "you have proved yourself a perfect maître de cuisine to-night. This is a supper for a Lucullus." "Ach, mein Kapten, ich have got help. Mein Herr Gode assist me, most wonderful." "Well, Mr. Haller and I will do full justice to your dishes. Let us to them at once." "Oui, oui, bien, Monsieur Capitaine," said Gode, hurrying in with a multitude of viands. The Canadian was always in his element when there was plenty to cook and eat. We were soon engaged on fresh steaks of wild cows, roasted ribs of venison, dried buffalo tongues, tortillas, and coffee. The coffee and tortillas were the labors of the Pueblo, in the preparation of which viands he was Gode's master. But Gode had a choice dish, un petit morceau, in reserve, which he brought forth with a triumphant flourish. "Voici, messieurs," cried he, setting it before us. "What is it, Gode?" "Une fricassee, monsieur." "Of what?" "Les frogs, what the Yankee call bullfrog." "A fricassee of bullfrogs?" "Oui, oui, mon maître. Voulez-vous?" "No, thank you." "I will trouble you, Monsieur Gode," said Seguin. Ich, mein Gode, frag's ver gut," and the doctor held out his platter to be helped. Gode, in wandering by the river, had encountered a pond of giant frogs, and the fricassee was the result. I had not then overcome my national antipathy to the victims of St. Patrick's curse, and to the voyageurs' astonishment, I refused to share the dainty. During our supper conversation I gathered some facts of the doctor's history, which, with what I had already learned, rendered the old man an object of extreme interest to me. Up to this time I had wondered what such a character could be doing in such company as that of the Scalp Hunters. I now learned a few details that explained all. His name was Richter, Friedrich Richter. He was a Strasburger, and in the city of Bells had been a medical practitioner of some repute. The love of science, but particularly of his favorite branch, botany, had lured him away from his Rhenish home. He had wandered to the United States, then to the Far West, to classify the flora of that remote region. He had spent several years in the great valley of the Mississippi, and falling in with one of the St. Louis caravans, had crossed the prairies to the oasis of New Mexico. In his scientific wanderings along the Del Norte, he had met with the scalp hunters, and, attracted by the opportunity thus afforded him of penetrating into regions hitherto unexplored by the devotees of science, he had offered to accompany the band. This offer was gladly accepted on account of his services as their medico, and for 2 years he had been with them, sharing their hardships and dangers. Many a scene of peril had he passed through, many a privation had he undergone, prompted by a love of his favorite study, and perhaps, too, by the dreams of future triumph, when he would one day spread his strange flora before the savants of Europe. Poor Richter! Poor Friedrich Richter! Yours was the dream of a dream. It never became a reality. Our supper was at length finished, and washed down with a bottle of Paso wine. There was plenty of this, as well as Taos whiskey, in the encampment, and the roars of laughter that reached us from without proved that the hunters were imbibing freely of the latter. The doctor drew out his great meerschaum, Gode filled a red clay stone, while Seguin and I lit our husk cigarettes. "But tell me," said I, addressing Seguin, "who was the Indian? He who performed the wild feat of shooting the—" "Ah, El Sol. He is a Coco." "A Coco?" "Yes, of the Maricopa tribe." "But that makes me no wiser than before. I knew that much already." "You knew it? Who told you?" "I heard old Rube mention the fact to his comrade Garry." "Ay, true. He should know him." Seguin remained silent. "Well," continued I, wishing to learn more, "who are the Maricopas? I have never heard of them." "It is a tribe but little known, a nation of singular men. They are foes of the Apache and Navajo. Their country lies down the Gila. They came originally from the Pacific, from the shores of the Californian Sea. But this man is educated, or seems so. He speaks English and French as well as you or I. He appears to be talented, intelligent, polite, in short, a gentleman. He is all you have said." "I cannot understand this." "I will explain to you, my friend. That man was educated at one of the most celebrated universities in Europe. He has travelled farther and through more countries, perhaps, than either of us. But how did he accomplish all this? An Indian! By the aid of that which has often enabled very little men, though El Sol is not one of those, to achieve very great deeds, or at least to get the credit of having done so. By gold." "Gold? And where got he the gold? I have been told that there was very little of it in the hands of the Indians." "The white men have robbed them of all they once had." "That is in general a truth, and true of the Maricopas. There was a time when they possessed gold in large quantities, and pearls too, gathered from the depths of the Vermilion Sea. It is gone. The Jesuit padres could tell whither." "But this man, El Sol?" "He is a chief. He has not lost all his gold. He still holds enough to serve him, and it is not likely that the padres will coax it from him for either beads or vermilion. No, he has seen the world, and has learnt the all-pervading value of that shining metal." "But his sister? Is she too educated?" "No. Poor Luna is still a savage. But he instructs her in many things. He has been absent for several years. He has returned but lately to his tribe." "Their names are strange. The Sun, the Moon. They were given by the Spaniards of Sonora, but they are only translations or synonyms of their Indian appellations. That is common upon the frontier." "Why are they here?" I put this question with hesitation, as I knew there might be some peculiar history connected with the answer. "Partly," replied Seguin, "from gratitude, I believe, to myself. I rescued El Sol when a boy out of the hands of the Navajoes. Perhaps there is still another reason. But come," continued he, apparently wishing to give a turn to the conversation, "you shall know our Indian friends. You are to be companions for a time. He is a scholar, and will interest you. Take care of your heart with the gentle Luna. Vincente, go to the tent of the Coco chief. Ask him to come and drink a cup of Paso wine. Tell him to bring his sister with him." The servant hurried away through the camp. While he was gone, we conversed about the feat which the Coco had performed with his rifle. "I never knew him to fire," remarked Seguin, "without hitting his mark. There is something mysterious about that. His aim is unerring, and it seems to be on his part an act of pure volition. There may be some guiding principle in the mind, independent of either strength of nerve or sharpness of sight. He and another are the only persons I ever knew to possess this singular power." The last part of this speech was uttered in a half soliloquy, and Seguin, after delivering it, remained for some moments silent and abstracted. Before the conversation was resumed, El Sol and his sister entered the tent, and Seguin introduced us to each other. In a few moments we were engaged, El Sol, the doctor, Seguin, and myself, in an animated conversation. The subject was not horses, nor guns, nor scalps, nor war, nor blood, nor aught connected with the horrid calling of that camp. We were discussing a point in the pacific science of botany, the relationship of the different forms of the cactus family. I had studied the science, and I felt that my knowledge of it was inferior to that of any of my three companions. I was struck with it then, and more when I reflected on it afterwards, the fact of such a conversation, the time, the place, and the men who carried it on. For nearly 2 hours we sat smoking and talking on like subjects. While we were thus engaged, I observed upon the canvas the shadow of a man. Looking forth, as my position enabled me without rising, I recognized in the light that streamed out of the tent a hunting shirt, with a worked pipe holder hanging over the breast. La Luna sat near her brother sewing parfleche soles upon a pair of moccasins. I noticed that she had an abstracted air, and at short intervals glanced out from the opening of the tent. While we were engrossed with our discussion, she rose silently, though not with any appearance of stealth, and went out. After a while she returned. I could read the love light in her eye as she resumed her occupation. El Sol and his sister at length left us, and shortly after, Seguin, the doctor, and I rolled ourselves in our serapes, and lay down to sleep. End of chapter 24. El Sol and La Luna. Chapter 25 of the Scalp Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Scalp Hunters, by Thomas Mayne Reed. Chapter 25. The War Trail. The band was mounted by the earliest dawn, and as the notes of the bugle died away our horses plashed through the river, crossing to the other side. We soon debouched from the timber bottom, coming out upon sandy plains that stretched westward to the Mibre Mountains. We rode over these plains in a southerly direction, climbing long ridges of sand that traversed them from east to west. The drift lay in deep furrows, and our horses sank above the fetlocks as we journeyed. We were crossing the western section of the Jornada. We travelled in Indian file. Habit has formed this disposition among Indians and hunters on the march. The tangled paths of the forest, and the narrow defiles of the mountains admit of no other. Even when passing a plain, our cavalcade was strung out for a quarter of a mile. The atajo followed in charge of the arrieros. For the first day of our march we kept on without nooning. There was neither grass nor water on the route, and a halt under the hot sun would not have refreshed us. Early in the afternoon a dark line became visible, stretching across the plain. As we drew nearer, a green wall rose before us, and we distinguished the groves of cottonwood. The hunters knew it to be the timber on the Paloma. We were soon passing under the shade of its quivering canopy, and reaching the banks of a clear stream, we halted for the night. Our camp was formed without either tents or lodges. Those used on the Del Norte had been left behind in cache. An expedition like ours could not be cumbered with camp baggage. Each man's blanket was his house, his bed, and his cloak. Fires were kindled, and ribs roasted, and fatigued with our journey (the first day's ride has always this effect), we were soon wrapped in our blankets and sleeping soundly. We were summoned next morning by the call of the bugle sounding reveille. The band partook somewhat of a military organization, and every one understood the signals of light cavalry. Our breakfast was soon cooked and eaten. Our horses were drawn from their pickets, saddled, and mounted, and at another signal we moved forward on the route. The incidents of our first journey were repeated, with but little variety, for several days in succession. We travelled through a desert country, here and there covered with wild sage and mesquite. We passed on our route clumps of cacti and thickets of creosote bushes that emitted their foul odors as we crushed through them. On the fourth evening we camped at a spring, the Ojo de Vaca, lying on the eastern borders of the Llanos. Over the western section of this great prairie passes the Apache war trail, running southward into Sonora. Near the trail, and overlooking it, a high mountain rises out of the plain. It is the Pinon. It was our design to reach this mountain, and cache among the rocks, near a well-known spring, until our enemies should pass. But to effect this we would have to cross the war trail, and our own tracks would betray us. Here was a difficulty which had not occurred to Seguin. There was no other point except the Pinon from which we could certainly see the enemy on their route and be ourselves hidden. This mountain, then, must be reached, and how were we to effect it without crossing the trail? After our arrival at Ojo de Vaca, Seguin drew the men together to deliberate on this matter. "Let us spread," said a hunter, "and keep wide over the Parera until we've got clar past the Apache trail. They won't notice a single track here and there, I reckon." "Ay, but they will, though," rejoined another. "Do you think an Injun's a goin' to pass a shod horse track 'ithout follering it up? No, siree." "We can muffle the hoofs, as far as that goes," suggested the first speaker. "Wah! That'd only make it worse. I tried that dodge once before, and nearly lost my har for it. He's a blind Injun can be fooled that-a-way. 'Twon't do nohow." "They're not goin' to be so particular when they're on the war trail, I warrant you. I don't see why it shouldn't do well enough." Most of the hunters agreed with the former speaker. The Indians would not fail to notice so many muffled tracks, and suspect there was something in the wind. The idea of muffling was therefore abandoned. What next? The trapper Rube, who up to this time had said nothing, now drew the attention of all by abruptly exclaiming, "Pish!" "Well, what have ye to say, old hoss?" inquired one of the hunters. "That you're a set of fools, one and all o' ye. I could take the full of that Parera o' hosses across the 'Pache trail without making a sign that any Injun's a going to foller, particularly an Injun on the war beat as them is now." "How?" asked Seguin. "I'll tell yer how, cap, if you'll tell me what ye wants to cross the trail for." "Why, to conceal ourselves in the Pinon range. What else?" "And how are ye going to cache in the Pinon without water?" "There is a spring on the side of it, at the foot of the mountain." "That's true as Scripter. I knows that. But at that very spring the Injuns'll cool their lappers as they go down south'ard. How are ye going to get at it with this cavayard without making a sign? This child don't see that very clear." "You are right, Rube. We cannot touch the Pinon spring without leaving our marks too plainly, and it is the very place where the war party may make a halt. I sees no confounded use in the hull on us crossin' the Parera now. We can't hunt buffler till they've passed anyways. So it's this child's idee that a dozen o' us will be enough to cache in the Pinon, and watch for the niggers a goin' south. A dozen mout do it safe enough, but not the whole cavayard." "And would you have the rest to remain here?" "Not here. Let 'em go north'ard from here, and then strike west through the Mesquite Hills. There's a crick runs there, about 20 mile or so this side the trail. They can get water and grass and cache there till we sends for 'em." "But why not remain by this spring, where we have both in plenty?" "Captain, just because some of the Injun party may take a notion in their heads to come this way themselves. I reckon we had better make blind tracks before leaving here." The force of Rube's reasoning was apparent to all, and to none more than Seguin himself. It was resolved to follow his advice at once. The vidette party was told off, and the rest of the band, with the atajo, after blinding the tracks around the spring, struck off in a northwesterly direction. They were to travel on to the Mesquite Hills, that lay some 10 or 12 miles to the northwest of the spring. There they were to cache by a stream well known to several of them, and wait until warned to join us. The vidette party, of whom I was one, moved westward across the prairie. Rube, Garey, El Sol, and his sister, with Sanchez, a ci devant bullfighter, and half a dozen others, composed the party. Seguin himself was our head and guide. Before leaving the Ojo de Vaca we had stripped the shoes off the horses, filling the nail holes with clay, so that their tracks would be taken for those of wild mustangs. Such were the precautions of men who knew that their lives might be the forfeit of a single footprint. As we approached the point where the war trail intersected the prairie, we separated and deployed to distances of half a mile each. In this manner we rode forward to the Pinon mountain, where we came together again and turned northward along the foot of the range. It was sundown when we reached the spring, having ridden all day across the plain. We descried it as we approached, close to the mountain foot, and marked by a grove of cottonwoods and willows. We did not take our horses near the water, but having reached a defile in the mountain, we rode into it and cached them in a thicket of nut pine. In this thicket we spent the night. With the first light of morning we made a reconnaissance of our cache. In front of us was a low ridge covered with loose rocks and straggling trees of the nut pine. This ridge separated the defile from the plain, and from its top, screened by a thicket of the pines, we commanded a view of the water as well as the trail, and the llanos stretching away to the north, south, and east. It was just the sort of hiding place we required for our object. In the morning it became necessary to descend for water. For this purpose we had provided ourselves with a mule bucket and extra xuages. We visited the spring, and filled our vessels, taking care to leave no traces of our footsteps in the mud. We kept constant watch during the first day, but no Indians appeared. Deer and antelopes with a small gang of buffaloes came to the spring branch to drink, and then roamed off again over the green meadows. It was a tempting sight, for we could easily have crept within shot, but we dared not touch them. We knew that the Indian dogs would scent their slaughter. In the evening we went again for water, making the journey twice, as our animals began to suffer from thirst. We adopted the same precautions as before. The next day we again watched the horizon to the north with eager eyes. Seguin had a small pocket glass, and we could see the prairie with it for a distance of nearly 30 miles, but as yet no enemy could be descried. The third day passed with a like result, and we began to fear that the warriors had taken some other trail. Another circumstance rendered us uneasy. We had eaten nearly the whole of our provisions, and were now chewing the raw nuts of the pinon. We dared not kindle a fire to roast them. Indians can read the smoke at a great distance. The fourth day arrived, and still no sign on the horizon to the north. Our tasajo was all eaten, and we began to hunger. The nuts did not satisfy us. The game was in plenty at the spring, and mottling the grassy plain. One proposed to lie among the willows and shoot an antelope or a black-tailed deer, of which there were troops in the neighbourhood. "We dare not," said Seguin. "Their dogs would find the blood. It might betray us." "I can procure one without letting a drop," rejoined a Mexican hunter. "How?" inquired several in a breath. The man pointed to his lasso. "But your tracks, you would make deep footmarks in the struggle?" "We can blind them, captain," rejoined the man. "You may try, then," assented the chief. The Mexican unfastened the lasso from his saddle, and taking a companion proceeded to the spring. They crept in among the willows, and lay in wait. We watched them from the ridge. They had not remained more than a quarter of an hour when a herd of antelopes was seen approaching from the plain. These walked directly for the spring, one following the other in Indian file. They were soon close in to the willows, where the hunters had concealed themselves. Here they suddenly halted, throwing up their heads and snuffing the air. They had scented danger, but it was too late for the foremost to turn and lope off. "Yonder goes the lasso!" cried one. We saw the noose flying in the air and settling over his head. The herd suddenly wheeled, but the loop was around the neck of their leader, and after 3 or 4 skips he sprang up, and falling upon his back, lay motionless. The hunter came out from the willows, and taking up the animal, now choked dead, carried him towards the entrance of the defile. His companion followed, blinding the tracks of both. In a few minutes they had reached us. The antelope was skinned, and eaten raw in the blood. Our horses grow thin with hunger and thirst. We fear to go too often to the water, though we become less cautious as the hours pass. 2 more antelopes are lassoed by the expert hunter. The night of the 4th day is clear moonlight. The Indians often march by moonlight, particularly when on the war trail. We keep our vidette stationed during the night as in the day. On this night we look out with more hopes than usual. It is such a lovely night. A full moon, clear and calm. We are not disappointed. Near midnight the vidette awakes us. There are dark forms on the sky away to the north. It may be buffaloes, but we see that they are approaching. We stand, one and all, straining our eyes through the white air, and away over the silvery sward. There are glancing objects. Arms it must be. Horses. Horsemen. They are Indians. O God! Comrades, we are mad! Our horses, they may neigh! We bound after our leader down the hill, over the rocks and through the trees. We run for the thicket where our animals are tied. We may be too late, for horses can hear each other miles off, and the slightest concussion vibrates afar through the elastic atmosphere of these high plateaus. We reach the caballada. What is Seguin doing? He has torn the blanket from under his saddle, and is muffling the head of his horse. We follow his example, without exchanging a word, for we know this is the only plan to pursue. In a few minutes we feel secure again, and return to our watch station on the height. We had shaved our time closely, for on reaching the hilltop we could hear the exclamations of Indians, the thump-thump of hoofs on the hard plain, and an occasional neigh, as their horses scented the water. The foremost were advancing to the spring, and we could see the long line of mounted men stretching in their deploying to the far horizon. Closer they came, and we could distinguish the pennons and glittering points of their spears. We could see their half-naked bodies gleaming in the clear moonlight. In a short time the foremost of them had ridden up to the bushes, halting as they came, and giving their animals to drink. Then one by one they wheeled out of the water, and trotting a short distance over the prairie, flung themselves to the ground, and commenced unharnessing their horses. It was evidently their intention to camp for the night. For nearly an hour they came filing forward, until 2,000 warriors with their horses dotted the plain below us. We stood observing their movements. We had no fear of being seen ourselves. We were lying with our bodies behind the rocks, and our faces partially screened by the foliage of the pinon trees. We could see and hear with distinctness all that was passing, for the savages were not over 300 yards from our position. They proceed to picket their horses in a wide circle, far out on the plain. There the grama grass is longer and more luxuriant than in the immediate neighbourhood of the spring. They strip the animals, and bring away their horse furniture, consisting of hair bridles, buffalo robes, and skins of the grizzly bear. Few have saddles. Indians do not generally use them on a war expedition. Each man strikes his spear into the ground, and rests against it his shield, bow, and quiver. He places his robe or skin beside it. That is his tent and bed. The spears are soon aligned upon the prairie, forming a front of several hundred yards, and thus they have pitched their camp with a quickness and regularity far outstripping the chasseurs of Vincennes. They are encamped in two parties. There are two bands, the Apache and Navajo. The latter is much the smaller, and rests farther off from our position. We hear them cutting and chopping with their tomahawks among the thickets at the foot of the mountain. We can see them carrying faggots out upon the plain, piling them together, and setting them on fire. Many fires are soon blazing brightly. The savages squat around them, cooking their suppers. We can see the paint glittering on their faces and naked breasts. They are of many hues. Some are red, as though they were smeared with blood. Some appear of a jetty blackness, some black on one side of the face and red or white on the other. Some are mottled like hounds, and some are striped and checkered. Their cheeks and breasts are tattooed with the forms of animals, wolves, panthers, bears, buffaloes, and other hideous devices, plainly discernible under the blaze of the pine wood fires. Some have a red hand painted on their bosoms, and not a few exhibit as their device the death's head and crossbones. All these are their coats of arms, symbolical of the medicine of the wearer, adopted no doubt from like silly fancies to those which put the crest upon the carriage, on the lackey's button, or the brass seal stamp of the merchant's clerk. There is vanity in the wilderness. In savage as in civilized life there is a snobdom. What do we see? Bright helmets, brazen and steel, with nodding plumes of the ostrich. These upon savages. Whence came these? From the cuirassiers of Chihuahua. Poor devils! They were roughly handled upon one occasion by these savage lancers. We see the red meat spluttering over the fires upon spits of willow rods. We see the Indians fling the pinon nuts into the cinders, and then draw them forth again parched and smoking. We see them light their claystone pipes and send forth clouds of blue vapor. We see them gesticulate as they relate their red adventures to one another. We hear them shout and chatter and laugh like mountebanks. How unlike the forest Indian! For 2 hours we watch their movements, and listen to their voices. Then the horse guard is detailed and marches off to the caballada, and the Indians, one after another, spread their skins, roll themselves in their blankets, and sleep. The fires cease to blaze, but by the moonlight we can distinguish the prostrate bodies of the savages. White objects are moving among them. They are dogs, prowling after the debris of their supper. These run from point to point, snarling at one another, and barking at the coyotes that sneak around the skirts of the camp. Out upon the prairie the horses are still awake and busy. We can hear them stamping their hoofs and cropping the rich pasture. Erect forms are seen standing at intervals along the line. These are the guards of the caballada. End of chapter 25.
Chapter 26 of The Scalp Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Johns, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Scalp Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 26. 3 Days in the Trap. Our attention was now turned to our own situation. Dangers and difficulties suddenly presented themselves to our minds. What if they should stay here to hunt? The thought seemed to occur to all of us at the same instant, and we faced each other with looks of apprehension and dismay. "It is not improbable," said Seguin, in a low and emphatic voice. "It is plain that they have no supply of meat, and how are they to pass to the south without it? They must hunt here or elsewhere. Why not here?" "If so, we're in a nice trap," interrupted a hunter, pointing first to the embouchure of the defile and then to the mountain. "How are we to get out? I'd like to know that." Our eyes followed the direction indicated by the speaker. In front of the ravine in which we were, extended the line of the Indian camp, not 100 yards distant from the rocks that lay around its entrance. There was an Indian sentinel still nearer, but it would be impossible to pass out, even were he asleep, without encountering the dogs that prowled in numbers around the camp. Behind us the mountain rose vertically like a wall. It was plainly impassable. We were fairly in the trap. "Carrai!" exclaimed one of the men. "We will die of hunger and thirst if they stay to hunt." "We may die sooner," rejoined another, "if they take a notion in their heads to wander up the gully." This was not improbable, though it was but little likely. The ravine was a sort of cul-de-sac that entered the mountain in a slanting direction, and ended at the bottom of the cliff. There was no object to attract our enemies into it, unless indeed they might come up in search of pinyon nuts. Some of their dogs, too, might wander up, hunting for food, or attracted by the scent of our horses. These were probabilities, and we trembled as each of them was suggested. "If they do not find us," said Seguin, encouragingly, "we may live for a day or two on the pinyons. When these fail us, one of our horses must be killed. How much water have we?" "Thank our luck, captain, the gourds are nearly full. But our poor animals must suffer." "There is no danger of thirst," said El Sol, looking downward, "while these last." And he struck with his foot a large round mass that grew among the rocks. It was the spheroidal cactus. "See," continued he, "there are hundreds of them." All present knew the meaning of this, and regarded the cacti with a murmur of satisfaction. "Comrades," said Seguin, "it is of no use to weary ourselves. Let those sleep who can. One can keep watch yonder, while another stays up here. Go, Sanchez." And the chief pointed down the ravine to a spot that commanded a view of its mouth. The sentinel walked off, and took his stand in silence. The rest of us descended, and after looking to the muffling of our horses, returned to the station of the vidette upon the hill. Here we rolled ourselves in our blankets, and, lying down among the rocks, slept out the night. We were awake before dawn, and peering through the leaves with feelings of keen solicitude. There is no movement in the Indian camp. It is a bad indication. Had they intended to travel on, they would have been stirring before this. They are always on the route before daybreak. These signs strengthen our feelings of apprehension. The grey light begins to spread over the prairie. There is a white band along the eastern sky. There are noises in the camp. There are voices. Dark forms move about among the upright spears. Tall savages stride over the plain. Their robes of skins are wrapped around their shoulders to protect them from the raw air of the morning. They carry faggots. They are rekindling the fires. Our men talk in whispers as we lie straining our eyes to catch every movement. It's plain they intend to make a stay of it. Ay, we're in for it, that's sartin. Wagh! I wonder how long they're a goin' to squat here, anyhow. 3 days at the least, maybe 4 or 5. Great gollies, we'll be froze in half the time. What would they be doin' here so long? I warrant ye they'll clear out as soon as they can." "So they will; but how can they in less time? They can get all the meat they want in a day. See! Yonder's buffalo a plenty. Look! Away yonder!" And the speaker points to several black objects outlined against the brightening sky. "It is a herd of buffaloes. That's true enough. In half a day I warrant they can get all the meat they want. But how are they goin' to jerk it in less than 3? That's what I want to know." "Es verdad," says one of the Mexicans, a cibolero. "Tres dias, al menos." It is true, 3 days at the least. "Ay, hombre, and with a smart chance o' sunshine at that, I guess." This conversation is carried on by 2 or 3 of the men in a low tone, but loud enough for the rest of us to overhear it. It reveals a new phase of our dilemma on which we have not before reflected. Should the Indians stay to "jerk" their meat, we will be in extreme danger from thirst, as well as of being discovered in our cache. We know that the process of jerking buffalo beef takes 3 days, and that with a hot sun, as the hunter has intimated. This, with the first day required for hunting, will keep us 4 days in the ravine. The prospect is appalling. We feel that death, or the extreme torture of thirst, is before us. We have no fear of hunger. Our horses are in the grove, and our knives in our belts. We can live for weeks upon them. But will the cacti assuage the thirst of men and horses for a period of 3 or 4 days? This is a question no one can answer. It has often relieved the hunter for a short period, enabling him to crawl on to the water. But for days? The trial will soon commence. The day has fairly broken. The Indians spring to their feet. About 1/2 of them draw the pickets of their horses, and lead them to the water. They adjust their bridles, pluck up their spears, snatch their bows, shoulder their quivers, and leap on horseback. After a short consultation, they gallop off to the eastward. In half an hour's time we can see them running the buffalo far out upon the prairie, piercing them with their arrows, and impaling them on their long lances. Those who have remained behind lead their horses down to the spring branch and back again to the grass. Now they chop down young trees, and carry faggots to the fires. See! They are driving long stakes into the ground, and stretching ropes from one to the other. For what purpose? We know too well. "Ha! Look yonder!" mutters one of the hunters, as this is first noticed. "Yonder goes the jerking line. Now we're caged in a mess, I reckon." "For todos santos es verdad! Carrambo! Carajo! Chingaro!" growls the cibolero, who well knows the meaning of those stakes and lines. We watch with a fearful interest the movements of the savages. We have now no longer any doubt of their intention to remain for several days. The stakes are soon erected, running for 100 yards or more along the front of the encampment. The savages await the return of their hunters. Some mount and scour off toward the scene of the buffalo battue, still going on, far out upon the plain. We peer through the leaves with great caution, for the day is bright, and the eyes of our enemies are quick and scan every object. We speak only in whispers, though our voices could not be heard if we conversed a little louder, but fear makes us fancy that they might. We are all concealed except our eyes. These glance through small loopholes in the foliage. The Indian hunters have been gone about 2 hours. We now see them returning over the prairie in straggling parties. They ride slowly back. Each brings his load before him on the withers of his horse. They have large masses of red flesh, freshly skinned and smoking. Some carry the sides and quarters, others the hump ribs, the tongue, the heart, and liver, the petit morceau, wrapped up in the skins of the slaughtered animals. They arrive in camp, and fling their loads to the ground. Now begins a scene of noise and confusion. The savages run to and fro, whooping, chattering, laughing, and dancing. They draw their long scalping knives. and hew off broad steaks. They spit them over the blazing fires. They cut out the hump ribs. They tear off the white fat, and stuff the boudins. They split the brown liver, eating it raw. They break the shanks with their tomahawks, and delve out the savoury marrow, and through all these operations they whoop, and chatter, and laugh, and dance over the ground like so many madmen. This scene lasts for more than an hour. Fresh parties of hunters mount and ride off. Those who remain cut the meat into long thin strips, and hang it over the lines already prepared for this purpose. It is thus left to be baked by the sun into tasajo. We know part of what is before us. It is a fearful prospect. But men like those who compose the band of Seguin do not despond while the shadow of a hope remains. It is a barren spot, indeed, whence they cannot find resources. "We needn't holler till we're hurt," says one of the hunters. "If you're callin' empty belly a hurt," rejoins another, "I've got it already. I could just eat a raw jackass without skinnin' him." "Come, fellers," cries a third, "let's gramble for a meal o' these pinions." Following this suggestion, we commence searching for the nuts of the pine. We find to our dismay that there is but a limited supply of this precious food, not enough either on the trees or the ground to sustain us for 2 days. "By gosh!" exclaims one, "we will have to draw for our critters. Well, and if we have to, time enough yet a bit, I guess. We'll bite our claws a while first." The water is distributed in a small cup. There is still a little left in the ouages, but our poor horses suffer. "Let us look to them," says Seguin, and drawing his knife he commences skinning one of the cacti. We follow his example. We carefully pare off the volutes and spikelets. A cool gummy liquid exudes from the opened vessels. We break the short stems, and lifting the green globe-like masses, carry them to the thicket, and place them before our animals. These seize the succulent plants greedily, crunch them between their teeth, and swallow both sap and fibres. It is food and drink to them. Thank Heaven! We may yet save them. This act is repeated several times, until they have had enough. We keep 2 vedettes constantly on the lookout, one upon the hill, the other commanding the mouth of the defile. The rest of us go through the ravine, along the sides of the ridge, in search of the cones of the pinon. Thus our first day is spent. The Indian hunters keep coming into their camp until a late hour, bringing with them their burdens of buffalo flesh. Fires blaze over the ground, and the savages sit around them, cooking and eating, nearly all the night. On the following day they do not rouse themselves until a late hour. It is a day of lassitude and idleness, for the meat is hanging over the strings, and they can only wait upon it. They lounge around the camp, mending their bridles and lassos, or looking to their weapons. They lead their horses to the water, and then picket them on fresh ground. They cut large pieces of meat, and broil them over the fires. Hundreds of them are at all times engaged in this last occupation. They seem to eat continually. Their dogs are busy too, growling over the knife-stripped bones. They are not likely to leave their feast. They will not stray up the ravine while it lasts. In this thought we find consolation. The sun is hot all the second day, and scorches us in the dry defile. It adds to our thirst; but we do not regret this so much, knowing it will hasten the departure of the savages. Towards evening the tasajo begins to look brown and shrivelled. Another such day, and it will be ready for packing. Our water is out, and we chew the succulent slices of the cactus. These relieve our thirst without quenching it. Our appetite of hunger is growing stronger. We have eaten all the pinions, and nothing remains but to slaughter one of our horses. "Let us hold out until to morrow," suggests one. "Give the poor brutes a chance. Who knows but what they may flit in the morning?" This proposition is voted in the affirmative. No hunter cares to risk losing his horse, especially when out upon the prairies. Gnawed by hunger, we lie waiting for the third day. The morning breaks at last, and we crawl forward as usual, to watch the movements of the camp. The savages sleep late, as on yesterday; but they arouse themselves at length, and, after watering their animals, commence cooking. We see the crimson steaks and the juicy ribs smoking over the fires, and the savoury odours are wafted to us on the breeze. Our appetites are whetted to a painful keenness. We can endure no longer. A horse must die. Whose? Mountain law will soon decide. 11 white pebbles and a black one are thrown into the water bucket, and one by one we are blinded and led forward. I tremble as I place my hand in the vessel. It is like throwing the die for my own life. Thank Heaven, my Moro is safe! One of the Mexicans has drawn the black. "There's luck in that!" exclaims a hunter. "Good fat mustang better than poor bull any day." The devoted horse is in fact a well conditioned animal, and placing our vedettes again, we proceed to the thicket to slaughter him. We set about it with great caution. We tie him to a tree, and hopple his fore and hind feet, lest he may struggle. We propose bleeding him to death. The cibolero has unsheathed his long knife, while a man stands by, holding the bucket to catch the precious fluid, the blood. Some have cups in their hands, ready to drink it as it flows. We are startled by an unusual sound. We look through the leaves. A large grey animal is standing by the edge of the thicket, gazing in at us. It is wolfish looking. Is it a wolf? No, it is an Indian dog. The knife is stayed. Each man draws his own. We approach the animal, and endeavour to coax it nearer. But no, it suspects our intentions, utters a low growl, and runs away down the defile. We follow it with our eyes. The owner of the doomed horse is the vidette. The dog must pass him to get out, and he stands with his long lance ready to receive it. The animal sees himself intercepted, turns and runs back, and again turning, makes a desperate rush to pass the vidette. As he nears the latter he utters a loud howl. The next moment he is impaled upon the lance. Several of us rush up the hill to ascertain if the howling has attracted the attention of the savages. There is no unusual movement among them. They have not heard it. The dog is divided and devoured before his quivering flesh has time to grow cold. The horse is reprieved. Again we feed our animals on the cooling cactus. This occupies us for some time. When we return to the hill, a glad sight is before us. We see the warriors seated around their fires, renewing the paint upon their bodies. We know the meaning of this. The tasajo is nearly black. Thanks to the hot sun, it will soon be ready for packing. Some of the Indians are engaged in poisoning the points of their arrows. All these signs inspire us with fresh courage. They will soon march. If not tonight, by daybreak on the morrow. We lie congratulating ourselves, and watching every movement of their camp. Our hopes continue rising as the day falls. Ha! There is an unusual stir. Some order has been issued. Voila! Mira, mira! See! Look, look! Are the half-whispered ejaculations that break from the hunters as this is observed. By the living catamount! They're a goin' to mizzle! We see the savages pull down the tasajo, and tie it in bunches. Then every man runs out for his horse. The pickets are drawn. The animals are led in and watered. They are bridled. The robes are thrown over them and girthed. The warriors pluck up their lances, sling their quivers, seize their shields and bows, and leap lightly upon horseback. The next moment they form with the rapidity of thought, and wheeling in their tracks, ride off in single file, heading to the southward. The larger band has passed. The smaller, the Navajoes, follow in the same trail. No! The latter has suddenly filed to the left, and is crossing the prairie towards the east, towards the spring of the Ojo de Vaca. Chapter 26. Chapter 27 of the Scalp Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Scalp Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 27. The Diggers. Our first impulse was to rush down the ravine, satisfy our thirst at the spring, and our hunger on the half-polished bones that were strewn over the prairie. Prudence, however, restrained us. "Wait till they're clear gone," said Garry. "They'll be out of sight in 3 skips of a goat." "Yes, stay where we are a bit," added another. "Some of them may ride back. Something may be forgotten." This was not improbable, and in spite of the promptings of our appetites, we resolved to remain a little longer in the defile. We descended straightway into the thicket to make preparations for moving, to saddle our horses and take off their mufflings, which by this time had nearly blinded them. Poor brutes! They seemed to know what relief was at hand. While we were engaged in these operations, our vidette was kept at the top of the hill to watch both bands, and warn us when their heads should sink to the prairie level. "I wonder why the Navajoes have gone by the Ojo de Vaca," remarked our chief, with an apparent anxiety in his manner. "It is well our comrades did not remain there." "They'll be tired o' waitin' on us, where they are," rejoined Garey, "unless blacktails is plentier among them muskeets than I think for." "Vaya!" exclaimed Sanchez, "they may thank the Santissima they were not in our company. I'm spent to a skeleton. Mira! Caray!" Our horses were at length bridled and saddled, and our lassos coiled up. Still the vidette had not warned us. We grew every moment more impatient. "Come!" cried one. "Hang it, they're far enough now. They're not a goin' to be gappin' back all the way. They're lookin' ahead, I'm bound. Golly, there's fine shines afore 'em." We could resist no longer. We called out to the vidette. He could just see the heads of the hindmost. "That will do," cried Seguin. "Come, take your horses." The men obeyed with alacrity, and we all moved down the ravine, leading our animals. We pressed forward to the opening. A young man, the pueblo servant of Seguin, was ahead of the rest. He was impatient to reach the water. He had gained the mouth of the defile, when we saw him fall back with frightening looks, dragging at his horse, and exclaiming, "Mi amo! Mi amo! Todavia son!" "Master, master, they are here yet." "Who?" inquired Seguin, running forward in haste. "The Indians, master, the Indians!" "You are mad! Where did you see them?" "In the camp, master. Look yonder." I pressed forward with Seguin to the rocks that lay along the entrance of the defile. We looked cautiously over. A singular sight met our eyes. The camp ground was lying as the Indians had left it. The stakes were still standing. The shaggy hides of the buffaloes, and pile of their bones, were strewn upon the plain. Hundreds of coyotes were loping back and forth, snarling at one another, or pursuing one of their number which had picked up a nicer morsel than his companions. The fires were still smouldering, and the wolves galloped through the ashes, raising them in yellow clouds. But there was a sight stranger than all this, a startling sight to me. 5 or 6 forms, almost human, were moving about among the fires, collecting the debris of skins and bones, and quarrelling with the wolves that barked round them in troops. 5 or 6 others, similar forms, were seated around a pile of burning wood, silently gnawing at half roasted ribs. Can they be? Yes, they are human beings. I was for a moment awestruck as I gazed at the shrivelled and dwarfish bodies, the long ape-like arms, and huge disproportioned heads, from which fell their hair in snaky tangles, black and matted. But 1 or 2 appeared to have any article of dress, and that was a ragged breech-clout. The others were naked as the wild beasts around them, naked from head to foot. It was a horrid sight to look upon these fiend-like dwarfs squatting around the fires, holding up half-naked bones in their long wrinkled arms, and tearing off the flesh with their glistening teeth. It was a horrid sight indeed, and it was some moments before I could recover sufficiently from my amazement to inquire who or what they were. I did so at length. "Los Yamparicos," answered the cibolero. "Who?" I asked again. "Los Indios Yamparicos, senor. The diggers," said a hunter, thinking that would better explain the strange apparitions. "Yes, they are Digger Indians," added Seguin. "Come on, we have nothing to fear from them." "But we have somethin' to get from them," rejoined one of the hunters, with a significant look. "Digger plue good as any other. Worth just as much as Pash chief." "No one must fire," said Seguin, in a firm tone. "It is too soon yet. Look yonder," and he pointed over the plain, where 2 or 3 glancing objects, the helmets of the retreating warriors, could still be seen above the grass. "How are we going to get them, then, captain?" inquired the hunter. "They'll beat us to the rocks. They can run like scared dogs." "Better let them go, poor devils," said Seguin, seemingly unwilling that blood should be spilled so wantonly. "No, captain," rejoined the same speaker, "we won't fire, but we'll get 'em if we kin, without it. Boys, follow me down this way." and the man was about guiding his horse in among the loose rocks, so as to pass unperceived between the dwarfs and the mountain. But the brutal fellow was frustrated in his design, for at that moment El Sol and his sister appeared in the opening, and their brilliant habiliments caught the eyes of the diggers. Like startled deer they sprang to their feet and ran, or rather flew, toward the foot of the mountain. The hunters galloped to intercept them, but they were too late. Before they could come up, the diggers had dived into the crevices of the rocks, or were seen climbing like chamois along the cliffs far out of reach. One of the hunters only, Sanchez, succeeded in making a capture. His victim had reached a high ledge, and was scrambling along it, when the lasso of the bullfighter settled round his neck. The next moment he was plucked out into the air, and fell with a cranch upon the rocks. I rode forward to look at him. He was dead. He had been crushed by the fall; in fact, mangled to a shapeless mass, and exhibited a most loathsome and hideous sight. The unfeeling hunter recked not of this. With a coarse jest he stooped over the body, and severed the scalp, stuck it, reeking and bloody, behind the waist of his calzoneros. Chapter 27.
Chapter 28 of the Scalp Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Scalp Hunters, by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 28. Dacoma. We all now hurried forward to the spring, and dismounting, turned our horses' heads to the water, leaving them to drink at will. We had no fear of their running away. Our own thirst required slaking as much as theirs, and crowding into the branch, we poured the cold water down our throats in cupfuls. We felt as though we should never be surfeited. But another appetite, equally strong, lured us away from the spring, and we ran over the campground in search of the means to gratify it. We scattered the coyotes and white wolves with our shouts, and drove them with missiles from the ground. We were about stooping to pick up the dust-covered morsels, when a strange exclamation from one of the hunters caused us to look hastily round. "Melare, camarados! Mira, el arco!" The Mexican who uttered these words stood pointing to an object that lay upon the ground at his feet. We ran up to ascertain what it was. "Caspita!" again ejaculated the man. "It is a white bow." "A white bow, by gosh!" echoed Garey. "A white bow!" shouted several others, eyeing the object with looks of astonishment and alarm. "That belonged to a big warrior, I'll sartify," said Garey. "Ay," added another, "and one that'll ride back for it as soon as holies! Look yonder! He's coming by!" Our eyes rolled over the prairie together, eastward as the speaker pointed. An object was just visible low down on the horizon, like a moving blazing star. It was not that. At a glance we all knew what it was. It was a helmet, flashing under the sunbeam, as it rose and fell to the measured gallop of a horse. "To the willows, men! To the willows!" shouted Seguin. "Drop the bow! Leave it where it was! To your horses! Lead them! Crouch! Crouch!" We all ran to our horses, and seizing the bridles, half led, half dragged them within the willow thicket. We leaped into our saddles, so as to be ready for any emergency, and sat peering through the leaves that screened us. "Shall we fire as he comes up, captain?" asked one of the men. "No." "We can take him nicely, just as he stoops for the bow." "No, not for your lives." "What then, captain?" "Let him take it and go," was Seguin's reply. "Why, captain?" "What's that for?" "Fools! Do you not see that the whole tribe would be back upon our trail before midnight? Are you mad? Let him go. He may not notice our tracks, as our horses are not shod. If so, let him go as he came, I tell you." "But how, captain, if he squints yonder away?" Garey, as he said this, pointed to the rocks at the foot of the mountain. "Sacre! The digger!" exclaimed Seguin, his countenance changing expression. The body lay on a conspicuous point, on its face, the crimson skull turned upward and outward, so that it could hardly fail to attract the eye of any one coming in from the plain. Several coyotes had already climbed up on the slab where it lay, and were smelling around it, seemingly not caring to touch the hideous morsel. "He's bound to see it, captain," added the hunter. "If so, we must take him with the lance, the lasso, or alive. no gun must be fired. They might still hear it, and would be on us before we could get round the mountain. No, sling your guns. Let those who have lances and lassos get them in readiness. When would you have us make the dash, Captain? Leave that to me. Perhaps he may dismount for the bow. If not, he may ride into the spring to water his horse. Then we can surround him. If he see the digger's body, he may pass up to examine it more closely. In that case we can intercept him without difficulty. Be patient. I shall give you the signal." During all this time the Navajo was coming up at a regular gallop. As the dialogue ended, he had got within about 300 yards of the spring, and still pressed forward without slackening his pace. We kept our gaze fixed upon him in breathless silence, eyeing both man and horse. It was a splendid sight. The horse was a large, coal-black mustang, with fiery eyes and red, open nostrils. He was foaming at the mouth, and the white flakes had clouted his throat, counter, and shoulders. He was wet all over, and glittered as he moved with the play of his proud flanks. The rider was naked from the waist up, excepting his helmet and plumes, and some ornaments that glistened on his neck, bosom, and wrists. A tunic-like skirt, bright and embroidered, covered his hips and thighs. Below the knee his legs were naked, ending in a buskined moccasin that fitted tightly round the ankle. Unlike the Apaches, there was no paint upon his body, and his bronze complexion shone with the hue of health. His features were noble and warlike, his eye bold and piercing, and his long black hair swept away behind him, mingling with the tail of his horse. He rode upon a Spanish saddle with his lance poised on the stirrup, and resting lightly against his right arm. His left was thrust through the strap of a white shield, and a quiver with its feathered shafts peeped over his shoulder. His bow was before him. It was a splendid sight, both horse and rider, as they rose together over the green swells of the prairie, a picture more like that of some Homeric hero than a savage of the Wild West. "Wah!" exclaimed one of the hunters in an undertone. "How they glitter! Look at that 'ar headpiece. It's fairly a blazin'." "Ay," rejoined Garey, "we may thank the piece of brass. We'd have been in as ugly a fix as he's in now if we hadn't sighted it in time. What?" continued the trapper, his voice rising into earnestness. "Dacoma, by the Etarnal! The second chief of the Navajoes!" I turned toward Seguin to witness the effect of this announcement. The Maricopa was leaning over to him, muttering some words in an unknown tongue, and gesticulating with energy. I recognized the name Dacoma, and there was an expression of fierce hatred in the chief's countenance as he pointed to the advancing horseman. "Well, then," answered Seguin, apparently assenting to the wishes of the other, "he shall not escape, whether he sees it or no. But do not use your gun. They are not 10 miles off, yonder behind the swell. We can easily surround him. If not, I can overtake him on this horse, and here's another." As Seguin uttered the last speech he pointed to Moro. "Silence," he continued, lowering his voice. "Hish sh!" The silence became deathlike. Each man sat pressing his horse with his knees, as if thus to hold him at rest. The Navajo had now reached the border of the deserted camp, and inclining to the left, he galloped down the line, scattering the wolves as he went. He sat leaning to one side, his gaze searching the ground. When nearly opposite to our ambush, he descried the object of his search, and, sliding his feet out of the stirrup, guided his horse so as to shave closely past it. Then, without reining in, or even slacking his pace, he bent over until his plume swept the earth, and, picking up the bow, swung himself back into the saddle. "Beautiful!" exclaimed the bullfighter. "By gosh, it's a pity to kill him," muttered a hunter, and a low murmur of admiration was heard among the men. After a few more springs, the Indian suddenly wheeled, and was about to gallop back, when his eye was caught by the ensanguined object upon the rock. He reined in with a jerk, till the hips of his horse almost rested upon the prairie, and sat gazing upon the body with a look of surprise. "Beautiful!" again exclaimed Sanchez. "Carambo, beautiful!" It was, in effect, as fine a picture as ever the eye looked upon. The horse, with his tail scattered upon the ground, with crest erect and breathing nostril, quivering under the impulse of his masterly rider; the rider himself, with his glancing helmet and waving plumes, his bronze complexion, his firm and graceful seat, and his eye fixed in the gaze of wonder. It was, as Sanchez had said, a beautiful picture, a living statue, and all of us were filled with admiration as we looked upon it. Not one of the party, with perhaps an exception, should have liked to fire the shot that would have tumbled it from its pedestal. Horse and man remained in this attitude for some moments. Then the expression of the rider's countenance suddenly changed. His eye wandered with an inquiring and somewhat terrified look. It rested upon the water, still muddy with the trampling of our horses. One glance was sufficient, and with a quick, strong jerk upon the bridle, the savage horseman wheeled, and struck out for the prairie. Our charging signal had been given at the same instant, and springing forward, we shot out of the copse wood in a body. We had to cross the rivulet. Seguin was some paces in advance as we rode forward to it. I saw his horse suddenly balk, stumble over the bank, and roll headlong into the water. The rest of us went splashing through. I did not stop to look back. I knew that now the taking of the Indian was life or death to all of us, and I struck my spur deeply and strained forward in the pursuit. For some time we all rode together in a dense clump. When fairly out on the plain, we saw the Indian ahead of us about a dozen lengths of his horse, and one and all felt with dismay that he was keeping his distance, if not actually increasing it. We had forgotten the condition of our animals. They were faint with hunger, and stiff from standing so long in the ravine. Moreover, they had just drunk to a surfeit. I soon found that I was forging ahead of my companions. The superior swiftness of Moro gave me the advantage. El Sol was still before me. I saw him circling his lasso. I saw him launch it, and suddenly jerk up. I saw the loop sliding over the hips of the flying mustang. He had missed his aim. He was recoiling the rope as I shot past him, and I noticed his look of chagrin and disappointment. My Arab had now warmed to the chase, and I was soon far ahead of my comrades. I perceived, too, that I was closing upon the Navajo. Every spring brought me nearer, until there were not a dozen lengths between us. I knew not how to act. I held my rifle in my hands, and could have shot the Indian in the back, but I remembered the injunction of Seguin, and we were now closer to the enemy than ever. I did not know but that we might be in sight of them. I dared not fire. I was still undecided whether to use my knife or endeavour to unhorse the Indian with my clubbed rifle, when he glanced over his shoulder and saw that I was alone. Suddenly he wheeled, and throwing his lance to a charge, came galloping back. His horse seemed to work without the rein, obedient to his voice and the touch of his knees. I had just time to throw up my rifle and parry the charge, which was a right point. I did not parry it successfully. The blade grazed my arm, tearing my flesh. The barrel of my rifle caught in the sling of the lance, and the piece was whipped out of my hands. The wound, the shock, and the loss of my weapon had discomposed me in the manage of my horse, and it was some time before I could gain the bridle to turn him. My antagonist had wheeled sooner, as I knew by the hist of an arrow that scattered the curls over my right ear. As I faced him again, another was on the string, and the next moment it was sticking through my left arm. I was now angry, and drawing a pistol from the holster, I cocked it, and galloped forward. I knew it was the only chance for my life. The Indian at the same time dropped his bow, and bringing his lance to the charge, spurred on to meet me. I was determined not to fire until near and sure of hitting. We closed at full gallop. Our horses almost touched. I levelled and pulled trigger. The cap snapped upon my pistol. The lance blade glittered in my eyes. Its point was at my breast. Something struck me sharply in the face. It was the ring loop of a lasso. I saw it settle over the shoulders of the Indian, falling to his elbows. It tightened as it fell. There was a wild yell, a quick jerk of my antagonist's body, the lance flew from his hands, and the next moment he was plucked out of his saddle and lying helpless upon the prairie. His horse met mine with a concussion that sent both of them to the earth. We rolled and scrambled about and rose again. When I came to my feet, El Sol was standing over the Navajo, with his knife drawn, and his lasso looped around the arms of his captive. "The horse! The horse! Secure the horse!" shouted Seguin, as he galloped up, and the crowd dashed past me in pursuit of the mustang, which, with trailing bridle, was scouring over the prairie. In a few minutes the animal was lassoed and led back to the spot so near being made sacred with my grave. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of the Scalp Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Scalp Hunters, by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 29. A Dinner with Two Dishes. El Sol, I have said, was standing over the prostrate Indian. His countenance indicated the blending of two emotions, hate and triumph. His sister at this moment galloped up, and leaping from her horse advanced rapidly forward. "Behold," said he, pointing to the Navajo chief, "behold the murderer of our mother." The girl uttered a short, sharp exclamation, and drawing a knife, rushed upon the captive. "No, Luna," cried El Sol, putting her aside. "No, we are not assassins. That is not revenge. He shall not yet die. We will show him alive to the squaws of the Maricopa. They shall dance the Memenchik over this great chief, this warrior captured without a wound." El Sol uttered these words in a contemptuous tone. The effect was visible on the Navajo. "Dog of a Coco," cried he, making an involuntary struggle to free himself. "Dog of a Coco, leagued with the pale robbers. Dog!" "Ha! You remember me, Dacoma. It is well." "Dog!" again ejaculated the Navajo, interrupting him, and the words hissed through his teeth, while his eyes glared with an expression of the fiercest malignity. "He! He!" cried Rube, at this moment galloping up. "He! He! That Injun's as savagerous as a meat axe. Lam him! Warm his collops with the bull rope. He's warmed my old mare. Nick syrup him." "Let us look to your wound, Monsieur Haller," said Seguin, alighting from his horse, and approaching me, as I thought, with an uneasiness of manner. "How is it? Through the flesh? You are safe enough, if indeed the arrow has not been poisoned. I tear El Sol! Here, quick, my friend, tell me if this point has been dipped." "Let us first take it out," replied the Maricopa, coming up. "We shall lose no time by that." The arrow was sticking through my forearm. The barb had pierced through the flesh until about half of the shaft appeared on the opposite side. El Sol caught the feather end in both his hands and snapped it at the lapping. He then took hold of the barb and drew it gently out of the wound. "Let it bleed," said he, "till I have examined the point. It does not look like a war shaft, but the Navajoes use a very subtle poison. Fortunately, I possess the means of detecting it, as well as its antidote." As he said this, he took from his pouch a tuft of raw cotton. With this he rubbed the blood lightly from the blade. He then drew forth a small stone vial, and pouring a few drops of liquid upon the metal, watched the result. I waited with no slight feeling of uneasiness. Seguin, too, appeared anxious, and as I knew that he must have oftentimes witnessed the effect of a poisoned arrow, I did not feel very comfortable seeing him watch the assaying process with so much apparent anxiety. I knew there was danger where he dreaded it. "Monsieur Haller," said El Sol at length, "you are in luck this time. I think I may call it luck, for your antagonist has surely some in his quiver, not quite so harmless as this one. Let me see," he added, and stepping up to the Navajo, he drew another arrow from the quiver that still remained slung upon the Indian's back. After subjecting the blade to a similar test, he exclaimed, "I told you so. Look at this. Green as a plantain. He fired two. Where is the other? Comrades, help me to find it. Such a tell-tale as that must not be left behind us." Several of the men leaped from their horses, and searched for the shaft that had been shot first. I pointed out the direction and probable distance as near as I could, and in a few moments it was picked up. El Sol took it and poured a few drops of his liquid on the blade. It turned green like the other. "You may thank your saints, Monsieur Haller," said the Coco. "It was not this one made that hole in your arm, else it would have taken all the skill of Dr. Reichter and myself to have saved you. But what's this? Another wound. Ha! He touched you as he made his right point. Let me look at it." "I think it is only a scratch." "This is a strange climate, Monsieur Haller. I have seen scratches become mortal wounds when not sufficiently valued. Luna, some cotton, sis. I shall endeavour to dress yours so that you need not fear that result. You deserve that much at my hands. But for you, sir, he would have escaped me." "But for you, sir, he would have killed me." "Well," replied the Coco with a smile, "it is possible you would not have come off so well. Your weapon played you false. It is hardly just to expect a man to parry a lance point with a clubbed rifle, though it was beautifully done. I do not wonder that you pulled the trigger in the second joust. I intended doing so myself, had the lasso failed me again. But we are in luck both ways. You must sling this arm for a day or two. Luna, that scarf of yours." "No," said I, as the girl proceeded to unfasten a beautiful scarf which she wore around her waist. "You shall not. I will find something else." "Here, mister, if this will do," interposed the young trapper Garey, "you are heartily welcome to it." As Garey said this, he pulled a coloured handkerchief out of the breast of his hunting shirt, and held it forth. "You are very kind. Thank you," I replied, although I knew on whose account the kerchief was given. "You will be pleased to accept this in return," and I offered him one of my small revolvers, a weapon that, at that time and in that place, was worth its weight in pearls. The mountain man knew this, and very gratefully accepted the proffered gift, but much as he might have prized it, I saw that he was still more gratified with a simple smile that he received from another quarter, and I felt certain that the scarf would soon change owners at any rate. I watched the countenance of El Sol, to see if he had noticed or approved of this little by-play. I could perceive no unusual emotion upon it. He was busy with my wounds, which he dressed in a manner that would have done credit to a member of the R.C.S. "Now," said he, when he had finished, "you will be ready for as much more fighting in a couple of days at the furthest. You have a bad bridle arm, Monsieur Haller, but the best horse I ever saw. I do not wonder at your refusing to sell him." Most of the conversation had been carried on in English, and it was spoken by the Coco chief with an accent and emphasis to my ear as good as I had ever heard. He spoke French, too, like a Parisian, and it was in this language that he usually conversed with Seguin. I wondered at all this. The men had remounted, with the intention of returning to the camp. Extreme hunger was now prompting us, and we commenced riding back to partake of the repast so unceremoniously interrupted. At a short distance from the camp we dismounted, and picketing our horses upon the grass, walked forward to search for the stray steaks and ribs we had lately seen in plenty. A new chagrin awaited us. Not a morsel of flesh remained. The coyotes had taken advantage of our absence, and we could see nothing around us but naked bones. The thighs and ribs of the buffaloes had been polished as if scraped with a knife. Even the hideous carcass of the Digger had become a shining skeleton. "Wah!" exclaimed one of the hunters. "Wolf now or nothing. Hyar goes!" and the man levelled his rifle. "Hold!" exclaimed Seguin, seeing the act. "Are you mad, sir?" "I reckon not, captain," replied the hunter, doggedly bringing down his piece. "We must eat, I suppose. I see nothing but them about, and how are we going to get them without shooting?" Seguin made no reply, except by pointing to the bow which El Sol was making ready. "Ho!" added the hunter, "you're right, captain. I asks pardon. I had forgot that piece of bone." The Coco took an arrow from the quiver, and tried the head with the assaying liquid. It proved to be a hunting shaft, and adjusting it to the string, he sent it through the body of a white wolf, killing it instantly. He took up the shaft again, and wiping the feather, shot another and another, until the bodies of 5 or 6 of these animals lay stretched upon the ground. "Kill a coyote when you're about it," shouted one of the hunters. "Gentlemen like we orter have leastwise 2 courses to our dinner." The men laughed at this rough sally, and El Sol, smiling, again picked up the arrow and sent it whizzing through the body of one of the coyotes. "I think that will be enough for one meal, at all events," said El Sol, recovering the arrow, and putting it back into the quiver. "Ay," replied the wit. "If we wants more, we can go back to the larder again. It's a kind of meat that eats better fresh, anyhow." "Well, it diz, hoss. Wah, I'm in for a griskin of the white. Hyar goes." The hunters, laughing at the humour of their comrades, drew their shining knives and set about skinning the wolves. The adroitness with which this operation was performed showed that it was by no means new to them. In a short time the animals were stripped of their hides and quarters, and each man, taking his quarter, commenced roasting it over the fire. "Fellers, what do you call this anyhow? Beef or mutton?" asked one as they began to eat. "Wolf mutton, I reckon," was the reply. "It's doggone good eatin', I say. Peels off as tender as squirrel. It's summat like goat, ain't it?" "Mine tastes more like dog to me. It ain't bad at all. Better than poor bull any day. I'd like it a heap better if I were sure the thing hadn't been up to yon varmint on the rocks," and the man who said this pointed to the skeleton of the Digger. The idea was horrible, and under other circumstances would have acted as a sufficient emetic. "Wah!" exclaimed a hunter, "ye've most taken away my stomach. I was a going to try the coyote before ye spoke. I won't now, for I seed them smelling about him afore we rid off." I say, old case, you don't mind it, do you?" This was addressed to Rube, who was busy on his rib and made no reply. "He? Not he," said another, answering for him. "Rube's ate a heap o' queery titbits in his time. Ain't ye, Rube?" "Ay, and afore you're as long in the mountains as this child, ye'll be glad to get your teeth o'er wuss chawns than wolf meat. See if ye don't, young feller." "Man meat, I reckon?" "Ay, that's what Rube means." "Boyees," said Rube, not heeding the remark, and apparently in good humour, now that he was satisfying his appetite, "what's the nastiest thing, leavin' out man meat, any o' ye's iver chawed?" "Woman meat, I reckon." "'Ee chuckle-headed fool, yer needn't be so peart now, showin' your smartness when 'tain't called for nohow." "Well, leaving out man meat, as you say," remarked one of the hunters, in answer to Rube's question, "a muskrat's the meanest thing I ever set teeth on." "I've chawed sage hare, raw at that," said a second, "and I don't want to eat anything that's bitterer." "Owl's no great eatin'," added a third. "I've ate skunk," continued a fourth, "and I've ate sweeter meat in my time." "Carajo!" exclaimed a Mexican, "what do you think of monkey? I have dined upon that down south many's the time." "Wal, I guess monkey's but tough chawin's, but I've sharpened my teeth on dry buffler hide, and it wa'n't as tender as it mout have been." "This child," said Rube, after the rest had given in their experience, "leavin' monkey to the beside, have ate all them critters as has been named yet. Monkey he ain't, bein' as there's none o' them in these parts. It may be tough or it mayn't. It may be bitter and it mayn't, for what I knows to the contrary wise. But onct, on a time, this nigger chawed a varmint that wa'n't much sweeter if it were as sweet." "What was it, Rube?" "What was it?" asked several in a breath, curious to know what the old trapper could have eaten more unpalatable than the viands already named. "'Twur turkey buzzart, then, that's what it wur." "Turkey buzzard!" echoed every one. "'Twa'n't anythin' else." "Wah! That was a stinkin' pill, and no mistake." "That beats me all hollow." "And when did ye eat the buzzard, old boy?" asked one, suspecting that there might be a story connected with this feat of the earless trapper. "Ay, tell us that, Rube, tell us," cried several. "Wal," commenced Rube, after a moment's silence, "'twur about 6 yeern ago I wur set afoot on the Arkansas, by the Rapahoes, leastwise 200 mile below the Big Timmer. The cussed skunks took hoss, beaver, and all. He! He!" continued the speaker with a chuckle. "He! He! They mout ha' did as well and let old Rube alone." "I reckon that too," remarked a hunter. "'Tain't like they made much out o' that speculation. Well, about the buzzard?" "'Ee see, I wur cleaned out, and left with just a pair o' leggins, better than 200 miles from anywhur. Bent's wur the nearest, and I tuk up the river in that direction. I never seed varmint o' all kinds as shy. They wouldn't ha' been if I'd a had my traps, but there wa'n't a critter, from the minners in the waters to the bufflers on the paraira, that didn't look like they knowed how this nigger wur fixed. I could get nothin' for 2 days but lizard, and scarce at that." "Lizard's but poor eatin'," remarked one. "Ye may say that. This hyur thigh joint's fat cow to it. It are." And Rube, as he said this, made a fresh attack upon the wolf mutton. "I chawed up the old leggins till I wur as naked as Chimley Rock. Gollies, was it winter? No, 'twur calf time, and warm enough for that matter. I didn't mind the want o' the buckskin that a way, but I could 'a eat more o' it. The third day I struck a town o' sand rats. This nigger's har wur longer than it ur now. I made snares o' it, and trapped a lot o' the rats, but they grew shy too, cuss 'em, and I had to quit that speculation. This wur the third day from the time I've been set down, and I wur getting nasty weak on it. I 'gin to think that the time wur come for this child to go under. 'Twur a leetle arter sun up, and I wur sittin' on the bank, when I seed somethin' queery floating adown the river. When I kim closer, I seed it wur the karkidge of a buffler, calf at that, and a couple o' buzzarts floppin' about on the thing, pickin' its peepers out. 'Twur far out, and the water deep, but I'd made up my mind to fetch it ashore. I wa'n't long in strippin', I reckon." Here the hunters interrupted Rube's story with a laugh. "I took the water and swam out. I could smell the thing afore I wur half way, and when I got near it the birds mizzled. I wur soon clost up, and seed at a glimp that the calf wur as rotten as punk. "What a pity!" exclaimed one of the hunters. "I wa'n't a gwine to have my swim for nothin', so I took the tail in my teeth and swam back for the shore. I hadn't made 3 strokes till the tail pulled out. I then swum round ahint the carcage, and pushed it afore me till I got it landed high and dry upon a sandbar. 'Twere like to fall to pieces when I pulled it out of the water. 'Twarn't eatable nohow." Here Rube took a fresh mouthful of the wolf mutton, and remained silent until he had masticated it. The men had become interested in the story, and waited with impatience. At length he proceeded. "I seed the buzzards still flying about, and fresh ones a comin'. I took a idea that I mout get my claws upon some of 'em, so I lay down clost up agin the calf, and played possum. I wa'n't long that a way when the birds begun to light on the sandbar, and a big cock kim flopping up to the carcage. Before he could flop up again, I grupped him by the legs. Hurrah! Well done, by gollies! The cussed thing were nearly as stinkin' as the other, but it were die dog, buzzard or calf, so I skinned the buzzard." "And ate it?" inquired the impatient listener. "No," slowly drawled Rube, apparently miffed at being thus interrupted. "It ate me." The laugh that followed this retort restored the old trapper to good humour again. "Did you go it raw, Rube?" asked one of the hunters. "How could he do otherwise? He hadn't a spark of fire and nothing to make one out of." "You're an etarnal fool!" exclaimed Rube, turning savagely on the last speaker. "I could make a fire if there weren't a spark anywhere." A yell of laughter followed this speech, and it was some minutes before the trapper recovered his temper sufficiently to resume his narration. "The rest of the birds," continued he at length, "seein' the old cock rubbed out, grew shy, and kep' away on t'other side of the river. 'Twa'n't no use tryin' that dodge over agin. Just then I spied a coyote, comin' lopin' down the bank, and another follerin' upon his heels, and 2 or 3 more on the same trail. I knowed it would be no joke gruppin' one of them by the leg, but I made up my mind to try it, and I lay down just as afore, close up to the calf. 'Twere no go. The cunnin' things seed the float stick, and kept clear o' the carcage. I were a gwine to catch her up some bush that were by, and I begun to carry it up, when all of a suddent I tuck a fresh idea in my head. I seed there were driftwood a plenty on the bank, so I fotched it up, and built a pen trap round about the calf. In the twinklin' of a goat's eye, I had 6 varmints in the trap." "Hurrah! You were safe then, old hoss." "I took a lot o' stones, and then clomb up on the pen, and killed the whole kit on 'em. Lord, boyees, ye never see sich a snappin' and snarlin' and jumpin' and yowltin' as when I peppered them doughnucks down on them. He, he, he! Ho, ho, ho!" And the smoky old sinner chuckled with delight at the remembrance of his adventure. "You reached Bent's then, safe enough, I reckon?" "Yis. I skinned the critters wi' a sharp stone, and made me a sort o' shirt and leggins. This nigger had no mind comin' in naked to give 'em their joke at the fort. I packed enough of the wolf meat to last me up, and I got there in less'n a week. Bill were there himself, and ye all know Bill Bent. He knowed me. I wa'n't in the fort a half an hour till I were spick span in new buckskins, wi' a new rifle, and that rifle were Target's, now afore ye." "Ha! You got Tearguts thar, then?" "I got Target's thar then, and a gun she ur. He, he, he! 'Twarn't long arter I got her till I tried her. He, he, he! Ho, ho, ho!" And the old trapper went off into another fit of chuckling. "What are you laughing at now, Rube?" asked one of his comrades. "He, he, he! What am I laughing at? He, he, he! Oh, that ere the crisp of the joke. He, he! What am I laughing at? Yes, tell us, man." "It are this that I'm laughing at," replied Rube, sobering down a little. "I wa'n't at Bent's 3 days, when who d'ye think shed come to the fort? Who? Maybe the Rapahoes? Them same Injuns, and the very niggers as set me afoot. They come to the fort to trade wi' Bill, and there I sees both my old mar and rifle." "You got them back, then?" "That were likely. There were a sight o' mountainy men there at the time, that wa'n't the fellers to see this child put down on the pararar for nothin'. Yander's the critter," and Rube pointed to the old mare. "The rifle I gin to Bill, and kept Target's instead, seeing she were a better gun." "So you got square with the Rapahoes?" "That young feller just rests on what 'e'd call square. Do 'ee see these har nicks, them standin' separate?" And the trapper pointed to a row of small notches cut in the stock of his rifle. "Ay, ay!" cried several men in reply. There's 5 of 'em, ain't there? 1, 2, 3. Yes, 5. Them's Rapahoes." Rube's story was ended. End of chapter 29.